Hello, I got a haircut. Thank you. I'm stunning. I know. Anyway, this is a compilation of every single Tubiween video from worst movie to best. I'm filming a new intro for this because the intro for the whole thing as a whole was from. All right, the intro for the whole series as a whole was on dolls, and it just wouldn't really work. It wouldn't really make sense. So basically what's happening is every single video is going to be the exact same as it was originally uploaded, except for dolls. I'm going to cut out the intro bit to that just because it won't make sense. But anywho, this is every single movie watched during Tubiween, all 31 of them, from the bottom of the barrel to the best ones. Yep, that's the intro. Bye.
Hey. Remember when I said I was going to talk about nothing but bangers this week, and that we were going to watch nothing but good things this week? At the very least, good or serviceable. I do too. I miss that naive little fuck. I wonder what happened. So, we tried. I need to stop selecting movies that either have a neat cover or a funny title, because all times but once, it has been a fucking disaster. Stuff Stephanie in the incinerator. Spookies. Shit. Honestly, that's really been it. This movie is included with that. The only one that it didn't fail on, spectacularly, was Maniac Cop. Maniac Cop turned out to be one of the best movies of this entire thing. But I'm here today to talk to you about a movie that I read the title of, thought, that's funny, looked at the cover, said, that's a fucking amazing cover, let's watch this. To then be bombarded by a 4:3 aspect ratio, very clearly a VHS rip. I think this probably was shot on film. Never put to anything better than VHS, apparently. And was one of the worst fucking things I've ever seen. We are batting average of, like, good movie to, like, shit. Constantly. We got Chud, good. Chud 2, terrible. Bone Tomahawk, fucking amazing. Bloody New Year? Shit. Actually just a waste of time. It's not... it sucks that the bar is so low for what I can say is the worst thing I've watched. This is like eking its way above Stuff Stephanie in the incinerator, but barely. And like, more happens, but with no explanation or any clarity, and it pisses me off. I don't know what that was. But, okay. Bloody New Year is directed by Norman J. Warren. Norman J. Warren has directed such classics as Inseminoid, Satan's Slave, Prey, Terror, Spaced Out, Her Private Hell, Gunpowder, and stars such wonderful actors as Susie Atchison, who has been in Like Father, Like Son and Bloody New Year, and Nikki Brooks, who has been in Bloody New Year, and Colin Haywood, who has been in United Kingdom and Bloody New Year, and Mark Prowley, who has been in Bronson Wing Commander and Bloody New Year. So the main point of this is that no one has been in this movie. Nobody in this movie went anywhere. And I can't imagine why. I just can't. I can't imagine why. What could it be? Could it be the fact that none of them are believable characters? Could it be that the story is shit? Could it be that their acting is pretty shaky? Could it be that everything in this movie sucks? Could it be the fact that the only real positive is that sometimes the gore looks okay, or the effect looks alright, and sometimes the camera, well, not sometimes, but most of the time, the camera's in focus? Could that be it? Yes. Bloody New Year is like, it's an hour and 30 minutes. I think it's like just under an hour 30. Nope. It's an hour and 35 minutes. The movie's an hour 35 minutes. And within 4 minutes, we're already filling time. And what I mean by filling time is we are introduced to our characters. And by introduced, I mean they talk a couple times, not enough to remember any of them. They say a couple lines, and now we're at the fun fair. And now we're filming glory shots of the fun fair with none of our characters in any shot, because it was in town when they were shooting the movie, so they just needed to fill fucking time. Jesus, we're like, what, 5 minutes in and we're already filling time? That's not good. We might be in for some shit. Uh-oh. And then all of a sudden, something has to happen. So there's 3 goobers who are keeping a woman on a tilt-a-whirl by just crowding around her and spinning it around. And then some ass shuts the thing off, and it turns out, oh, he's one of our main characters. Turns out he becomes like the main character. He rips a fuse out and turns it off. And then there's a boring as chase scene through a haunted house, which sounds like, a chase theme through a theme park's haunted house. Except you can't see anything because it's a VHS rip and it's too goddamn dark. A car drives through the haunted house. They get on. It's hauling a boat. They get on the boat. They get out. They're gone. Those goobers are never seen again. Now we're on a boat, which, by the way, the movie started at the beach. So we went from the beach to the fun fair back to the fucking ocean to go on a boat now. We could have just gone beach, ocean, but instead we needed to get 9 minutes of nothing. But it wasn't 9 minutes of nothing. 1 minute of that mattered. The goobers that attacked the woman, because an hour and 20 minutes later, oh my god, they're back for some reason. I'll get into why that doesn't make any sense, but they're on the boat capsizes, they find an island, and the island is here now. They're on this island. Well, welcome. There's very clearly some weird shit going on the island. Stuff is moving in this hotel on the island for reasons. Doors are closing, people are appearing and disappearing. There's some weird stuff happening. People are seeing other people in mirrors. It's weird. And initially I'm like, okay, it's a spooky ghost movie with spooky ghosts. I got it. Then a banister bites somebody. A banister comes to life. A net comes to life. The wall comes to life. And I'm like, okay, what's our monster? Then one of our 6 teenagers dies by getting just a simple little scratch to the face. Oh, also, he gets scratched by somebody who was in a movie and then jumps out of the movie to kill the person and then jumps back into, like, the projector camera. Move on. Whatever. Shut up. Who gives a shit? Then one of our 6 teenagers dies, so now there's 5, and now one of them is possessed. I guess that can happen. And it's not that she's just possessed. I need to, oh my god, I don't even know how to, this movie's so fucking hard to explain. You can't quantify what's going on. You can't even begin to understand what's going on because nothing is explained to you. And then when it is explained to you, you're like, oh, except no, it doesn't make any fucking sense actually. What are you talking about? The goobers from the beginning make it to the island. Which immediately in my head, I'm like, okay, that means they took a boat here. So your boat capsized, but there's a boat here now. Run and steal the boat. But they're here now. Guy, thug goober, punches a hole straight through one of the women's stomach. Just right impaled. And then she turns into a demon thing. I think she kills him there, or maybe it's a little later. I don't know. What? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is happening? Why did this happen? When did this happen? Where the fuck did this happen? Why? Why did these guys come here? Did they care that much that the dude ripped the fuse out to stop the tilt-a-whirl? Because one of them was just a worker. It was initially 2 guys just fucking with her, and then the worker came out to just try to stop the whole thing, and now the worker's with the thugs trying to beat the shit. What happened? Why is he there? What? And it's the worker's the one that punched a hole in her. Huh? So then that happens. Banister bites a woman. The kitchen's alive at one point. There's a snow machine in a room, and I'm not going to say there's a blizzard in the room because it's very clearly a snow machine. You can see in one scene that like the snow machine has like a wave pattern to it because somebody is off camera just like blasting the fucking thing. But then it actually turns out that all that was a fucking dream, I guess. Sometimes reverse things happen where like when the scene where the kitchen comes alive after it's done throwing plates and knives and all sorts of other shit. The film reverses and everything goes back the way that it was. But eventually later in the woods, we find an airplane that crashed that was doing an experiment with like mirrors and had the capacity to alter matter and time. And that's your explanation then at the end of the movie, which is the plane was flying over this party happening in 1959 on New Year's Eve in 1960. Plane crashed, and now ghosts are stuck in 1959 into 1960 on New Year's Eve day. And they can't leave because the plane crashed and froze time. So now they're just stuck here. Okay. Got it. Understood. Now, the concept of this device being able to rework matter, does that explain the wall and the banister and the net and everything other inanimate objects that come to life? Does that explain that away? What about the pilot who was alive and reaching, and then when he got whacked, he just fucking explodes? Huh? So, okay, I don't care. Oh, there's still like fucking 20 minutes left. I'm assuming that's his spirit, and then physical trauma plays out what happened to him in the airplane that crashed, because I'm sure he fucking also exploded. So then our two only survivors run and they find the boat, they get the boat, they get on the boat, they go to leave on the boat, and then they're pushing the boat out into the water. Girl gets on, guy's about to get on, and then he has a vision of the one girl he left behind, and she's saying, "Don't leave me." So he gets off and runs after her and gets stuck in quicksand or mud or something. He just can't get out. And there's like a real good look on the actor's face where it just looks like he's like accepted his fate, and it's just like, well, but then the guy that punched a hole through that woman is there, and he has the motor to this, what presumably was a speedboat that they were on without the motor. He's got the motor now, and he's gonna take the rudder. No, that's not what it's called. Am I really gonna have to look up what the parts of a fucking speedboat are called? Propeller! It's a propeller. Rudder's how you steer. The propeller's the spit. Got it. So he charges the motor, you know? And then he takes the propeller spinning, and while the dude's like neck deep in the mud, he takes the propeller and jams it into his head, except you don't see it because this movie's called Bloody New Year. Why would you want to see that happen? Why would you want to see blood? That's yucky! Ew! So it's off camera. Doesn't matter. There's like one kind of neat effect where somebody's getting their head spun like 3 times around forcibly, and then it's kind of ruined because I guess to show that the neck snapped, they just like plopped intestines here, which, now I'm not an anatomy expert or anything, or science person guy, but I don't think that twisting your neck would make your intestines, which are located around here, come out the side of your neck. I just don't really see that happening. Now if you were cut here, sure, why not? But doesn't really make much sense. And that's like the only neat effect. I kind of liked the wall coming alive because it just looked like a paint bubble. Like if you ever, we had a ceiling leak at one point, and the paint was the only thing holding that water in there, and the paint on the ceiling just kind of started to get like this bubble to it, and as the bubble would expand, the paint would kind of have like little chips, but there'd be like this almost transparent layer around it. And that's kind of what the wall looks like when there's like hands coming through. It kind of just looks like paint bubble with like paint chips and like translucent. Like that kind of look, that looked neat. Hey, that's all right actually. What the that's properly not great. That looked neat. That got a genuine like, hey, that's all right looking out of me. That's about it. I like the guy getting his arm cut off in the elevator. Hey, there we go. That was all right. That's it now, for real. That's the only other thing I can think of. Oh yeah, so a guy dies, propeller off-screened, blah, it's Bloody New Year, why would you want to see blood? And then girl is just like sitting on the boat and looks just fucking miserable, which like, same, I get it. But she then like falls through the boat, and then we're treated to, I shit you not, a 20-second scene of 1959, 1960 conga line celebrating New Year's. All of our teens are there in the conga line now, like they were supposed to, like they were there on New Year's Day 30 years ago. Except the girl that fell through the boat. She's like behind glass pounding, "Let me out," and then it freeze frames on her and ends. And that's it. It's over now. You wasted an hour and 35 minutes of your fucking time. Bone Tomahawk was 2 hours and 5 minutes. 2 hours and 11, but like 5 minutes of credits. 2 hours and 5 minutes. I would watch Bone Tomahawk 15 fucking times in a row, one shot, before watching this again. I think what they were trying to do was like low budget absurdity with a twist of Evil Dead, except what they forgot is that Evil Dead has rules. And like, yes, the Deadites kind of are zombies, kind of not, kind of demons, kind of not. They're a little weird. Our basic rules for Deadites is they bite you, you're possessed. They scratch you, you're possessed. They tree you, you're possessed. And the only way to stop them is by dismembering them. And that's really the only rule set we need for the Deadites. And anything can become a Deadite. A mounted deer head on the wall can become a Deadite. Like, it does not matter. A hand can be a Deadite. It does not matter. But there are rules set in place to how most of them function. This movie, I feel like, was trying to be Evil Dead so bad, but just was like, what if? What if now, brother? Now listen here, dude. Okay, what if, dude? Like, the fucking house itself was alive, dude. Like, what if the walls grabbed people? What if the banister with like a snake head on it could grab people? Except they're British, so it. What if the banister could fucking grab people, mate? And nobody stopped to say, hey, that's fucking stupid. They just went for it. This movie was a load of shit. This movie was fucking horrible. And I really hope the rest of this week, this does not bode for the rest of this week, because I have some other stuff planned. I just needed like 2 filler days, and Bone Tomahawk and this one were my filler days, and Bone Tomahawk was amazing, and this was shit. And then the next 4 days of what's left, I have planned out. I know what I'm doing. I just was like, this cover looks fucking awesome, and that title's kind of funny. Piss on my face, I guess. I don't know. Bloody New Year is getting a 1. It's getting a 1 out of 5. It would be down there with Stuff Stephanie. I can't actually think of a reason why it's not, so it's getting a half. It's down there with Stuff Stephanie. Fuck this movie. I hated it. I'm never watching this shit again. Amazing cover. A fantastic cover. I would get a poster of that cover, and that is the only association of this movie I would like to have in my life. I think the cover looks fucking astounding, and then everything else, we don't need to talk about anything else. The movie you imagine in your head when you look at the cover of that movie, that's it. That's the movie. Whatever you imagine that movie is, it is that, brother. It is that. Don't seek out the real thing. Don't bother. It is that. It's that good in your head. Just keep it that way. Tune back tomorrow for, I haven't watched it yet. I don't know which one I'm going to do first, but I'll give you the options. We're either going to see a returning cast member who I like. We're either going to see a director whom I like. And that's about it. I think I have one other thing, but I can't remember what the fuck it is off the top of my head right now. So, tune in tomorrow for one of those, because I don't remember which one I'm going to choose. Anyway, bye. Don't watch this fucking garbage. That'll get her. Oh my god, that got her. Welcome back. It's a different day. I still haven't shaved. I look disgusting, which is perfect for our next movie, which is the most boringest thing ever. Blade the Iron Cross. I'm sorry. You tried. Our next movie is Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. And for a title like that, how could you fuck it up? Let me tell you. I don't even want this. You get orange fluorescent lighting for this, because that's what this movie's shot in. Let's get this over with and out of the way first, and then I can discuss what little there is to discuss. This movie is directed by Don Nardo. I wish that was a name I was making up. Movie. He has a wide history of directing nothing else. This movie is also written by Don Nardo, and somehow it has a second writer named Peter Jones. And both of them went on to write nothing else. which isn't technically true. Peter Jones technically wrote like one episode of El Dorado, a soap opera from like the 90s. Don Nardo wrote one episode of Spencer for Hire. Apart from that, that's it. And it stars people. People who, if you go and look at their IMDb or Letterboxd or Google them, have been in nothing besides Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. The main girl was in some music video or something called like Demon Rain, but I don't want to say I couldn't find information about it. I probably could. I didn't care. So that's it. That's our cast, that's our crew. Nothing. I have a quote here directly from Wikipedia. It's about Don Nardo, and there is like a 50-50 shot that he wrote his own Wikipedia, because what this says, I've never heard of this motherfucker before. Don Nardo has published 540 books. Apparently, one of America's most prolific authors. This isn't a direct quote, I'm paraphrasing a little bit. The direct quote is 540 published books, one of America's most prolific authors. I put the apparently in there because I have never heard of this guy in my life. Now, that doesn't mean that he hasn't published 540 books, but something's weird. Let me get into the plot of Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. I don't even think I need... You hear that title, and you don't think I need to get into the plot of Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. It seems pretty point A to B. Stephanie, Incinerator, you know? So, our plot is, Guy is kidnapped, taken to a mansion in the woods. For the first about 37 minutes, I want to say, it is a kidnapped person thriller where there's a brainwashed girl named Stephanie and this guy, and they're being watched by a woman named Roberta. Roberta has two bodyguards. One I thought was Lloyd Kaufman, which we'll get into why I thought Lloyd Kaufman was here, because that's a whole other mystery. Okay. Why? Is that Lloyd Kaufman? But she has two bodyguards and whatever, and her whole thing is she wants Stephanie and Guy to have sex so she can watch. Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. The first 37 minutes are this. They eventually have sex, not on camera, thank God, because this is shot on like VHS, and same rules apply with what I said, Blade the Iron Cross, where because everybody's got a 4K camera in their pocket now, I just feel like perverts are making these movies. Same thing applied with people shooting on VHS. So thankfully nothing's on screen, but they eventually have sex, and then Roberta is like, I actually want what you did to her done to me. And then it's, at this point, it's all whatever could happen. I don't know. A xenomorph could burst in and I'd just be like, okay, finally something. Then they're like about to kiss, and then Roberta freaks out, and then they all kind of giggle and laugh, and then there's like a montage that goes on for what feels like 17 years. Dude, Stephanie, and Roberta in a dressing room, changing, putting on makeup, changing into regular people clothing, and now we're in an entirely different fucking place. To the point that I thought I blinked and missed something. Because we're no longer in this mansion. What the fuck is going on? This isn't even the same place now. What's going on? Jared? I feel like I missed something. Like I managed to actually miss something during the section where they were cleaning their faces. Turns out that this mansion that dude was kidnapped to is just another wing of this house. Because the real plot is Roberta is a guy who was playing an old woman and was paid by guy who was kidnapped, who is actually super turbo duper rich and just wants to like act out these fantasies for some fucking reason. The girl, Stephanie, is not Stephanie. Her name in the movie is Casey, and she was playing the character of Stephanie, so now Stephanie's gone. Stephanie's not in this fucking movie. We can't shove Stephanie in the Incinerator if Stephanie's not in the fucking movie. So, now for the next hour and 17 minutes, I want to say. Hour and 10. I don't know. It's an hour and 37-minute movie, so my times aren't going to match up. I don't care. For the next hour and 10 minutes or so, it is now a domestic thriller where dude is obsessive about his wife, Casey, who was Stephanie in the first 30 minutes, playing the role of this character in some fucking dumb thing that he wants to act out. Even going so far as to mention that he wants to act out some historical thing that involved an island and he just bought an island so that they could do this. She gets to stay on the boat, though, while he goes off onto the island and has adventures or whatever, whoever this historical person it was. It does mention also on Don Nardo's Wikipedia that he's like a historian, so maybe that's where this weird obsession... I don't know. There's no information about this fucking movie. I spent like 2 hours trying to research it, and there's nothing. No one cares except for me, and I only care out of frustration. So the domestic thriller bits are, rich guy is so fucking distracted about this dumb shit he wants to act out. Casey is cheating on him with, I don't know why I remember this name, Nick, the gas station attendant who's in the movie for 2 minutes. And then Robert comes back into the picture to try and rob the rich guy's house because he wants to sell paintings or whatever to get more money, even though he got like 70 grand or some shit for playing Roberta in this weird sex fantasy thing. And then, God, it all just like culminates. I'm just skipping because I'm just trying to think of what else happened. Nothing fucking happened. Nothing. It all culminates in now husband person is playing a safari guy who knew about their plan, which, to go back just a little bit, the plan was Casey and Robert were going to team up, join forces, kill the husband, stuff him in the incinerator. There is actually an incinerator in this movie. Like, holy they were going to stuff him in the incinerator, wait the 7 years, then claim him on insurance as missing, and we can't find him. Like, they just needed a way to fully get rid of his body, which, I don't know where they're living. Bodies can stink when you burn them. And I don't know that from experience. I know that from welding and, like, scorching my arm a little bit. I have a sunburn on my wrist. It stinks when you burn skin, okay? So, I don't know if they're living out in the middle of nowhere or not. It's never specified, thank Christ. Somebody would smell that. Anywho, that's their plan. They sneak up into Guy's bedroom, like at 10 p.m. or some shit, and just beat the f*** out of him in the bed. Just fucking smash his face in. And then he's under the covers. Face is under the covers. Already I'm like, that's not him. That's not him. That's too simple, and that would be too fucking stupid. They somehow, from the bed, take the body, wrap it in the sheets, throw it in a plastic fucking body bag, never once uncovering the face to make sure it's the guy, dragging him downstairs, about to put him in the incinerator, and then Casey's like, wait, let's make sure this is actually my husband. And then they undo the thing. Oh my god, it's Nick, the gas station attendant. They just beat the f*** out of this guy. And now, husband is dressed as a safari guy, back to where I started, and he's like, I knew what your plan was. I have cameras all over the place, which do come back later. He's like, I have cameras all over the place. I knew what your plan was. And now, I'm going to give you 1 minute to go hide in this house. And I'm going to hunt you guys down. And then that's what the last, like, 10 minutes of this hour and 10-minute section are, is Robert and Casey running. Robert was also going to betray Casey, meaning he wouldn't get the insurance money because he wasn't related to and or married to Rich Guy. He just wanted to fucking beat her brains in, too, I guess. I don't know. So whatever, now the gambit is Casey's running for her life away from her husband who was going to shoot her, and from Robert who was going to kill him. Robert is running away from the guy who was trying to shoot him, and also kind of sort of going after Casey so that he can kill her, and Rich Guy is just trying to kill them both. That's our last 10 minutes. Robert gets shot. Nope, he doesn't. He lunges at Casey. Casey accidentally stabs him in the stomach with scissors, and that almost kills him. She then runs downstairs. There's an Iron Maiden in the living room. I never mentioned that prior, and you're not going to get an explanation for that. Go f*** yourself. There's an Iron Maiden in the living room. Casey and her husband are trying to talk. She's trying to smooth out this and then she kicks him. He shoots her in, like, the arm, I think, or shoulder. He falls into the Iron Maiden that begins to shut. When she falls, she flicks a light switch that causes, like, a dressing room to come down, I guess. Plenty of time to move, only shot in the arm, could just roll out of the way. Instead, she just waits there and lets the fucking thing crush her. And then, Robert, I think Robert pushed him in the Iron Maiden. It doesn't matter. They're all dead. It ends with Casey crushed, Rich Guy in Iron Maiden, and Robert on the floor dead. Then, the camera zooms out from a TV screen of what we were just watching. Robert, Casey, and Rich Guy are all sitting there, all having a good laugh, all yucking it up. To which I'm on the couch, screeching, because I am sick of this boring goddamn nothing. Rich Guy then hands them all out money, except they deducted points from somebody for something. I don't even know. I don't care. I was so frustrated at this point. I didn't give a shit. Because, again, it was all an elaborate play, just like the beginning of the movie. This was the whole hour and 10 was just an elaborate whatever. And then the last 7 minutes are people coming into the house, basically striking the set to set up for next year's games, as they call it. Nick apparently, I think this is the joke that they end the movie with, is Nick, the gas station attendant person, is angry that he didn't have more screen time in this thing. And then rich guy gets into taxi or limo or whatever the with him, and they're arguing like a gay married couple. Somebody specifically says something, or it's insinuated like that. And I think that's the ending joke, is that the rich asshole husband is actually gay. And that's like the joke to close the movie. This was fucking horrible. This was one of the worst things I've ever seen. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen Feeders, and I've been pretty hell-bent on like Feeders being the worst thing. At least something happens in Feeders. This was horrible. There was a moment where I was like, I want to say 3 hours into this hour and 37-minute movie, and I had to go change my youngest child's diaper, and I paused the movie. And when the little fucking bar came up that said how much time was left, and I was only 52 minutes into this movie that I thought I was watching 3 hours of already, I almost wanted to cry. I was so done. All right. Pause the recording commentary. We're only 52 minutes in. Jesus Christ. I thought we were at least like 3 hours in by now. Here's the real kicker. The reason I thought that one of her little security guard people was Lloyd Kaufman was because when the movie's opening, Lloyd Kaufman and Troma Entertainment are shown as producers or executive producers or whatever. Lloyd Kaufman? Okay. Alright. So it's a Troma. I didn't know that. Yup, I didn't know it was a Troma movie. Or maybe it's just distributed by them. Who knows? So this was either made or distributed by Troma. Troma, for those who are unaware, made The Toxic Avenger, Poultrygeist, Romeo and Juliet, Nuke 'Em High, violent, vile, cheap shit that I like because it's violent and vile and cheap. I don't think, judging by who was involved in making this, the fact that none of the actors were in anything else before or after, the fact that the director and writer wrote literally nothing else at all, like one episode of a TV show, okay, I could fucking do that. So I don't imagine Troma, like the production company of Troma, had anything to do with this. I imagine this was just picked up for distribution, like, what's that one Vietnam? Combat Shock? Yeah, Combat Shock was a Troma distributed film. Troma didn't do anything, they just picked it up for distribution. So I can only imagine it was like that. And on the IMDb, I was seeing that it was like bundled in like a 3-movie pack of other that either Troma was involved in or just distributed. I don't know. I didn't look into that. I didn't care enough. My point is, this movie's a mystery to me, and I've gone so far as to look up archived articles on. There was like a horror review website from the early 2000s that talked about this, and the New York Post talked about this, or New York Times Post, one of them talked about this. TV Guide talked about this. TV Guide has a fairly positive review about this piece of shit, which is like crazy. There's no answers for this. I don't know what the fuck it is. I hated every second of it, and I never want to see it again. You had such a great title. The best title I've ever seen, Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator. That is your entire... There was no Stephanie, there was an incinerator, no one got stuffed into it. The 3 things I was promised weren't even here. Yeah, I'm on the schlockometer or whatever we're calling this, 0.5. I have to give this a rating, and I do not want to. This would be a flat 0. This is a 0.5 out of 5. This is horrible. Blade the Iron Cross, I'm so sorry I called you the most boringest thing ever, because this was the most boringest ever. This was so much worse. This was horrible. Anyway, that's it for this one. Tune in tomorrow for another fucking boring nightmare. What? I was hoping it was just that frame for the rest of the movie. Hello. I am once again coming to you from an undisclosed location. There's no footage for this movie. I also just got out of the shower. So there's no footage for this movie, once again, which kind of sucks because Hello? Okay.
Okay, well, there's supposed to be lights that come on when I motion, but there's no footage for this movie, which sucks because I went into detail about how much I did not like it, and I do not have footage to show for this. So I will do my best with what I can find, and you're just gonna have to deal. Wow, the motion really just isn't working. Sick. Anyway, here's the video.
All right, let's talk about Chud 2, Bud the Chud. I did not like this movie. So, Bud Chud 2, Chud the Bud, was directed by David Irving, director of Goodbye Cruel World, Night of the Cyclone, filmed musical versions of Rumpelstiltskin, Sleeping Beauty, The Emperor's New Clothes, and that's it. That's all he ever did. And Chud 2, starring, and this is the only name out of this movie I could find that has been in literally anything anybody's ever heard of, starring Larry Cedar, who was in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Constantine, the remake of The Crazies, and The Master of Disguise. Shouldn't have done that. This thing scares the shit out of me, and just slapping something on it like that is gonna make me shit myself. Chud, Bud 2, Chud 2, Bud the Chud, the dumbest fucking name, it's a zombie movie. It's just a fucking zombie movie again. It's a goddamn zombie movie again. Every single fucking time they do something interesting, it's always a fucking zombie. It is a horror comedy, and it's about 3 teenagers who look like they're 27, but it's the 80s, so, you know, that's what they did. It's 3 teenagers who steal a body from a government facility because they were gonna pick at a cadaver in school, and they lost the cadaver. So instead of just coming clean and telling the teacher they lost the cadaver, they sneak into a government facility to go get a cadaver who happens to be a chud left over from the first movie, except the chud doesn't look like the chuds in the first movie. This chud just looks like a fucking pale dead person, like a goddamn zombie. There was one of them, one of these fucking people in Chud 1. We saw one person in Chud 1 who wasn't this like beetle thing, and it's because he was just beginning to turn. Ooh, so he's turning. And it's in theory that when they are infected with this poisoning, it takes a little bit of time, but then they turn into these beetle things. So not quite a zombie adjacent enough, but not quite a zombie, a little bit more interesting than just a fucking undead cadaver. Chud 2 is about an undead cadaver, and it annoyed me, because I wanted to see the fucking beetle. They steal this cadaver from the government facility, accidentally bring it back to life, and it's a slapstick, pratfalling, goofy walking son of a bitch who's just walking around biting people. The first person it bites is their dog, and then it's like the neighbor, and it's the beginning of a zombie outbreak. We already saw this with Return of the Living Dead 2. Technically already saw this even prior to that with Return of the Living Dead. Technically saw this with Demons. Technically saw this with Rabid. It's the same fucking thing every time, except this one tries to be funny. And there were bits that made me laugh, but then there were other bits where the joke just kept going. And after a certain bit, it's like, okay, hey man, you tried with this bit, you kept it in the first take, or you kept it in the first time. It didn't really work, but you can move on from that and pick it back up. Where if a joke doesn't work, you lay out another joke, and then, you know, you might have a hit record of like hit, one fails, move on really quick, and more hits. Instead, we have this joke that just doesn't land, doesn't make me giggle, and then it keeps going for like 5 scenes. It'll just keep cutting back, and we're still playing the same stupid fucking bit, and I'm like, why? Move on. Like, god damn it. God, back to the fucking plot. People are zombies. I'm jumping to the end. It takes place during Halloween, and there's a big Halloween ball thing where everybody's dressed up and they're dancing and shimmy shambling and whatever. And there's a hilarious bit where all these zombies storm the place. And they don't storm the place. They have a gingerly conversation with the lady accepting tickets, and then she tells them that it's $3 a ticket, and they start looking around and counting how many of them are there. And then she tells them that the dog that he bit in the beginning of the movie is going to stay out here. Then they give her a look, and then she's like, okay, well, it can come in here. And then they're like, cool. And then they start digging in their pockets, and then they lunge on her and bite her. So now she's a chud too. Like, in my head, I'm just like, so the joke here is that we're playing out this whole entire mundane scenario, and the punchline's going to be that they're going to lunge over and eat her. And wouldn't you know it, the punchline was that they lunged over the table and ate her. Wow. And then the most embarrassing is at this ball, or at this dance, because the whole movie, these fuckers are like invincible. They get blown up and they're fine. They get frozen and they're fine. And it's explained that like they're mutating and becoming stronger, so eventually they'll just be unstoppable. Which, okay, fine. You know what other zombie movie had zombies that couldn't die by getting blunt force trauma to the head and also was pretty tongue-in-cheek and kind of funny? Return of the Living fucking Dead. And I have that. I can watch that whenever. And I chose to watch Chud 2, which is Return of the Living Dead, at home. While they're at this ball, dance, whatever, you think that they could just, like, grab people and just grab another, because it's pretty busy. And before people would be able to get out, there'd only be like maybe 10 people that would get out of there without unscathed. Like there's enough zombies, enough chuds to overtake everything. Instead, it's like this weird slapsticky thing where they're dancing and like moving left and right. And when she moves left, the chud bites right, and then she moves right, and the chud bites left, and he's just confused as to why he just can't get a hold of her. Motherfucker, you have hands. Just grab the bitch, throw her down. Like, come on. And I know it's supposed to be funny, but it's not. And it just keeps cutting back to fucking buffoonery in the goddamn dance, and it's not funny. What we do discover during this, though, is that our teenagers have figured out that you can freeze them and then electrocute them, and they just explode. Because it like completes a circuit in their body, and then with the water being conductive or whatever, whatever, move on. So the goal then is we need to lead them into the school's pool, freeze the pool, and then electrocute the pool so they all just can blow up. Cool, good plan, don't mind it. They have a weird fascination with the main girl. Well, the one chud does. The main chud, Bud, has a fascination with our main girl, Katie. And she uses that to her advantage to, in theory, get Bud and only Bud to chase her out of the dance, because Bud is the only one that has shown interest in her. Except now I guess all of the chuds want Katie specifically because they all follow her for some reason. I can understand this, like, the monster is no longer the beast when the girl's around, but it doesn't really work when there's fucking 37 beasts and there's one girl and only the one beast has shown interest in the girl. So they all charge, all fall into the pool. There's an odd scene where Bud rips his heart out and tries to hand it to her to be like, and I feel like it was supposed to make me feel bad, but instead I'm just like, dog, just push him over, just like give him a hi-ya, you know, just push him. And they freeze the pool, they blow up the fuckers, and while that's happening, our main boy guy, Steve, I think his name is, Steve gets bit on his foot. And no one notices. And the whole time, I'm like, don't be fucking demons. Don't be like demons where we are deliberately shown that this dude has been scratched or bitten, and then it's somebody else who turns. Don't fucking do this, because I swear to God. Instead, it is the next day, and there's no repercussions for them breaking into a government facility. And Katie and other guy are going to school. And Steve left them a note that says, like, hey, I want to be a better person, so I'm leaving. And immediately I was like, okay, so that means he's killing himself, probably. Like, he made it to the end of this, and now he's like, okay, so I just have to kill myself now. I'm like, all right, so that's how he's saying goodbye. No, he's hitchhiking, and just so happens to be picked up by a car who is being driven by one of the chuds. He also has his dog. The fucking dog that was the first one infected, it's still there. The dog jumps out onto the truck bed, starts growling and biting and digging under a tarp. And under the tarp is like the military general who's been leading the charge on killing the chuds, who is now also a chud. And they have a joke about how he's undercover. They drive, and then the movie's over. Mercifully, the movie is over. There was a lot in this that annoyed me quite a bit. This was the complete inverse of Chud 1, where I initially was engaged and entertained with it in the beginning, because some of the jokes were funny. Some wacky hijinks. Some wacky hijinks between the teenagers. I was into it. I think from the second that they revived the Chud, and I realized he's not going to turn into one of those cool beetle fuckers. He's just going to stay like an undead zombie. I immediately was like, I know what this movie is, and I know what this movie's trying to be, and I know what it's not, which is Return of the Living Dead, because Return of the Living Dead is actually good and funny, and I just hated this. I'm saying this because, spoiler, I rated it a 2 out of 5, but I'm really thinking about it, and I just hated it. Not as much as Stuff Stephanie, because there was at least a plot moving forward here, but I just really did not like this movie. I don't think I'll ever rewatch this one. I probably will rewatch Chud. I would rewatch Chud to see if the first 25 minutes were worth it at all. I don't think I'd ever touch this one again. It was just bad. And now knowing that the director has filmed musicals makes sense for some of the shots, because some of the shots are like 35 fucking feet away from anything. Like the actors are doing something over there and they're ADR. They're not talking. They're all looking this way. And it's all very clearly like dialogue that they have said in a sound booth that they're putting over them speaking. And it's also shot from like 45 feet away. And that is like what you do for a stage play recording, is you record it really far away in like a master shot, so you can kind of like in post zoom in on areas you want. Except in this movie there was no in post zooming in on what they want, because they never had the actors talk, and you could see that their lips probably weren't moving, so they had to ADR everything. And there was so much ADR, so many weird instances of ADR in this movie, and just some of the comedy worked, some of it was funny. I got a laugh out of some of it, but God, the second that I figured out, oh, this is just another zombie thing, I was so uninterested. Zombies are fine, but you can only do it so much without doing something different. And the only thing different is that this movie was called Chud 2 Bud the Chud and not Zombie My Neighbor 13. Like, I'm just trying to think of anything positive to say, and the only positives that I can say are what Chud 1 did, which was, while zombie adjacent, they had some interesting things to do with the fact that they were radioactive creatures. Here they're not radioactive at all anymore. In Chud 1, with them being radioactive creatures, they were able to do an interesting concept that admittedly was kind of dropped pretty quickly, but the idea that you could use a Geiger counter and just kind of point it and visibly hear and see the radiation levels rise, and hear that Geiger counter click get a little bit more intense because one was getting closer. It was dropped fairly quickly, but again, that didn't make them zombies. Again, zombie adjacent, because they were people at one point and now they've turned into this. Whatever, I don't give a shit. There was at least something there that was interesting, and this movie just doesn't even have that. They're not radioactive creatures anymore. It's just zombies eat. Zombie movies eat. They eat people. And if you're not totally killed, then you're turned, but most of the time their goal is to consume you. In Return of the Living Dead, their goal is to eat your brain specifically because the endorphins in your brain are like a high to them. It's pain relief to those zombies. There's a goal to those zombies. There's a goal to the Romero zombies. The Chud's goal was just to bite and keep spreading, but not for food or sustenance or preservation. It was just multiplication, I guess. I don't know. There's no like logical reasoning behind why the monsters are doing what they're doing in this movie. They're just doing. Hell, even the first one had that, with like the people being ripped in half and shit. Their other halves were missing because they ate them. Like they were eating the people to survive. Oh my God, I don't know. I had this one rated a 2 out of 5, but just talking about it and getting so frustrated all over again. Fuck you, this gets a 1 out of 5. I hated this movie. It gets an extra half a point from just a half score. It gets an extra half a point just because some of the jokes made me laugh. But that's unfortunately because I'm pretty easy to please. You show me some general buffoonery, I'm probably going to giggle at it, but it gets to a point where it's just like, okay, come on. You did your general buffoonery. We don't have to keep fucking harping on this shit. So, yeah, this gets a 1. I hated this movie. I was being nice to it, but man, just like reliving some of it, I'm just like, this was a waste of time. This was just a waste. I should have just watched Chud 1 and known by the title of Chud 2 Bud the Chud I was going to hate this. But I pressed on. Tune in tomorrow for something. I don't know what it is yet. Maybe it'll be R.L. Stine. The Goosebumps guy just released a new movie on Tubi, so maybe. Though that would probably be confusing because that movie is also called Pumpkinhead, and I don't think it has anything to do with the previous movie Pumpkinhead that I talked about. But you know what? This is my show, so it might be that. I don't know. We'll see. Huh? Go home. Get out of here. Leave.
Hello, I'm back in my undisclosed location. The motion detection will not work, and there is a child in here with me now. Through minor research that you could find by just doing one simple Google search that I did not, it turns out Chud 2 Bud the Chud was actually supposed to be a sequel to Return of the Living Dead. I made this comparison in my video, but I was unaware of this fact at the time. This does not really change the fact that if this was a Return of the Living Dead sequel, it would have been terrible. But I figure I should mention that because I insult this movie for trying to be a Return of the Living Dead knockoff, or wannabe, when it actually wanted to be and was not. So kudos to me for calling it out, I guess, but I'm also sorry. I will also throw out that the guy that played Bud the Chud did a very good job of being a slapstick comedy, whatever, but it's not what I wanted from a Chud movie, and I'm sorry. No ill will to the actor. Okay, bye.
Our next film up here on the docket for Tubiween is Blade the Iron Cross. So Blade the Iron Cross has no relation to the Marvel character Blade. It is actually Puppet Master 14, I believe. They just didn't want to call it Puppet Master for some reason, and I don't know why, but whatever. But Blade the Iron Cross is a Puppet Master movie that takes place during World War II, like almost every single modern Puppet Master movie does. I don't know why they keep doing this. The only one we got that wasn't set in World War II is Puppet Master The Littlest Reich, and while that's probably the best Puppet Master movie, it is gross in a way that's like, not gross because of, ooh, the gore. It's gross in a way of like, what if these puppets were just committing hate crimes? Gross. I'm conflicted with that one. Thank God it's not. Thank God that one's not on Tubi, so I don't have to try to unpack that right this instant. Blade the Iron Cross stars Tanya Fox, who, from doing some research and some reading some reviews from other people, they seem to be very positive about her. I'm assuming she's from something else, maybe like a TV show somewhere or something. I'm not sure. I kept looking at her because there was something about her where I was like, you look familiar, and I don't know why. And then it kind of dawned on me about halfway through the movie where I was like, I think she was in a previous Puppet Master movie. And she was. She was in 2 of the 3 Puppet Master Axis trilogy movies. There's oh god, here we go. There's Axis Rising, Axis something, and then Axis Termination. I don't remember what the other one is. Put it on screen. And those are like the only dedicated sequel movies in the Puppet Master series, apart from 4 and 5, which were shot at like the same time. Because the whole thing with Puppet Master is, Jesus Christ, the lore does not matter. It changes movie to movie. It changes what date and year Andre Toulon died, changes from movie to movie. Are the puppets evil? Are they not? Changes from movie to movie. How the puppets were made changes from movie to movie. When the puppets were made changes from movie to movie. How the puppets are alive changes from movie to movie. Are they based on people Andre Toulon knew, or are they not at all? Like, there is just no set lore for these movies, and that's kind of a really big detractor for these movies. But just because there's nothing that you can follow besides like just kind of looking at a puppet design and being like, I like that one, and that one's in this movie, so I'm just gonna watch this one. And that kind of sucks. I think of something like the Child's Play series, which has been going on for, if not 30 years, almost 30 years. And everything set up in those Child's Play movies, no matter how bad the movie was, it's still canon today and building off of that. Even the TV show was building off of what those movies had continued to set up, which is like, it does have like the one remake that's like an outlier, but like no one likes that one, so we can just ignore it. So I think of something like that where it's like, yeah, you have a franchise going on 30 plus years and you're able to keep the canon and lore intact. And for Puppet Master, there was never anything. The first movie introduces so much stuff, it ends on kind of a cliffhanger. Cliffhanger's never resolved, and the puppets have a new origin. The second movie ends on like one of the best cliffhangers, and that's never resolved, and now we're in the past for the third movie. And the third movie has a good ending, and nothing's resolved, and then we're on to the fourth and fifth movies, which were shot at the same time, which is basically a script for one movie stretched to 2 movies. It's a fucking disaster. I like the Puppet Master series. They're a goddamn mess. But anyhow, she was in one of those movies, which is cool. Like, okay, fine, yeah, okay, it's one of the same actresses. Cool, I'm glad I recognize that. She's playing the same character, and I didn't realize that. One, because it's been a bit since I've seen the Axis trilogy, so I forgot who the she played. But she's playing the same character, and this movie is like a sequel to those, which again is nothing new to do like a 20, 30, 40 years later sequel. You know, think Halloween and Halloween. It's nothing new to do a sequel like that, but for a franchise as all over the place with its lore, it's bizarre to try to do sequels to specific movies when nothing is really set in place, and now we're trying to set something in place that was set up in these 3 movies in 2012 to 2017, and now we're carrying that, skipping over everything that came in between there, which I think might have only been Littlest Reich, and that was like its own side thing, I guess, but it's just weird to me. It's bizarre. Or she's not playing the same person. Maybe she just has the same name. I don't know. I don't remember. And I'm not making this entire month me rewatching the Puppet Master movies to find out. I'll do that on my own time. But like, it's just weird. Also, I want to point out this movie's an hour and 10 minutes. It is under feature length. It is 70 minutes. So that's another thing to do with these low budget Puppet Master movies, is they are almost all under the 90-minute usual runtime of these schlocky horror movies. They are like short, and we'll get into something else that's even more so. But the movie was written by Neil Marshall Stevens, who has written a couple of things, but the big thing is he wrote the remake of 13 Ghosts, which some people find charming, some people can't stand. I haven't seen it, to be completely honest with you. It might be on Tubi, maybe I'll watch it. I don't know, we'll see. Keep it tuned. Stay tuned to find you. But he wrote that, so, you know, we have something in the writer's credits, I guess. With this being modern full moon, I do want to get a little bit into the production. I don't know anything about the production. I'm going with this off of base speculation, because I kind of know and understand how these low-budget movies are shot. So this modern full moon production, it is shot as cheaply and as efficiently as possible. There are, I think, 3 sets. I think there's like the Nazi dungeon, there's Tanya Fox's apartment, and then there's like the newspaper office, and that's it from what I remember. I think there's like one bathroom that shows up once, and then there's like an alleyway that is very clearly a set. The detective in it is like supposed to be this gruff, grizzled detective. Motherfucker is as old as me and looks about as scary as I do. It does not work. He's embarrassing. There's no effects works for the puppets at all. There's like weird, I don't know if it's green screened or I don't think it's rotoscope, because I don't even think they have the budget to rotoscope, but it's maybe composited onto. I have no idea, but there is the same shot of Blade running for like 1 second, like 24 frames, maybe 29, 30 frames, where Blade's running and it's like all dark. So you can kind of just like insert the shot wherever you need it to fit. And it just looks like they kind of just like made a running animation like really quick and then just kind of click and drug him. And it's only on screen, like I said, for like maybe 30 frames. You're just a puppet! Oh my god! Which is like a little over a second. And it's just enough time for your brain to kind of go, what the f was it? Okay. Like you don't have time to really look at it and analyze what looked wrong about it, but you were like, what the hell was that? For an hour and 10-minute movie, it sure takes a long fucking time before Blade does anything. This is one of the most boring movies I've watched so far. And the way to describe how the puppets are moved, I think is the only best way to do it is to just try and reenact it. So hold on, I have like a stuffed animal over here. Here's one of my kids' teddy bears. So let me hide off frame, illustrate to you how it's done. So he's out of frame like this, and then say they're like, okay, he needs to sit up now, and then they just kind of like raise him like this, just out of frame, and turn him, and then like the shot cuts, because very clearly the dude's hand would be like right here. Or if they're like walking, the walking is done like this, way out of frame, so that the guy's hand isn't like here. Or they shoot it for the dude's hand to be here and then just crop the frame so that the hand isn't visible. So it's just like that. Like there's no, I'm going back to dolls with David Allen's stop motion. There's none of that craftsmanship anymore. They don't have the budget to do it or time. And that kind of is what it is. But it is coming right off the heels of Dolls. To see what they're doing 30 years later is like, whew, that's rough. I guess I could kind of get into the plot real quick. The plot's just kind of nonsensical. Tanya Fox, the girl, I don't even remember what her character's name is, I don't care. Tanya Fox keeps having like dreams because she's like connected to the puppet, and her dreams are like what Blade is doing. Even though she never gave Blade the reanimator serum to make him run around, he's moving. And they don't really explain that at all, and it bothers me. But she's having dreams of this, and then she's able to get a story, because it's not just a newspaper thing, it's like a news organization that she works for. But she's able to get a story of a new murder before the cops even know about it, because she had a dream of Blade POV killing somebody, which also works for the budget, so that way they don't have to try to puppet blade around to stab people. That's a thing that's happening. I believe World War II is over, but there's some like secret Nazis that have infiltrated America, and the Nazis are like trying to perfect Toulon's formula to make undead Nazi soldiers that they can control like puppets, which is something that has been done, I believe I want to say Puppet Master 3 and the Axis trilogy. I think that's like a thing that's been done before, so that's nothing new. And then it's also about a detective following Tanya Fox and covering for her and helping her not be incriminated by investigators because she keeps showing up to crime scenes before it's even reported because she keeps having dream visions of the people dying, and then the detective falls in love with her. I guess all this amounts to is at the end of the movie she's sitting on a chair for tens of minutes just completely naked, and I only mention this because nudity's gonna be a thing in these horror movies. That's just what happens, and there's something about it where it's like, when it's on film, it feels less gross, but when it's on a digital camera, potentially an iPhone even, I can't stop getting the image in my head of like the director standing there with the camera like right here, just like, and I can't get that image out of my head, and it just feels weird, because at least in film, there's like a whole process of like, you gotta have the camera guy there, you gotta have the sound person there, you gotta have whatever. Usually it's a much smaller set whenever there's nudity happening, just because for safety and logistical and even privacy reasons for the most part. You have like the most minimal amount of people you can physically have there, but at least there's other people there. For this, it's almost like I just feel the director's right behind the camera and just breathing into it, and it's just odd. Do I have proof that that's what happened? No. And I will never have proof that that's what happened. But it is just something that comes with the field of filming on very clearly digital, because everybody just has a 4K camera in their pocket now. I just can't help but feel like weirdo perverts are now making these movies for themselves and no one else. Not that didn't happen in the 80s as well on film, it just took a lot more effort to make these weirdo pervert movies because you had to get approved to get film, and film is expensive. That's your main plot. It ends in a wet fart. It sucks. It was so boring. I'm giving this one a solid 1 out of 5 on the Schlockometer. It is just boring. Unless you're like doing a Puppet Master binge, skip it. I wouldn't even bother. There's nothing in it that matters. But yeah, let's move on to movie 3. Dude, that is so embarrassing. Welcome back to Bad Lighting. Blue light, blue shirt, what could go wrong? Our next movie is Spookies, and I'm holding this time because this movie has 3 directors, and I just want to make sure I get all this nailed out right away. Spookies is directed by 3 people. Jeannie Joseph, who made a movie called Mindbenders, and that's it. Brendan Faulkner, who directed Killer Dead, otherwise known as Vegetarian Zombies from Outer Space, and Thomas Duran, who directed this and nothing else. Spookies is about a boy named Billy who ran away from home, I guess, and he goes into a house that's clearly haunted and is spooked by a wolf cat man, gets swiped across the face, falls into an unmarked grave, and then the wolf man's got to dig really fucking fast to bury the kid, who the kid's just getting kind of dirt thrown on him and could very easily stand up, but instead he just kind of gets covered and it's just like, and that's about it. Then Billy's dead. He's gone. He's out of the movie. So our other movie is a group of teenagers and a 40-year-old man are driving because they got kicked out of a party for fighting, I think. And they wander up to the same spooky mansion that the kid showed up at. And this movie's just kind of boring. Not as boring as Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator, but just kind of thinking back on everything, it's just like a buh. So they get to this house, they find like a spirit board. It wasn't a Ouija board, it wasn't like it's like a made for this movie board. And this spirit board possesses one of their friends. I think her name was Carol. Sure, let's go with that. The board possesses Carol. The gang splits up and they encounter different spookies. The one woman encounters like weird fish people. Oh, look at them. Oh shit. Look at that! That's spooky. The one woman encounters muckmen who fart, I guess? What? Why are they farting? What? Yeah, the Duke! No, the Duke! The Duke! I mean, those are cool. It's just we're farting for some reason. There's the Grim Reaper, who is highly explosive, shows up. All right, 47-year-old, what are you gonna do? Huh? Whoa, okay. The Grim Reaper was just laced with explosives, I guess. There's a cool Spider Woman. Ah, look at that! I like the spider spooky. There's a little puppet ghost thing where you can see the puppeteer. Hello? Shakma? Oh my god, you can see the puppeteer down there. And then, after all of that, well, during that, sorry, there's like an old man named Corin? Creon? Creon? I think it's Creon? I don't remember. He looks like Dracula. He's the one who's possessing the board, and he's here to try and kill teenagers so that his wife can be brought back to life with the souls of the kids. Except not all of the kids are dead by the time his wife wakes up and leaves, because, spoiler, it's not his wife. It's just a woman that he obsessively loves, and she, I believe, is implicated to have killed herself just to get away from this fucking guy, only for him, over the course of like 50 years, of killing kids and giving their souls to her to bring her back to life. To which, when she wakes up, she's just like, why the fuck am I alive again? I wanted to get away from me. Jesus Christ. I didn't want you then, and now you're old and look like Dracula. I definitely don't want you now. So then, after our dead teenager movie is over, then it's his wife running around the woods of the Spookies mansion where zombies are clawing at her and trying to get her, and it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. So much so that I was, this was coming right off of Stuff Stephanie in the incinerator. I was struggling to stay awake because it was just too exciting watching this woman running away from zombie after zombie after zombie after zombie. So wait, did the original movie end now? Okay, hell yeah. Yeah, man, let's watch her struggle for like the next 30 minutes. Jesus Christ, this just keeps going. I was joking. This doesn't need to be the last 30 minutes. Holy shit, how long was this going to go on for? Eventually, she gets into a car. Someone picks her up. She gets into the car. She thanks them, and she's like, I need to get the fuck out of here. And then it turns out, oh my god, it's the Cat Wolfman. Dracula comes out of a grave, laughs, movie's over. This one kind of sucked. So the thing with Spookies, it was supposed to be one movie called Twisted Souls. And Twisted Souls was supposed to be about a group of teenagers and a 40-year-old man coming to this mansion, and Carol's getting possessed, and then the Spookies were, I believe, now this is assumption. What is correct is this movie was supposed to be called Twisted Souls. Assumption is the teenagers, 47-year-old man are the main Spookies story, a Twisted Souls story. I believe then it's from insinuation is Carol gets possessed, and then each room has a different spooky caused by Carol. I have this written down specifically. During the editing stage, when Twisted Souls was brought to the editing bay, a financial and legal issue occurred, causing one of the financial backers to hire a new director and a new editor, who then cut stuff out of the movie and then reshot stuff to insert into the movie with none of the same actors, all different people, and just to sprinkle them throughout, which is why the movie opens with Billy, and then it's like Billy doing whatever the fuck, and then it like cuts to these teenagers in the car abruptly, and then it abruptly cuts back to Billy doing whatever, back to the teenagers abruptly, and it's also why every cut of Dracula doing whatever is also just an abrupt cut to Dracula doing whatever, because I don't believe that was the original intention, and then they renamed it Spookies for some reason. So I watched it knowing that that was the case, that there was a lot of studio interference and that kind of stuff. It interests me. This just wasn't this was not interesting studio interference. There's no like really big story to break here. It's just the movie was gonna suck. Financial and legal issues happened. Somebody came in and just decided to make their own movie on top of it and then inserted into it's just not Our 47-year-old teenager becomes like the hero of the movie. And see, this is the problem. Stuff Stephanie in the incinerator was insultingly boring. This one's just boring because they tried. and it's almost depressing. Like I'm not doing a whole lot of talking with my hands and moving because it's not a whole lot of energy to explain this one. The 47-year-old teenager becomes our main character. He jumps headfirst through a door at one point, which was awesome.
I guess the Duke's dead now. Time to sleep.
Fights off the Grim Reaper, who fucking explodes, and then it's him and like 2 other people, and they encounter Carol. And Carol kills them both, I think. I'm assuming in the original plot, she did something to pin them to the ground, and then they got back up to fight her or something. But instead, in Spookies, Carol does something to pin them to the ground, and then it cuts to the woman in the woods running away from zombies, and we never see these characters ever again. Because then the woman running through the woods, or running away from zombies, it just keeps going and going and going and going and going and going until she gets in the car, and then, oh my god, whatever. I think she also stabs her husband at one point. I don't know. It's also very funny because she has an encounter with a spooky, which is where like the witch puppet, where you can see the puppeteer, comes in. Her encounter with the spooky is very clearly done at a much lower budget comparatively to everything else. Because some of the monsters look pretty good. That's the thing that kept me engaged, is it was just like stretches of boring nothing, boring, boring, boring. Hey, cool creature, boring, 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 boring. Did the Grim Reaper just fucking explode? Boring, boring, boring. Weird little fish monster, boring, boring. Those muckmen are farting, boring, boring. Zombies, boring. Chasing, boring. And then it ended. That's Spookies. Spookies! It's not great. I really don't have much more to say about it besides the woman at the end who was getting chased by the zombies was apparently supposed to be topless. They didn't want to pay her enough to be topless, so she wasn't. And then every other subsequent movie that she's in, she has nudity, and every single other movie is directed by her husband. That comes straight from IMDb trivia. That's not something I discovered. That's just a funny thing that I read, and I thought I would relay it. Yes, yeah, it's Spookies! Spookies! So that's gonna wrap up this, the most boring episode ever. Tune in tomorrow for an actual good movie for once. I know, we can do that? It's crazy. Hey! Poor woman, but pretty cool stop motion effect. What the fuck? That's a cool looking whatever the hell it is. Welcome back to another movie that's probably tied for the most whatever award since Spookies. And I kind of hate to say that because I feel like this movie has some fairly dedicated fans, and I'm probably going to piss some people off, but that's fine. I can deal. I'm 27. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Who cares anymore? Tourist Trap. Tourist Trap is directed by David Schmoller, director of the very first Puppet Master. He's to blame. And Please Kill Mr. Kinski, which is a whole story in and of itself. I don't really want to get into, but I will briefly because I put it down because it's the only other thing that's super notable. David Schmoller was directing a movie called Crawl Space, where he had to work with an actor named Peter Kinski. Something Kinski. His last name is Kinski. And this guy has a reputation, apparently, for being a real strict, hard knocks piece of shit to work with. And everybody hated working with this fucking guy, to the point that David Schmoller and another actor, or another person, co-directed a 5-minute short film called Please Kill Mr. Kinski. That's it. That's the background. There's probably more in-depth stuff and examples, but we got 2 back-to-back star-studded casts. We had Lance Henriksen in Pumpkinhead, and in this one we got
Chuck Connors
of Soylent Green and Terror Squad fame. I also think he's the Rifleman, but who gives a shit about that old show?
the Rifleman. Chuck Connors.
Tourist Trap can be very simply explained with it is standard teenagers going to the woods. I don't think they're teenagers, I think they're 20-somethings. They make mention the 2 of them married, whatever. It doesn't, who cares? Okay, we'll move on. 2, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 6. I think it's 6 20-somethings go into the woods, and one dude gets a flat tire and leaves to go to a service station. He dies immediately. It doesn't matter. His name was Woody. He dies. So now it's down to 5. And now our group of main 5 is 3 girls. No, it's only 4. It's 3 girls and 1 guy. Never mind. Woody was the 5th. So our group is now 3 girls, 1 guy, and their Jeep breaks down. and they can't diagnose what the problem was. They can't figure it out. The guy also isn't a mechanic. He makes a joke that he's in law school. He doesn't know what the f he's talking about with cars. Okay, yeah, I get it. I also don't know what I'm talking about with cars. Look where I am. They wander around the woods. The girls do. The guy stays back with the car. They wander around the woods. They run into Chuck Connors, and Chuck Connors is very charming in this movie. He's a very charming fella, and he invites them back to his place while he goes and helps Jerry, was the guy's name, go fix the car. And they're gone for a bit. And it happens. There's a house next door. We get a side thing about how Chuck Connors' brother was a wax figure sculptor. He was hired by somebody in New York, so he's not around. Chuck Connors' wife is dead, so he's just been alone. That's that. And then people start disappearing and turning into wax or turning into mannequins. And turns out, oh my god, Chuck Connors was the evil brother, and Chuck Connors has been murdering people and dressing up as a mannequin to kill people, and also has telekinetic powers that are never explained. He just has them. Move on, shut up. And then the movie ends with our female lead killing Chuck Connors with a hatchet in the back of the fucking skull, and leaving in the same Jeep that wasn't working, but now all of a sudden is, and now she has the mannequin replicas of her friends in the car. Freeze frame, credits roll. I told you all of that in like 4 minutes. The movie takes 1 hour and 29 minutes to do it. To be fair, I watched the uncut version. There is a shorter one that's 1 hour 25, but I figured I'll watch the uncut one. Maybe there's some added stuff, and I'm sure there is. There's 5 minutes of added stuff, so I couldn't tell you exactly what's added, what's not supposed to be there, but I'd almost guarantee you that the hour 25 cut probably has a little bit. It doesn't feel as slow at times. I just watched the uncut one just because I was like, maybe it has more gore. Who knows? I don't know. This movie's rated PG, so I wasn't really expecting a whole lot, and honestly, that's fine. I have no qualms with a horror movie. Does not have to be a gory slop mess for me to like it. It just has to be interesting, and this one was not. It just wasn't all that interesting to me, at least. I guess if you're like really afraid of mannequins, this will probably do something for you. I used to be, not so much anymore. I still won't like them in real life, but they're not going to do anything for me in movies. And by that, I don't mean like the Target mannequins will scare me. I mean, like, I don't know, you go to like a museum and they got those wax figures that move. I just don't like them. I just, when Abraham Lincoln's like moving and he looks at me, I just want to fucking, 4-7, 4-7 punches to your face. I'm so fucking tired. This movie's so fucking boring. It's just boring. It's not a crime against God, like stuff that her into the incinerator, but it was just kind of boring. I understand the cult following that it has. I get it. There's some stuff in there that's interesting enough. It's just not for me. It was just kind of without. I would say this movie would get a like half score lower if Chuck Connors wasn't in it. I almost fell over there. I don't even know what happened. Chuck Connors in this movie is so good, and I know I just got done fucking filleting Lance Hendrickson for being so good in Pumpkinhead. Chuck Connors in this movie is also incredible. So committed to this bit that it's fascinating to watch him, and when he's not totally insane, he is so charming and like just so like, I don't know, soft-spoken, or like, when he's telling you things about his past, I genuinely feel bad for him. He's so good in this movie, and that was shocking to me because I think to like Terror Squad, where he just doesn't care and he's over it. But again, I think this was like maybe 8 to 10 years prior or before Terror Squad, so this was 1979, Terror Squad was 80 something. He was probably more over it then than he was in 79. But yeah, he's really charming, and I really liked watching him in this movie. This one's also going to be like mercifully short, just because I really don't have a whole lot to say. There was never really any standout moments besides of course, besides Jerry jumping out the window. I gotta talk about Jerry jumping out the window. Hey, here we go. Jerry jumps out the window. So beyond that, it was just kind of there. This feels like, well, you know what? There is something to talk about. The Puppet Master involvement. This, to my surprise, was a Full Moon production. I knew it was Charles Band Associated beforehand, but I thought that this was Empire Pictures because this is 1979. But it opened up with the Full Moon logo, and that threw me for a loop. And then the director also directed the first Puppet Master. So there's our connections, I guess. But there's something to talk about. It was a Full Moon movie, and I did not register that. I didn't know that until going into it. I swear, I promise, I'm not trying to watch only Full Moon movies. If that was the goal, I would have specified that. But I'm not trying. He just keeps coming back. I just look for a title that looks interesting, and then I click play, and we see what happens. Overall, Tourist Trap was just kind of there. This very much seems like a lazy Sunday afternoon movie, which is hilarious because I watched it on a lazy Sunday afternoon, and it just made me more lethargic and bored. I do think as a net positive, if you have kids or are a younger person yourself who was kind of like me in my teen years where I didn't want to watch horror movies, but I had a fascination with them, so I would rather watch people talk about horror movies than watch them myself at the time. Tourist Trap is probably a pretty good starter horror movie. I would say this and like Gremlins. Gremlins definitely. You'll probably like Gremlins more. You should really I'd honestly just watch Gremlins. But for like starter horror movies for like a younger demographic, a Tourist Trap isn't bad. There's barely any blood. Chuck Connors gets a hatchet to the back of the head, but it's not. I don't say it's not violent. It's violent in concept, but it's not like his head just doesn't fucking explode like Tom Savini's. So that's there. One girl gets a knife in the back of her neck, but again, not really that violent. Not really that bloody, I'll say. So I think this would be a fine like introductory horror movie if you wanted something that way. But overall, it just didn't vibe with me. I don't fault anybody for liking this, and I understand where the cult following comes from. I totally get it. I understand. It just wasn't for me. Overall, Tourist Trap is getting a 2 out of 5 for me. I think it would have probably been 1.5 if Chuck Connors wasn't so goddamn charming in this movie. If Chuck Connors wasn't here, and it was like somebody else, I don't even know who, Guy Rolfe, more Puppet Master connections, why not? If it was Guy Rolfe, I don't think it would have worked as well. Or maybe it would have, because he's also really fucking sweet and pleasant in Dolls too, so I don't know. Maybe it would have worked better. Maybe this movie would have been like a 5-star, perfect. I don't know. The Tourist Trap was just okay. With that, tune in tomorrow for The Unknown. I don't know what's next. I've watched these movies in a batch, and here I am now. Bye. This movie's rated PG, Tubi. Hold on.
Like it's Tubi's fault.
Yeah, it's all Tubi's fault. No, it's 1979 PG. So they could have a boob or two in it. Welcome back to Tubiween. I'm wearing a hat now. That's what I'm doing. I don't know. We're talking about, I decided to dive back into some more modern stuff just to see what was there. And I remembered seeing a TikTok with a movie clip from a movie that looked like a Terrifier knockoff called The Jester. I watched The Jester. I have some thoughts, but we'll get the basic information out of the way first, and then I will delve into it. Because I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about it, and also people's responses to it. Here's some basic shit. The Jester is directed by Colin Krawchuk. He hasn't really directed anything else of note, except the original Jester short film and the sequel short film, I believe. The Jester and the newly released this year Jester 2. It is unfortunately not on Tubi from what I was looking, so I won't be touching on the Jester 2 this time. But that's what it seems like he's done. It seems like he's a very, very, very small-time, low-budget director, and good for him. Compared to other slop that I've seen coming out from this time, this is leagues better. The only kind of sort of big star in this movie is Matt Servito, who just... he's one of those actors where you see him in a movie, and you're like, oh, it's that guy. But you never know his name. He's played a bunch of small roles in like Enchanted and Hitch, the Will Smith comedy from like 2003. But yeah, he's that's like the biggest name they could get. Nothing to Matt Servito if you're watching for some reason. But yeah, it's just like that's like the biggest name they could get, which is fine. You know, whatever. It's a small movie, small. I don't. My point with all of this like kind of deliberation is I don't want to be too mean to The Jester, because I'm seeing online from I tend to never really look at critic reviews unless it is for more of an arty-farty movie. When it's an arty-farty movie and the critics have a pretty high score, I'm more interested. But there's also another detail to that, where it's like, if it's an arty-farty movie and the critic score is like 95%, but then the audience score is like 32, I'm like, that's probably a good movie. Whereas if a movie has a critic score of like 32%, but the audience score is at like even 80 something, then I'm like, that was probably it's probably bad. And then the worst of the worst is if the audience and the critic score 1% point, 2% point off each other. Movie's probably the most mediocre thing you'll ever see in your life. That's usually how that goes. For something like this, I wouldn't even bother looking at critic reviews, because I just assume it's horror, they're gonna hate it. So I rely a lot on audience reviews for horror. The Letterboxd score for this movie is like a 1.7, which is crazy to me. That's nuts. I don't think Stuff Stephanie and the Incinerator is even that low. Or Blade the Iron Cross is that low. Or fucking Spookies. And I think this movie's better than all of those. Definitely better than the Stuff Stephanie and the Incinerator. Shit actually happens in this movie. So like, it's bizarre to me, because this movie's getting crucified online, or was, not so much anymore, but it was getting crucified online, and it's like, it's a low-budget mystical slasher movie. Like, is it just because he's wearing a mask you immediately think it's a Terrifier knockoff? Because this movie's not, really. Maybe that was the goal, and if that was the goal, then they missed the goal hard. But it's more thoughtful than the Terrifier movies, where the Terrifier movies are just for... you just want to watch those to watch people get gored, and I mean, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, fine, I like the first Terrifier enough. The second one tries to have a story. It goes on for too fucking long, but it tries to have a story. And I've never seen the third one. I truthfully could not give a shit. I don't care. I should see it. I'm 2 movies in at this point. I really should see it, but every time I think about it, I'm just like, man, that's like pulling teeth. This movie, I guess just from public perception, was just trying to be a Terrifier knockoff. And again, it's not really gory. It has some moments. A dude getting all of his teeth yanked out in his eyeballs, that's pretty crazy. That's awesome. I don't give a shit. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. That's like the worst it gets. That guy gets decapitated, but it's like there's like barely any blood. Not as much as there would be in real life and or a Terrifier movie. So it doesn't feel like it's trying to be that. And The Jester is more thoughtful than Art the Clown, I'll say. I don't want to come off too... I don't want to make it sound too ambitious, because I'm not sure if it's really being ambitious. It's definitely a matter of... I think the director had a pretty decent idea of what he wanted this movie monster to be, and I think unfortunately most audiences didn't want it to be this. They wanted to see another Art the Clown slaughterfest, and that's not what you get here. What you get here is more of a story about trauma, and the Jester kind of forcing people to deal with this trauma head on, through violent means sometimes, through the loss of other life sometimes, but it's like the most extreme way that you could try to tackle trauma. The really basic rundown is Emma is our main girl, and she has a half-sister named JC. Emma's father left the family when she was young because the father wanted nothing to do with her. He had another daughter with another person and was much more of a father figure to JC than he was to Emma, because he actually cared for JC. Years later, the father's trying to call Emma and make amends. She tells him to fuck off, rightfully so, and then he kills himself, except he didn't kill himself. The Jester hung him and made it look like a suicide. The Jester is wholeheartedly, no questions asked, magical in this movie. He's teleporting around, he's hanging people with nooses that he's not touching. They're just like he's taking people's teeth out without touching them, eyes out without touching them. Like, he's just magical. And if you can get over that, then fine. If you can get across that bridge, then cool. From then on, it is JC kind of trying to make amends with Emma. Emma just being like, I kind of want to try to have a relationship here, but I can't look at you as anything more than the perfect child that I wasn't, because dad was in your life and not in mine. He hated me, whatever. And then it's just like the Jester chooses to kind of follow Emma around and forces her to see visions of what she internalizes her father to have been thinking and or saying to her, to then get over that trauma. And it kind of just ends with everyone being fine, and the Jester isn't really there. I mean, he's following Emma at the end, like he's always kind of hanging around, which I see that as a way to be like, yes, you may have tackled your trauma, or you may have moved past or beyond your trauma, but it's always going to be lingering there, and you never know what could set it off. And that's kind of how I am taking that, and that's why I feel like this movie's a little bit more ambitious than people are giving it credit for, unless I'm looking too far into it, because I will still say, all around, the movie itself is kind of boring, with kind of really interesting topics and subjects being tackled through it. I don't think this needed to be an hour and a half. This probably could have been a 70-minute go for it all kind of thing. But again, then that's not feature length, and you're not a full moon movie, and you probably don't want to be lumped into a full moon movie, as we've been over. So I get it. I just feel like this movie was more ambitious than what the budget or maybe talent involved in was able to give it. Not to say that, you know, the people involved aren't talented. The guy playing the Jester, I should have wrote his name down. I didn't. I'll put him here. The guy playing the Jester is fully committed to it and is very good at it. Comparably so to Art the Clown, where that actor is also just like fully committed to art. As much as I don't really like the Terrifier movies as they are, I mean no ill will to the dude playing Art. He's in it. He's committed, and it's impressive. It's really fun to watch him, and that's mainly why you're watching it. You're watching it so that you can see Art do shit. The guy playing the Jester he's committed. He's fully in it, and you can feel that. And I genuinely believe that there was a passion from the director to make something interesting here, and I think he's like 40% of the way there. I think it's like 40% of the way interesting. And I hope, I see the Jester 2 has higher scores, so I'm hoping he might have crossed that bar, though I haven't seen it yet and I can't say anything, so we'll see. It looks like he has fully committed to being a Terrifier knockoff in the second one. I haven't seen any trailers. I've literally only just read reviews, and it seems like he has gone the way of his detractors and committed to being a Terrifier knockoff, where it is now a gore fest. And if that is truly the case, then I think the Jester has missed the mark, because I genuinely think for this first feature-length movie, it's really ambitious, and he's so close to being, which is going to sound so mean, but he's so close to being average that it's interesting. It is like I said, 40% of the way there, and if it just crossed that 50 percentile margin, then I don't think people would have hated it as much. I also think most people are just stupid. I know that you see the cover, you see the guy dressed up in the mask and the suit, and you think Terrifier knockoff. As soon as it's not that, either turn it off or realize that it's not that and get the fuck over it and just watch the movie. Don't review it as a failure of a Terrifier knockoff, because I don't think that that's what it was trying to do. And that's what a lot of the reviews I'm seeing are just like, oh, the half star, bad Terrifier knockoff, 1 star, had some fun watching it with friends, but it's a bad Terrifier knockoff. It's like, I don't think that it was supposed to be that. And it worries me that if the sequel is more committed to being a Terrifier knockoff, then we've missed the point. And it's our fault, probably. So, I don't know, I kind of liked it. I'm not full-heartedly being like, you should watch this, but if you have seen it for whatever reason, whether it was through clips on TikTok or something months ago, maybe give it another shot and just try not to view it as what you think it's going to be, and just let the movie tell its own story. I will say the acting is a little rough, but again, low budget, first time making like a real feature-length film. I totally get it, don't care, that's fine. I'm so okay with looking past bad acting when it's like a first time whatever. I'm so okay with looking past bad acting, poor cinematography, and bad lighting if what you're presenting as a first-time filmmaker is something that's kind of interesting. And this movie was something interesting given those mistakes. And I just kind of feel bad for the director. If, again, I could just be putting my thoughts in his mouth, and that's not at all what the point was, and maybe it was a failure at a Terrifier knockoff. I don't know. I'm just gonna end this one with, I thought it was pretty good for what it was. Don't go into it being a Terrifier knockoff, because it's not really a Terrifier knockoff. Maybe the sequel is, I don't know. I'll watch it at some point and give you maybe next year, who knows, if it's on Tubi. I don't know. But I'm confidently leaving this one with a 2 out of 5 on the Schlockometer. Just didn't quite reach that mark of being 2.5 for me. A solid 2 because it's just right there. It's just interesting enough that it hurts that it doesn't quite hit the mark. I don't know. I was okay with it. I wasn't miserable. Overall, little boring, but once it starts picking up towards the latter half where it should get more intense, it's interesting. I liked it. I fucked with it. Anywho, that's the end of The Jester, and tomorrow we'll be moving on to a movie that I've seen prior but remembered nothing about, and wanted to revisit it for this. So stay tuned for that one. All right, man, you got the chance to do something really fucking cool here. Let's see. This will make or break the entire movie, depending on what he does to these cops here. Huh. What? Look it back at him. Welcome back to day 4 of Tubiween. Our next movie is our first Italian giallo horror film, Demons. I was told to watch Demons by somebody I work with. That's mainly the reason it was on my radar, and it was on Tubi, so I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna watch it. We'll get into some of the deets, and then we'll get into the plot, and then I'll give you my opinions. This is the 4th one now. We should know how this works. Demons is directed by Lamberto Bava. He also directed the sequel, A Blade in the Dark, Devilfish. I don't know enough Italian horror to know if those are anything. So, curious thing to mention that I immediately picked up on in the opening credits that made me very excited was the musical score done by, I never say his name right. The musical score was done by Claudio Simonetti. I never say his name right. I always want to throw an L in Simonetti. I always want to say like Simonetti, and that's not. I want to make sure that I get his name right because I fucking love his music. He did the score for Dawn of the Dead, Hands of Steel, Primal Rage, something else I have written down, Deep Red. Yeah, it's just a great score, just pumping music, and it is such a different score. Is not necessarily something I'm going to talk about too much because I don't really care, but when he is scoring horror movie, it is not your standard atmospheric horror movie music. If you've never seen a movie that he has scored, it is usually like just pumping metal or like pumping just some kind of rock song to just like give the scene more energy. It's really hard to explain, and this movie has licensed music in it. Motley Crue I think is in it, Billy Idol I know for sure is in it, and those, you know, they just kind of feel like they're there because they have the license, or maybe they didn't. It is Italian, they just kind of steal shit. Not to say that Italians steal shit, but I know the Italian movies were stealing shit constantly. Night Killers was released over there as Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 before Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3 was actually made. Dawn of the Dead was released as a Zombie over there. And then they made 5 sequels to Zombie, which are technically sequels to Dawn of the Dead, and then they came over here as Zombie 2 was Zombie 1 and Zombie 3 was Zombie 2 over here. Like, Italians, okay? When he does the music, it is a highlight of the movie, and that's probably the biggest positive I have for this movie is the score. When it plays, it does not play enough. I wish there was more of his music in it. When it plays, it is immediately like back on board. Energy's back up. You're fucking in it again. The plot synopsis is girl. I don't remember her name. I'm not going to remember the name of any of the people. The guy's name was George. I remember that. Girl is on like a train in the beginning of the movie. She sees a dude with like a metallic mask. And she gets off the subway train, whatever, and he gives her a free ticket to a movie screening, and she meets up with a friend. Ooh, I think I remember another name. I think her friend's name was Kathy. Don't remember what the main girl's name was, but Kathy. She meets up with her friend Kathy, and they go see this movie, and then while they're seeing the movie, these two machismo dude bros walk over and try to impress them by getting a can of Coke out of the Coke machine, and the one guy's name is George. I remember that. George has the hots for main girl, and Italian Ralph Macchio has the hots for Kathy. There's our main characters. Do they have any characterization whatsoever? No. Apart from girl is girl, Kathy is friend. Ralph Macchio, Italian Ralph Macchio is there. And George is your standard movie macho guy. And main girl, unfortunately, does nothing but just get in the way. And it's not that is her character, it is just it's just kind of written so poorly that she's constantly just cast aside, and they don't give her any character whatsoever. But during the movie, turns out to be a horror movie, and stuff that happens in the movie starts happening in the movie theater. The movie in the movie is about like somebody puts on a mask, and it scratches them, and then they turn into a demon, a la JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, with the mask turning into a vampire. Except the difference is I like JoJo uncomfortably more. In the lobby, which it just, let me get into my issues, because I really did not like this movie, which is strange, because looking at like critical and just regular people's reviews of this movie, this technically is like the highest rated movie we've watched so far in this marathon, and I just did not care at all. The way that the demons are unleashed in the movie theater is so circumstantial, of like whoever the planned this, because that's also never explained. It's never explained who planned for this to happen. Like, it's never gotten into, which like maybe is fine, like maybe exposition, we don't need it, but I kind of just like wish there was some explanation as to what the was going on, because, and maybe I'm missing something. I clearly did, because it has generally fairly positive reviews for what it is. I thought it was fine, I just wanted more from it. But in the lobby of the theater, there's a statue holding a replica of the mask that's in the movie, and whoever's plan this was just needed to rely on somebody being stupid enough or dumb enough, or like rebellious enough, whatever, to take the mask off the statue and put it on their own face so that it could cut them when they took it off. But if nobody did that, would this have happened still? Does it have to be from the mask? Do they have to just be watching the movie and just like get a paper cut? Because if that's the case, my thumbs are dry as shit. I'm bleeding from my thumbs all the time. If I'm watching this movie and I just like scratch my thumb a little bit, am I fucked? Like, probably not. It probably has to be the mask. So then if she didn't put the mask on, none of this would have happened. and they probably all just would have watched a bog standard boring horror movie and went home bored and annoyed. So that's the main thing, is that there's a mask in the lobby, a woman puts it on, it scratches her face, and then in the movie, as soon as they mention in the movie, within the movie, that this dude puts the mask on, takes it off, scratches his face, and then he turns into a demon in the movie, the girl who put the mask on in real life in the movie starts to turn, and I'll give this. The effects work is really fun when the scratch that she has like bubbles up into a boil and like just bursts this like white pus. That was fucking gross. That's really good. Uh-oh. Ugh. Ew. And consistently throughout it, I was just kind of like dipping in and out of like, am I interested in this? Do I even care? And then when that happened, it like perked me back up again. I was like, oh cool, we're gonna get some like gross Italian gore. Let's go. And while that's there, it just isn't fun. I just don't care. And then so it just turns into like a zombie outbreak movie, but they're not zombies, they're demons, except they kind of just behave exactly like zombies. There's a blind guy who gets demonized and is able to make it out of the movie theater, and then that kind of just leads to like a zombie movie happening outside the theater that we don't know about until at the very end our characters escape, and then they see society has just fucking fallen. In the time that they were in the theater to getting outside, society has just fallen apart, which I think could have been an interesting way to take it. It's just didn't care. I didn't give a shit. And I especially really didn't give a shit because the only two people that are left alive is George and our main girl. And George, the statue that had the demon thing, is also holding like a katana. He takes the katana and is now riding a motorcycle in the movie theater, slicing the demons to bits, which is admittedly fun. But there's like a bit there where it's shown that he gets like scratched on his shoulder or like bicep or whatever. And it's previously been shown that if people don't have to be bit by these demons to turn, they get like vomited on or scratched or whatever, and then they turn. So the whole fucking final fight, I'm waiting for him to just like show symptoms of turning, show whatever, and like that's like we the viewer, oh, we know he's gonna turn, but he's not saying anything. Oh god, our main girl is in danger, but she has to stick with him because like he's the only one who's making an effort to get out, because our main girl can't fucking do anything by herself because that's the way she's written. And they get out, and then the dude in the fucking mask from the beginning of the movie shows back up for some reason, and then they escape through a hole in the roof, and instead of just like kicking him into the hole and having to fend for himself against the demons and saying, you know, fuck that guy, we're out, they do like the most barbaric shit of like pinning him to the ground, sticking a bar on his neck, and then like just jamming his face in the rebar, which is like, there's a hole right there. Like, is anybody, whoop, like nobody thought to do that? Nah, barbarically impale his fucking skull with this rebar that's sticking up. A dumb complaint, but I'm just kind of like, that just felt like you wanted to do that effect, and like, fine, it's a good looking effect, but it's just like, I don't feel like these characters are motivated enough to be this barbaric. But yeah, then they escape, and then again, I'm still waiting for George to turn. They get to ground level, they see that society outside has crumbled, it's fallen, and then a Jeep comes by, picks them up, and it's like a family of three, like I believe a mother, father, and like their son. The son is a good moment where he just like takes a shotgun out the side of the Jeep and just shoots somebody on the street. That was really funny. But they're standing in the Jeep, and out of fucking nowhere, the credits start rolling, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we're done. Like, I guess George just isn't turning. We'll deal with that in the sequel, I guess. I don't know. And then the credits break midway through, and then main girl turns into a demon who George promptly punches off the van, and then she's never seen again. And I'm like, when the f*** did she even get bitten or scratched or vomited on? Why did she turn? And George, who clearly has this open fucking gash in his bicep that he got from one of these f***ers as he's riding around on a motorcycle, slicing him to pieces, we're just gonna ignore that? It really felt like they wanted like an ending stinger that would have been like a big like plot twist, but your big ending stinger was right there. We're all just, at least for me, I'm just waiting for the obvious fucking thing to happen. And just because it's obvious doesn't mean it still wouldn't be shocking if it managed to wait that long for him to turn when he's in this Jeep with this family who has literally a child in it. Yeah, that probably could have been a little bit more intense. And yeah, we knew it was coming. But no, girl, who did nothing in the movie because she was written so fucking poorly, just gets decked off the Jeep, and then the movie is actually over. So yeah, there's that. And then there's a side plot of cokeheads, coke fiends in a car just driving, and it doesn't connect for an uncomfortable amount of time. Like, I was waiting for why we were seeing this. I knew that they were going to get to the theater at some point, but it just kept going, of them just like snorting coke in the car. The one girl, they drop the coke, dude stops the car, they have to pick up the coke now, put it back in the coke can that they're snorting it from, which was like, okay. And then there's like a weird bit where the dude is like, uh-oh, some coke went down your shirt, to the one girl in the group, and then he's like caressing her nipple with a razor blade and then cuts her boob, and then she dies like 5 minutes later, and it's like, what a sick screen time you had, I guess. Not your fault. As an actress, you just were casted as somebody who was disposable. But eventually, yeah, they get to the theater, and I'm now expecting, okay, finally, these fucking people have something. Like, there's a way out now, because that's the other thing. The theater, like, magically seals itself shut. They can't leave. There's a wall now at the entrance that's never explained. I guess it doesn't need to be explained because demons or whatever, but, like, and it's just... So now these cokeheads are in there, and I'm just kind of, like, waiting, like, okay, now are they going to be the ones to save our protagonists? Like, are they going to, like, help? Like, oh, we found a way in, we know a way out. No, the girl gets killed on screen. The other three are never seen again. Assumedly, they were killed and are part of the demon horde that the guy is slicing with the samurai sword. Never seen again. We never get, like, a visual clarification that that's who they are. It's just, I assume that's what happened. It just feels like a wasted, like, just wasted potential. Because I like movies that are in one location. I have nothing wrong with that. If it can be done, if you can do it and do it well, it's very compelling. But I just didn't give a shit. And especially because they didn't bother to give any of the characters that were following a character. Like, I'll go back to Dr. Death. They gave the characters the most minimum amount of characterization. We had the pervy guy, we had the main girl who was looking for a family member, we had one of the chicks was like sleeping with one of the elderly people because he would pay her to do so, which is like gross, but hey, that's something she did and referenced a couple times. Like, we had just tiny bits of characterization that I can latch onto, and there was nothing in Demons. And I've learned over just watching these 4 movies that now what I give a shit about is if you give me the tiniest breadcrumb of a character trait, I will find a way to latch onto it and like this character. That was a gnat. There was nothing in that in Demons, at least for me, because what the most characterization we got was from the cokeheads, and they basically were all the same person, except one was girl who got assaulted with a razor blade for a second. I did not, as much as I'm bashing it, I will say Claudio Simonetti's score goes crazy. The lighting, especially, which is something I'm always looking for in Giallo movies, is the lighting. I fucking love when shit gets intense and it's just like blood red on the screen or blue for some reason. Like the lighting, they just throw gels in front of the lights and we just get colored light. I love that. And we did have some of that. We had some cool gore effects of, I really like the one demon that gets his fingers cut off because he sticks in the spokes of the motorcycle and then they just get grind. Like that was funny. Then we had some good gore. Like I said, that pus thing, that was fucking nasty. But overall, it was just like, it's just missing something. It is just the most okay horror movie I've seen so far. It's not worse than Blade the Iron Cross, not by a long shot. I unfortunately like Dr. Death more. So yeah, I'm giving Demons on the Schlockometer a 2 out of 5. I'm sorry, I really just did not care for it. I guarantee that's not going to be the last Italian movie that we watch. I'm recording these as I watch them, so I don't even know what's next yet. God, I'm sure there'll be more Italian movies, and hopefully I'll like them more than this one, because this is like Suspiria and this one I've heard the most about. It just didn't do it. It just didn't do it for me. I like Suspiria. I just didn't really care for Demons that much. But well, come back tomorrow, and we're gonna watch something that I don't even know what it is yet. So I'll see you then. I need to know why this chick's dressed up like Buddy the Elf. So you read the title and you still came, huh? More power to you. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Yeah, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is a horror comedy homage to 1950s monster movies. And I'm confidently saying that it's an homage to 50s B movies without looking anything up because of the opening title sequence. And I don't even, if that is not true, and it is not supposed to be an homage to 50s B movies, they put this movie up from the start because the title sequence has a song related to the Killer Tomatoes, which immediately made me think of the 1958 Blob with its song during the title sequence about the Blob. Oh no! We're in for some shit! John DeBello, what are you doing? Which I can't play because I tried to play it 4 years ago at this point on this channel for a childhood trauma video, and that got flagged. So I couldn't use it, so I'm not going to play it, but you'll just have to look it up. I'm so frustrated about that because who the f*** is going out of their way to copyright claim the Blob theme song? Whatever. So, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, directed by John DeBello. Now, John DeBello has no biography on Letterboxd. I'm sure there's something. I'm just using Letterboxd because it's easy and I have it. I have now learned there are 4 of these Killer Tomato movies. I thought there were 2. I thought there was Attack of the Killer Tomatoes and Killer Tomatoes Return, or Return of the Killer Tomatoes. No. There's Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, Return of the Killer Tomatoes with George Clooney, Killer Tomatoes Eat France, and Killer Tomatoes Strike Back. I also read somewhere that there's a Killer Tomatoes movie in development, like currently, about like the tomatoes fighting AI or something. I don't know where I read that or whatever, but somewhere on here I found it. I'm not going to search it out. But Attack of the Killer Tomatoes stars David Miller, who hasn't been in much, George Wilson, who has also not been in much, Sharon Taylor, who has been in Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, J. Stephen Peace, who has been in nothing but Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, and Happy Hour, also directed by the same guy. We've also got John DeBello starring in the movie as a janitor, and a guy named Charles White. John DeBello also does the opening score for this movie, so multi-talented. Now, I also did not know that this was a musical. I was unaware that this was a musical. I knew this definitely had to be a horror comedy. Didn't know this was a musical. This struck me out of left field as much as Poltergeist being a musical did. Poltergeist had more songs, though. Poltergeist had like 5 to 7 songs. This movie has 3. And they happen so infrequently that when it does, I'm immediately dumbfounded. I'm baffled that it's happening. Huh? What? Well, sorry, it has 4 if we're including the opening credits music. But they happen so infrequently that when it would happen, it would baffle me. I didn't know how to react. Sure. We're getting a striptease? Oh, I guess he just undid his shirt. A movie like this, you can't describe the plot. Well, I can, but it is so... Tomatoes are killing people. The military is trying to stop them. They eventually stop the killer tomatoes. That's it. What this movie does have in its favor is decent humor sometimes. Sometimes the bit doesn't land, but unlike Chud 2, where the bit doesn't land and then we go somewhere else and then we cut back and the bit's still happening, this movie, when a bit doesn't land, it goes to a different thing to start a new bit. And then when we come back to these characters, by God, they've moved on too. So can't fault it for that. If the bit doesn't work, they drop it. And I cannot, because I have definitely seen worse. So I can't fault them for that. And this whole movie is basically just a vehicle to drive from one bit to the next. And that is basically it. And there's also a story that happens in between there that doesn't really matter. What's interesting about this is this had to have at some point inspired Tim Burton when he did his not so great Mars Attacks movie, because the same thing kind of happens in this movie with how they beat the Martians in Mars Attacks. I'm gonna spoil Attack of the Killer Tomatoes for you, okay? So if you're a big Attack of the Killer Tomatoes head and really want to watch this and have not seen it, now's your time to leave, okay? If you've been planning all week to watch Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, this is your time to leave, all right? I'm sorry I got to do this to you, but you've been warned, all right? Okay. So the way that they dispatch of the Killer Tomatoes, because apparently the guns don't work, even though I think a shotgun would be enough, but apparently not. There's this song that's played throughout the whole movie called like Puberty Love, and it's a song that's intentionally terrible. Whenever it comes on the radio, some people freak out and they're like, turn this off, so they'll turn it off, and like it's a joke. And I called it like halfway through the movie when it showed up twice. It showed up once before and then it showed up for a different scene, and I was just like, this is going to be the Mars Attacks ending, isn't it? Oh my god, is it that annoying fucking song that keeps playing on the radio that's gonna stop the tomatoes? Did I figure it out? Yep, they gather up all the people to a stadium and start playing this song over the loudspeakers at the stadium, which the tomatoes have grown. It's mentioned that they were trying to use like hormones on them to make giant healthy tomatoes, but instead they made giant killer tomatoes. The song makes the tomatoes shrink, and then we have an elongated scene of everybody running out there and just stomping on them, just crushing tomatoes. So their heads don't explode like the yodel music does in Mars Attacks, but it's the same method. And then we also get the end question mark with carrots that show up to launch their invasion. Fortunately, we never got an Attack of the Killer Carrots movie. We just got 3 more Attack of the Killer Tomatoes movies and one on the way at some point, apparently. I really don't have a whole lot to talk about. I have no idea if this movie has a Blu-ray, if it has a 16:9, because the Tubi rip is 4:3. Probably from a DVD or VHS. I'm assuming DVD. The audio did not quite sound as shitty as Bloody New Year did, which I think that has a goddamn Blu-ray, which is just crazy. If you're buying Bloody New Year, why? Like, if you're buying the Blu-ray, if you're going out of your way to buy that shit on Blu-ray, what the f is your problem? Don't talk to me. So I have no idea if this has like a cleaned up version or not, but the Tubi rip is 4:3, definitely like a DVD cut, DVD rip, and it's fine. You know what? It is so serviceable. I got scared because the last 4:3 was Bloody New Year, and I was like, oh no, oh god. I think my biggest complaint is I wish this movie was played straight. It has some like Naked Gun airplane jokes where everything's super like deadpan and played straight in that regard. I'm thinking like Leslie Nielsen in Airplane, while like jokes are happening around him, but he's just so like dead set on playing the deadpan guy that doesn't quite like you know what I mean. It has some of that, but not enough. I wish this was played straight. I just think of Critters and Critters 2 and Gremlins 2, where the concepts are so, especially for Gremlins 2, the plot is so nonsensical and is just fucking bananas. Not a single person breaks at all. Everyone plays it straight. It's dealt like a real situation, you know, and that really helps if you're making an intentionally campy movie. Keep everything super fucking serious, but like the monster can be ridiculous. And as long as it is still treated as a serious threat to these people, as long as it's played straight, it normally works. And it's not, but it also doesn't really fail in that regard, because again, we're moving from bit to bit. If a bit doesn't land, we're moving on to the next bit. Hopefully that one lands. And if it didn't, well, this is two shitty bits next to each other. I laughed quite a bit during this, a lot more than I care to admit. What the fuck is this? Just because it just got so fucking outlandish sometimes. The only other thing I want to mention about this movie is Fujimoto, you son of a bitch. This is going to be super niche to people who, I don't even know if this audience has an overlap, but in the anime Chainsaw Man, during the opening, there is a bit where some of the characters are getting into a really tiny office building, and they're like crawling on the table, going over to each other and whatever, because the table takes up, it'd be like putting a full-size table in this room, and then you have chairs over here, so people would have to come in the door here. There we go, it's a door. People would have to come in the door here, and then like crawl over the table and like move their way back to sit over here. That happens in this movie. Hey, this is in the Chainsaw Man opening. So that's where this is referenced from. Fucking Attack of the goddamn Killer Tomatoes. Are you shitting me? And in the opening to Chainsaw Man, there's like a 5-second shot of characters doing that, and I knew that opening has a bunch of references to other movies. There's like a reference to The Big Lebowski, The Ring. There's other references to movies in the opening to season 1 of Chainsaw Man. That fucking table scene, while it was happening in the movie, I straight up just was like, that's where that comes from. That's from Chainsaw Man. I mean, it's not from Chainsaw Man, but that's where Chainsaw Man got it. Yeah, somewhere out there in Japan, Fujimoto I at some point saw Attack of the Killer Tomatoes and made it a point to tell Studio Mappa to put that in the opening. and for that alone, this earns higher than a 1 star, because that Chainsaw Man's so good, and if it had any way to inspire Chainsaw Man at all, it can't get anything less than a 2 out of 5. In a rating to upset the entire universe, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes is getting a 2 out of 5 and not a 1. It didn't suck all the way through. This didn't totally suck. A majority of it sucked, but goddamn it, they tried. I don't know, I thought this was like okay. A little less than okay, a little less than average, but a 2 out of 5, I'm committed to it. Tune in tomorrow for a return to somebody we talked about, God, the first week of this. One of the first 4 videos, I think. We're going to be talking about something. And then get ready for that 31st spectacular, baby! Jesus Christ! Whoa! What the hell? How are we 4 minutes in? Hi, welcome back. I hope when you saw me upload Maniac Cop 1 that you thought, damn, if only he'd do a marathon of every single one of them. Your prayers have been answered, and then some. More on that later, I guess. I've gotten 4 hours of sleep, so if these are a little more lethargic than usual. We're talking about Maniac Cop 3, Badge of Silence, the only one with a subtitle for some reason. This is once again directed by William Lustig, going under the pseudonym Alan Smithy for this movie, and because of that I expected the worst imaginable. No, it was just fine. It is the weakest Maniac Cop by a long margin, or by a pretty far margin, but it's kind of outweighed by some of the cooler things that happen in it, which we'll get into a little bit. This still stars Robert Zadar and Robert Davi. They are carryovers from 1, 2, and for Robert Davi's case, just 2. Big glow up for Robert Davi, though. He's a fucking character in this movie. He may always have a cigarette in his mouth, and I'm not entirely sure if A, that's part of his character, or B, Robert Davi was just sick of this shit and was just smoking constantly and they couldn't get him to stop while they were filming. Either way, he's got something going on. And he also has character and talks like a human, and audibly too. You can hear him to other people in the movie. So that was nice to see. Nice to get a reminder of like, oh yeah, this is why you are in like real movies. That's why you're in Showgirls. The grand plot of this movie, and I'm going to simplify it so much because there's not a whole lot going on, and I feel like they really try to make it seem like there's a whole lot going on. So Maniac Cop is alive again, even though he was in his casket at the end of the second movie, except, his grabby hand came up and the badge. We get explanation for that in this movie. See, there was like a crazy religious witch doctor. I don't know if saying witch doctor is like not okay in this case. I don't know. Some made up voodoo magic, I'm assuming, was being said at the exact same time of his burial, which I guess brought his soul back down from heaven and or pulled it back up from hell or purgatory to put it back in his body. And he's back, baby. And he's not doing a whole lot in this movie. Maniac Cop is like maybe 1/6 of this movie. He's not in a lot. The main crux of the plot is a girl in the movie who has kind of the same reputation as Matt Cordell had, which was she's a little too aggressive, but she gets the job done. She's a good, honest cop. So there's already talks about trying to like nail her with something to get her put away, the same way they did for Matt Cordell, because that worked out so well the last time. She is shot in the line of duty, and it looks like she killed an innocent person. She didn't. It's revealed to the audience immediately that wasn't the case. It's revealed to the characters 40 minutes in, so the whole time you're just kind of like, she had to shoot that bitch. I don't know. There's the full uncut tape. What? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. But that's like the main thing, is trying to clear her name, and Maniac Cop is kind of there sometimes. And then Robert Davi is flirting with the one nurse, and wants this girl back on the force, or at least alive, because she's brain dead, kind of like Matt Cordell, because he says he views her as a little sister to him, even though no mention, no scene, assumedly no relation from the prior movie. Fine. It's a direct-to-video sequel to an already direct-to-video sequel of a in-the-movie theater movie. Fine. And yeah, that's like the main plots. She's brain dead. Maniac Cop comes and takes her body to the magic guy, and he tries to get her soul and put it in her body to then do the exact same thing because she will not live if she's off life support. So by taking her off of life support when Maniac Cop grabs her and takes her to the church where the voodoo magic's happening, it kills her. So I guess the thought is, if it kills her, we can get the voodoo man to bring her back, and then she'll be like me. I don't know if the theme was like Bride of Frankenstein almost, because there's like because Matt Cordell can talk. He said one thing in the second movie. This movie he says, continue the ritual or something like that, like 3 words, and that's it. So you can't really get a gauge of what his goal is. And for the other movies that worked, because it was like, I don't know what his actual personal goal is, but right now his goal is, I'm gonna shoot that person, and it worked for those movies because they're very simple. This one, it feels like they wanted to do more with him, but then we're kind of stuck because he can't talk, and the plot is not moving forward because of him. It's moving forward with him just kind of being around until it comes to a head. So, a little shaky on that front, but yeah, the witch doctor voodoo person can't get her soul. He says it's refusing to come back, which, if you're a practicer of the mystic medicine and soul grabbing, how does that work? It doesn't matter, never explained. Gets a shotgun hole. Once Maniac Cop starts being Maniac Cop at the end of this movie, it's nothing's going to compare to that police precinct shootout. Nothing will compare to that in the second movie. It's been 4 days since I've seen Maniac Cop 2, and that is still replaying in my brain. But when Maniac Cop gets a shotgun and shoots the witch doctor person, and then it's Robert Davi and the head nurse in the hospital and Maniac Cop just duking it out once again, and the church catches on fire and burns the dead chick to a crisp. Maniac Cop's on fire yet again, and I was watching it and I was like, okay, so they were questioning, how do we top Maniac Cop being on fire for so long in the last movie? How do we top that? And initially, he's in the church, it's on fire, Robert Davi and girl get out, church fucking explodes, and I was like, that's it?
What's your plan, Matt? What are you doing here? Jesus Christ! He's on fire again!
How long is he gonna be on fire for again this time? Oh my god! Oh my god, he's still going! Oh my god! Okay, as he exploded. I was like, damn, we really just did not have the budget for anything. Like, we had the budget to light a guy on fire for a little bit, and then that was it. No. How foolish of me. Haha, the movie said. Get f***ed, asshole, said the movie. A little offended, I continued to watch to find out that Maniac Cop is now following Robert Davi, driving this nurse to another hospital in an ambulance because she got smoke inhalation and passed out. So he's driving her in an ambulance from one hospital to another hospital across town. Maniac Cop, still on fire, in a police car, on a highway. Do it, huh? Yo, let's go! Oh my god! Yeah! That's crazy! What? How'd that happen? Ramming into them, grabbing them, straight up just shoving cars out of the way with his fucking power? I'm sorry, he pushed a car? Insane. Shit. I know that for a fact this one was not Robert Zadar on fire. I could have looked for two. I didn't care. I wanted to believe that was Robert Zadar. This one I found out there is a guy credited as Guy on Fire. Or Driver on Fire, I think. I believe that was Robert Zadar, and or maybe it was somebody else. I don't remember anybody else being on fire while they're driving, but yeah, car chase, Maniac Cop is on fire the whole time. Really entertaining, and well, I don't know if it tops the visceralness, if that's a word, of Maniac Cop slowly walking through the prison on fire and just grabbing people and throwing them and tackling that dude through a wall and exploding. Don't think it tops that, but it was damn entertaining to watch him do that shit. That was fucking awesome. I will say the one big standout moment is there's a criminal in the hospital who is related to Kate, I think her name is, in the beginning shooting what was assumed innocent civilian. He's in the hospital under watch, and there's a moment where Maniac Cop breaks them out, as he did with, in the second one, the rapist. He's breaking that guy out, and he broke a couple other people that are being in the hospital, but also being watched by the police because they're criminals, but just need medical care. They kill, like, all of the cops watching them, and then, like, a stretcher comes rolling up, and there's somebody under the blankets, and I immediately was just like, who the fuck is this guy? Because I was like, is Maniac Cop just hiding under the blankets? Was he doing this to fuck with them? Like, he let them go to hunt them down, like a predator? Like, did he just let them go to hunt them down later, and this is how he's choosing to do it? Little was I aware of. The sheets come up, guns start shooting out of it, 2 of the 3 people are down, and fucking Robert Davi tuck and rolls backwards off the stretcher, just shooting 2 pistols, and I was just, from what he was doing in the second one to what he's doing in this one, I'm assuming he got paid more, somehow, because goddammit, he's really fun to watch in this movie, as opposed to the plank of wood that he was in the second one. What the f***? Who is that? Oh my god, it was Robert Davi? What the hell? It's crazy for me to say that Robert Davi is a standout character in this movie, because he was just there in the second one. Overall, Maniac Cop 3, it's not the worst thing ever at all. Not bad enough for me to want to put Alan Smithy on there. Like, I'd take credit for this, although I do not know back end what happened, if there was some studio interference that William just did not like. But also, from the guy who made Maniac Cop 1 and 2 to a lesser extent, and especially Maniac, this feels... It doesn't feel like the passion's there anymore. So maybe that's all it was. Maybe he just kind of was like, I'm done. I don't want to make any more. I don't even attach my name to this one. I don't want it. So, I don't know. Overall, kind of a letdown, sure, but I also wasn't expecting too much, so when on-fire car chase is happening, I was in it. I was so fucking hyped. But in comparison to the second one, and even the first one, the Citizen Kane of schlock horror action police procedural horror movies, the third one's the worst one by far. But Maniac Cop 3 is just comfortably in the middle. If we were to put all of these movies on a list somewhere, Maniac Cop 3 would be like comfortably right in the middle of everything. With that, Maniac Cop gets Maniac Cop 3 Badge of Silence, for some reason, gets a grand score on the Schlockometer of 2.5 out of 5. It is straight down the middle for me. There are some moments in it that are really fun. There's also some moments that, in comparison to what Maniac Cop 1 and 2 have offered, really f***ing lacking. Robert Davi f***ing rolling out of that stretcher, while not as good as the police precinct shoot up in the second one. Seeing that motherfucker backwards roll out of a stretcher was like a holy shit. You know? That's something I never thought I'd see. Not from Showgirls legend Robert Davi. Tomorrow, I hope you aren't tired of hearing me talk about William Lustig, because I got one more for you. And we're gonna go into that tomorrow. So, stay tuned. I'm not gonna do that ever again. I don't know what that was. Stay tuned. Bye. Go away. Oh my god! Holy shit! Welcome to day 3 of Tubiween. What a name. Tubi, still here. Anyway, our next film in this gauntlet is, it's another Puppet Master movie. And I'm sorry, but there were just 2 Puppet Master movies I hadn't seen yet, and it was Blade the Iron Cross and Puppet Master. They returned to the Puppet Master title this time. I didn't just call it Dr. Death, they called it Puppet Master Dr. Death, which is what they should have did for Blade the Iron Cross, but whatever. A couple things to note about Puppet Master Dr. Death. It's directed by a guy named Dave Parker, who has done... And it's written by James Quinn, who has written... this film. But, hey, whoa, maybe not behind the camera, but we got star power in the cast. We got Melissa Moore from Samurai Cop. And some weird fucking Donald Farmer movies. I don't remember. But Samurai Cop, what the fuck's that one? Vampire Cop, that's the Donald Farmer one. She's in another one, I don't remember what it's called. It doesn't matter. Melissa Moore is like, I get this weird feeling with Melissa Moore, okay? I don't know how to explain it, but seeing that she's in like a new movie does not give me the same joy that like seeing Barbara Crampton in a new movie does. When I see Barbara Crampton in like a new B movie, I'm like, oh good, it's Barbara Crampton, but I see Melissa Moore in a new B movie and I'm like, oh no, it's Melissa Moore. I thought you were teaching people how to ride horses now. What are you doing? I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's just because she's been in, unfortunately, some of the worst shit imaginable, and I just feel bad for her because there's no animosity towards me seeing that she's in the cast. It's not like a vitriolic expression of anger or disgust that she's in the cast. I'm just always like, oh no, you know, I don't know. I love you, Melissa Moore. I'm sorry, but I don't know. It's not the same joy as when I see Barbara Crampton in something, or Felicia Rose from Sleepaway Camp is in something. That was the highlight of Terrifier 2 when I was watching that, and the principal at fuck-ass kids' school was the Sleepaway Camp girl. Because I immediately like slapped my wife on the shoulder and was like, "Don't get back to Sleepaway Camp!" I was so excited. That was the best part of that movie. But we're not talking about Terrifier 2. We're talking about something better, Dr. Death, and I'm not taking that back because Dr. Death, for what it is, pretty good. I'm sorry. I kind of liked Dr. Death. It's not... Okay, so here comes the big schlock thing, right? This film is 59 minutes long. It's not even an hour. It's 59 minutes. When I give the rating for this is to put into perspective once again, this is not a rating that is comparable to, I'll say, a real movie with this rating. Okay? If I give a real movie the rating that I gave this movie, it does not hold the same weight as a schlock straight-to-streaming full-moon Puppet Master movie, okay? I don't know how else to describe it, but we'll get into it a little bit. But not only do we have Melissa Moore here, I'm sorry, there's also Laura Dennis, I want to say is what her name is, and another wrestling guy. I should have wrote down his name. He's here. Sorry. Here. That's where the empty space is. It's mirrored. Laura Dennis, I knew nothing about. I didn't even know what she did. I had no clue who she was. She showed up for 2 minutes in this movie, and I immediately saw her face and just was like, I know you from something. Why do I know you? And there's always like the thought in the back of my head, and this is gonna be terrible, so sorry, Mom. But there's always the thought in the back of my head when watching these low-budget movies where I see somebody that I recognize, and I'm like, oh God, don't be from porn. But she's not. She's a wrestler, apparently, and I'm assuming I just happened to see her on clips, or in clips on Twitter somewhere, and she has like a very recognizable face. And I don't mean that in like a mean way if you're watching this terrible program, Laura Dennis, but she has a very distinct face. So it must have stuck out to me when I saw her, because I just kept like, it made me like sit up on the couch, like I'm just kind of leaning back watching the movie, and then I was just like, I know her. I had no reason to know her. This girl looks familiar. Like she might have been in some other schlock garbage that I've seen. She's in the movie for like 2 minutes, and then there's like a bigger wrestler guy, I believe with the same league. I don't know wrestling, okay? I'm gonna say that. There's the WWE, and then there's other branches of probably not related to WWE. I think she's in like AEW is what it's called, I think. I don't know. But she and that guy are in this. Are in the AEW, I think is what it's called. There's that. We got star power in this one. Hey, paisanos. The general plot of this movie, and the whole time I'm watching it, I'm trying to remember if the Dr. Death puppet had been in any other movie prior to this. And the entire movie, I was like, I don't think he was. I think this is a new puppet, which, like, for a franchise as old as this, it can go one of two ways of, oh my god, they're introducing a new puppet, what the fuck, or holy shit, we're getting a new puppet? That's awesome. It's been 30 fucking years. To which I was down for this one, honestly. Dr. Death is kind of neat. Just a up doctor puppet that just wants to cut people open, basically, like to perform. He basically performs the surgery and then stops about halfway through. Is essentially what he does. And I was into it. I was like, hey, I'll take a new puppet. And so the plot is this woman, I think she lived in California. I don't remember. But she lived in like California or something. And she moves to this neighborhood somewhere. She starts working at Shady Oaks Retirement Home, where Melissa Moore is a resident. And she probably has like 2-3 minutes of screen time in total. She gets killed off screen. Spoiler. She starts working at this retirement home, and she makes mention at some point when she's just talking to her coworkers that she's looking for family that has been lost or something like that. Like she lost a family member, but like not in death. It's just they're physically lost. She doesn't know where they are, and they're somewhere in this area. So she's trying to find them. So she's moved to this area, picked up a job here, and that's what she's doing. The movie starts with a dude having a heart attack and dying because he's having like PTSD flashbacks of Dr. Death. This one's also set in modern time. I need to point that out. It's set in modern times. Thank God. We have like one little minute flashback to World War II when the dude's having a PTSD heart attack induced PTSD flashback thing, and that's it, which is great. A Puppet Master movie in modern times. Holy shit! I didn't think we could do it anymore. But he dies, and they're emptying his room in the nursing home, and they find a trunk, and they break the trunk open, and inside is Dr. Death. Why he had this puppet he has PTSD over, but whatever. Once they open that chest, people kind of just start dying off. Whether it is people at the nursing home or people at the morgue die, and then I guess the puppet comes back to the nursing home. I don't know, because I don't think they're connected. I kind of fucked up if they were connected. I don't know. Whatever. But people start dying once the puppet's revealed, and now it is up to the nursing home staff to just figure out what's going on. They don't know if it's somebody, an outside force, or if it's somebody inside who's killing these people. They don't know, and they're trying to figure that out. All the while, the corpse of one woman who couldn't speak keeps showing up. Not being a corpse, but walking around. Which, to me, initially upon watching, was like, so does Dr. Death have the Andre Toulon juice, and gave her that, because it was never shown that he had the juice to give her that. It's also never shown that he had the juice to come alive in the first place, but we're just going to forget about that because it doesn't matter. The lore of the Puppet Master series is hell. So that's happening, and this corpse keeps showing up, and deaths keep happening. It turns out, and I am going to spoil this one because I genuinely liked the ending enough. I don't want to say a lot. I liked it enough. Dr. Death is cutting people open and crawling inside of them and controlling them like puppets by just grabbing these two little like vein things and moving them around. It's very funny. The final confrontation is like a guy who's been skinned, so his head looks exactly like Dr. Death's head. And it's really cool looking, even though if it's a cheap mask. It's a cheap mask, but you know what? God damn it, they wet that down, they put slime on it, they make that mask look as gross as they possibly could, and I'll give them credit for that. They did what they could with this cheap mask. It turns out, after everyone's dead, Now Dr. Death is headed after our main girl, and she reveals Dr. Death is the family member that she's been looking for. And then we get flashbacks to Retro Puppet Master, the one that I completely like forgot existed for a little bit. Dr. Death was in that, and that's the only movie up until this one that he's been in. She was related to the soul, I think, that went inside of Dr. Death in that movie, I believe. Again, it's been too long since I watched Retro Puppet Master. I don't remember, and I don't want to rewatch it. It's not good. It's one of the worst ones. So that's like the big reveal, is the family member is now Dr. Death, and then we get a cliffhanger ending, which I'm sure will be resolved in whatever the next one is. But that's the thing. It's been 3 years, and we haven't gotten another Puppet Master movie, so there's a part of me that's almost worried that it's over, which would kind of be sad if there were no more Puppet Master movies. As terrible as they all are, it's kind of a nice constant. That's the rundown of Dr. Death. I will say for this movie's defense, and it could have been that the bar was so low after Blade the Iron Cross, that the fact that they went through the effort to make some shots interesting was enough to kind of push it over, like, being just straight bad to me. Distinctly, there's like a shot where people are talking in a hallway, and it's shot through a mirror, like this way, so that you're watching the conversation happening over that way, and it's like, that's simple, but the blocking is interesting. Like it's an interesting way to shoot that mundane conversation. Can I also just say, again, bare minimum here, interesting idea to do this shot through the mirror. Like, there's not much you can do, right? You don't have a whole lot of money to do effects for the puppet, so at the very least you can make your shots interesting. And like, yeah, through the mirror like that is kind of neat. I don't know. I recommend Dr. Death. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for what it is. I'm giving it on the Schlockometer a 2.5 out of 5. It is still not beyond dolls yet. We're not there yet. I have faith that I'll see something that eclipses dolls in this schlock, but right now, not yet. Tune in tomorrow. We're going to talk about our first Italian giallo movie. Damn, the stroke lady's got hands! That made me lightheaded. I might be dying. This might be my last year on Earth. Thank God. Welcome back to Tubiween, in much brighter spirits than yesterday. Because today, I watched a good movie. I wouldn't say it was great. I like the director's other work that I have seen. I like this one well enough. I'm talking about Brain Damage, the Frank Henenlotter classic film. Frank Henenlotter directed Basket Case 1, 2, 3, Frankenhooker, Brain Damage, Bad Biology, and then weird sexploitation stuff that I have not seen. But I'm a big fan of Basket Case. I really like Basket Case. I like Basket Case a lot more than I probably should. So I wanted to watch another Frank Henenlotter because I was like, you know what? I like Basket Case that much that I'm putting all faith that the director will not disappoint me. And he didn't, but I won't say that this was like the most entertaining or endearing movie. This was just very competently made with some pretty good special effects, which special effects wise is what I was kind of looking for in a Frank Henenlotter creature movie. So I got what I wanted. Just not a whole lot on the story level. I'll get into a little bit of it. But first things first, I want to talk about the cast a little bit. So this stars Rick Hurst. This stars Rick Hurst. I'm going to go with Hurst. Star of Warlock 3. I'm not, you can't move on from that. Jennifer Lowry, star of this movie. Gordon McDonald, star of Drive Away Dolls. Anyway, that's probably the most recognizable thing that Gordon McDonald was in is Drive Away Dolls, written by Ethan Coen, one of the Coens. I think it's one of the Coens. Yes, yeah, it's one of the Coen brothers. It's not just somebody that happens to share a name. And John Zachary, who is the voice of the creature, who's in Frankenhooker, Geek Maggot Bingo, Vampira the movie. That's really the biggest thing. The Perfect Woman. But yeah, it's not a very star-studded cast, but what's important here is our premise and creature, and those are pretty good, honestly. This is a pretty mundane, kind of low-key review. I would say, in terms of everything, this is the most, like, average. There's nothing to get, like, frustrated about. There's nothing to get too excited about. It's just, it's there, you know? I don't know how better to describe it. So, Brain Damage. Our basic plot is I'm skipping ahead because getting the explanation for what the creature is happens like 40 minutes in. Our premise is a creature of God. Origins dating back to like the 1300s, and owned by like kings, queens, dictators, whatever, is chilling in a bathtub in an old couple's apartment. And we do not see it there, but they're feeding it animal brains because it feeds off of brains. So they're feeding it animal brains, which keep it weaker so they can control it. And it basically like sticks a needle in your head and then puts blue goo in your brain, and that blue goo makes you just higher than anything. You're smelling colors and hearing the colors, and it's just it makes you higher than anything. It's this whole movie is kind of just an allegory for a not very subtle allegory for a drug addiction. And the creature is like this worm thing, and it latches to the back of our main character's neck, so it can like stick the tube in the back of his neck into his brain and just secrete the juice. And every time it does that, it needs to eat to replenish its juices. That is really it. That is our whole plot. It could not be any more simple. That's it. The only thing you can really talk about with this type of movie is like the scenes. And apart from the one woman who like attempts to give the main character fellatio and instead of his dingle hopper hopping out, it's the creature, who then we get like an extended uncomfortable scene of her like with it in her mouth as her brain is getting eaten through her mouth. You get like an uncomfortable 4 minute of that, and then that's it. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to talk about this movie. It's good. It's fine. It's good enough for what it is. I personally like Basket Case more. I think Basket Case is much more outlandish and much more like... I think the cheapness and like griminess of Basket Case really lends to it in comparison to this, because this definitely feels like there's more of a budget, there's more of a permission to do things than there would have been in Basket Case, because with Basket Case, they didn't have permits to shoot in New York. They were just... Frank Henenlotter was just in the car filming the actor as he's walking down the street in 1980s New York, and it's a perfect time capsule of 1980s New York. Basket Case and Maniac are like a perfect time capsule of what 1980 on the dot New York looked like. And I think Basket Case is just overall more charming. I think the creature effect in general is better than the creature in Basket Case, but I think the Basket Case creature is much more memorable than just a worm. The worm, however, does have these tiny little eyes that are neat, and like a unhinging jaw with like hundreds of teeth, and those are neat looking. But yeah, there's really not a whole lot to talk about with this movie. I really feel like this is gonna be one of the shorter ones, because the only other thing to mention is how the movie ends, which is the main guy is getting more of the juice in his brain, and somebody comes up behind him and squeezes the creature so hard it squirts way more into his brain than it should, and also makes the creature like bleed out and die. And then when Brian, who's the main character, goes home, he lives in an apartment with his brother. When he's home, he's getting like these lumps on his head that are like extending way out to here, and he takes a gun and shoots the lump, and then beams of light shoot out, and we just like pan the camera up through the beam of light, and there's like lightning bolts and whatever, and then the credits roll. I thought initially that was like birthing another creature. Like I thought that was going to be like, oh, we're going to see a creature rise out of his head, and that's like his brain being used to make a new one. No, it's kind of ambiguous as to whether or not a new one's being made, or if that's just it. I don't know. I rated this movie fairly high, mainly just because I'm putting my bias towards entertainment aside, and I'm looking at this from technique and whatever. And while there's not a whole lot of interesting filming or cinematography techniques, the effect work on the creature is pretty good, and what the vision that we see from Brian's perspective when he's high is also like pretty cool. Apart from that though, this is like really an average movie. This would be like a 2.5, like a perfect, if you were to take the 5-point scale and just put it in a 10, 2.5 would be 5. This would be like a perfect 5 out of 10 average, but just for that little extra boost that you get from a Frank Henenlotter creature movie, I've given it a 3 out of 5. It's the only one that I will say comes with the caveat of it's 3 out of 5, but it is not that entertaining. It's not that entertaining or that engaging. If you like seeing special effects and practical puppetry, You'll probably find something to appreciate in this like I do, but it's really not that interesting. I think Basket Case is better. I have not seen Frankenhooker for, I feel like, obvious reasons. I probably will at some point, but I don't know. I feel like I gotta work my way up to watching Frankenhooker. This Halloween with the boys at our annual Halloween party, there's a chance we'll watch Basket Case 2. So maybe I'll get through the Basket Case trilogy, and then we'll and then we'll tackle Frankenhooker. I don't know. Come back tomorrow for a great movie that's just a little confused. And I'll elaborate more on that tomorrow. What the fuck? Oh my god! What the hell? Oh, I love this! Oh my god! Jesus! Who needs permits? I can just drive my car and follow my actor. Hey, it works. F it. All right, everybody. You asked for it. Somebody. We're talking about Chud. So Chud is directed by Douglas Cheek, who only directed two things. Chud and a PBS original 120-minute documentary called Peter and Paul and the Christian Revolution in 2003. That's it for our boy Douglas Cheek. This movie also stars some big names. We've got two Home Alone stars in this. That's right, Macaulay John Hurd, who played Kevin McAllister's dad in Home Alone 1 and 2. He's also in After Hours, White Chicks, Big, and Sharknado. And we also got Daniel Stern, who plays one half of the Wet Bandits in Home Alone 1 and 2. He's also in Leviathan, Little Monsters with Howie Mandel, the original short film Frankenweenie, directed by Tim Burton in 1984. So, Chud. Let's talk Chud. Chud is a movie I've been aware of for a long time. It's a name I'd think about every now and again. I think I discovered it just by looking up some stuff as a kid, and I just saw the cover. Because that poster image, whatever, it's always kind of stuck in my brain. And whenever I think of a weird horror movie title with an interesting cover, Chud. It comes to mind. It stands for, I'll put it up on the side here what it stands for, but that's what the acronym for Chud stands for. Chud is about 20 minutes of uninteresting whatever. Big rats. Really big rats. Hey, it's character actor, man. And then it's discovered that there's toxic waste being dumped in the sewer, and there's homeless people that live in the sewer who are being transformed into these, I almost want to say they look like cicada monster people, but they don't have, wings or anything. They just look like bugs and have gross tendril hands. And they're killing people in the sewer, and then eventually they start to come up out of the sewer and are in the midst of wreaking havoc in New York. And again, we got 1984 New York, dude. It's still pretty fucking slimy and gross and yucky. A lot of these movies that have yucky concepts, they take place in New York because goddamn it, that was a hotbed of just disgust. That's our main thing, honestly. It's just the creatures just are coming up from the underground. Daniel Stern plays a homeless man who runs a soup kitchen to try to just help out other homeless people. We have a chief of police named Bosch, who is helping Daniel Stern to try to figure out what's going on. We've got John Hurd and his wife, who she's just drops that she's pregnant out of nowhere, just so we have some extra stakes. He's a photographer. I'm not gonna lie to you, his side of the story is really boring until it all kind of intersects. Every time we cut back to John Hurd and crew, I was like, God damn it. Because what I'm gonna say about this movie is I liked it. I liked it quite a bit. I did not think I was going to like it until about 25, 30 minutes in. I was spacing out pretty fucking hard in the beginning. I was trying really hard to like stay focused and watch it. And normally I can do that, but there was just something weird about this movie where I was just like, God, I don't care. Oh, did I straight up like almost 20 minutes into it, I was thinking of abandoning this and trying to find something else to watch. Because I was like, I'm not going to be able to talk about this like at all, because like I'm not retaining anything that is being said. It is just, it just feels like filler. Like, is this movie just filler? Like, is this just a tax write-off filler movie that released in January so the studio could write it off and make a ton of money from not making a ton of money? Then, about 25, 30 minutes in, Daniel Stern and Bosch are in like a meeting with government officials talking about the things underground. From that moment on, it picks up and gets really engaging and very entertaining. It's just you gotta work your way to that moment. And maybe that is interesting. Maybe I was just like in a weird state of mind. I don't know. But that like beginning chunk was just so uninteresting and boring that I was just debating on leaving and dipping out. Like I haven't cut off any of these movies yet. Believe me, if I knew that I had the option to cut any of these movies off, Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator would have never been fucking discussed. But I'm glad I stuck with it, because once it hits that fucking business meeting, like right at like 30 minutes on the dot, the movie just goes. And then we're getting government conspiracies about what this toxic waste is, and this asshole like making excuses as to what's going on and lying about how it's under control and we can't let the public know. Once it gets to that point, then it gets interesting and good. And we also separate John Hurd and his wife eventually. And while them together wasn't like a complaint, it made it more interesting when they were separate, because there was a chud monster in the apartment building with his wife, and she, goddammit, put up her own and fought that fucker off, cut that fucker's head off. I think she's the only one that confirmed killed one on screen.
What?
Oh! Okay, there we go. It's dead. So, good job. And we had that going on, and then John Hurd is in the sewer system with Daniel Stern, and they're trying to find a way out as the military is like sealing. They're just driving like trucks and putting the tires on the manhole covers, because they are sealing up the sewer, because they're going to just release gas into it and then crack a match and just try to flame out the sewer to kill everything in there. So they're trying to get out, and it's fun. It's engaging. It's interesting, and it's entertaining to watch. Finally, and I know that me coming back to that keeps it sounding like this was a really negative experience. For the first 20 minutes it was, and then after that, I had a great time. This was wonderful. I really liked Chud. I really like how you can view horror movies like this, where its central theme is toxic waste and radiation poisoning and whatnot, as what the general populace was like afraid of, like what they had fears of at that given time frame in history. Because obviously for the 80s, it was a lot of toxic waste. Look at the Toxic Avenger, we got Chud, this kind of stuff. The dude in RoboCop who gets melted and then run over. There was a big theme of toxic waste being a problem. You have that, and then you also have like in the 50s, it was like the Red Scare, where we just were thinking people were communist, and we got movies like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and others, I'm sure, I just can't think of them, but Invasion of the Body Snatchers is like a big one. And even like to now, I would say that like our big fear, at least something I've been seeing recurring a lot, I have examples written down for this exactly, because I was thinking about it while I was watching this. Because I had quite a bit to think about in the first 20 minutes when nothing was happening. I'd say like our fear now as a general populace is like pregnancy or babies in general, or the fear of getting pregnant. And I say this just because, listen, we'll get into some real world stuff here, and I'm sorry, but women's rights are being systematically stripped away, and I see that reflected in the art that we're creating, of people just being afraid of pregnancy in general, because in real life women can't get the health care that they need, or life-saving medical treatment that they need because they're pregnant, or just because they're a woman in general. And I see that being a big fear thing, like a big scare movement in a lot of our recent horror movies. I mean, for Christ's sake, we're being told not to take Tylenol when women are pregnant. It's the only safe it's the only safe pain reliever they can take, okay? You. But I have some examples written down, because I'm not just going to drop that and then not elaborate. I have the first Omen, which is like a prequel, remake, sequel thing to The Omen, which is about a demon baby, immaculate, and the second Beetlejuice movie even has a scene of like Think Jenna Ortega giving birth to like a demon baby. And like that's probably the scariest thing in the second Beetlejuice movie, because I mean, it's not a scary movie, but just that concept and what it is like, whoa, you know? I'm seeing a little bit of that coming in, and as of right now, that's like one of the big ticket items of like general populace fear that I'm seeing reflected in art. A lot of real world events get reflected in art, and the sooner that you start seeing that, the sooner you can appreciate things on a different perspective. And I think maybe because of that, I liked Chud, which is crazy to say all that. They'd be like, so yeah, because of that, I thought Chud was pretty good. Chud was all right. I didn't hate it. I thought Chud was a serviceable enough little horror movie. I will say some stuff in it's pretty awkward. There's like an absence of sound effects sometimes, which is just, what's going on? There's like such an absence of sound. It's so weird. Perplexing. I guess it could be deemed as realistic, but because of this, like there's like a couple scenes where somebody gets punched, and it's just like there's not like the Hollywood noise when somebody gets punched. It's just like and it's just like, that felt weird. And then the way that they fall, it's just kind of like, man, it might be deemed more realistic, but looked a little weird. There's that, but apart from that, Chud was pretty good. I will also say, as a negative and an immediate positive for Chud, the negative is we don't see the creatures much. Positive swing on that is I don't think the creatures look that impressive to begin with, so they probably didn't want to show them off that much, so it probably was a good thing that we didn't see them too much. We don't see the creatures too much, and we also don't see them kill people too much. What we do see, though, and this is a huge positive, because this is really, to me, impressive, because I like to think about how we are practically making these effects and whatnot. While we don't see the Chuds killing people, we do see the aftermath of some murders and some killings, and they're graphic. They're gruesome. John Hurt and Daniel Stern running across that team of like cops and people in rad suits, and they're just like ripped in half with like spilled out of them, and it's like, it's yucky. It looks gross. Oh wow! And it's a wonderful effect that they did. Even if we don't get to see the killings on screen, the aftermath is really, you're able to get a full picture of what happened just by looking at the intensity of the gore of an aftermath with running into one of these. Really good gore. Like, we don't see the gore happening, but like the aftermath stuff is really good. There was a Hollywood superstar jump scare in this movie. John Goodman shows up for like 3 minutes and then gets murdered, but he's in it. I don't know if this was like his first movie or if he just showed up because he was around. I have no idea. But yeah, John Goodman's in this movie, and he walks into like a diner, and I immediately was just like, the fuck was it? John Goodman? Like, I was in disbelief. John Goodman? John Goodman? What? I think that's probably gonna be all I have for Chud. All in all, it was pretty good. Really slow and boring and uninteresting. 25 minutes at the beginning. And I would say just skip that and jump right to the boardroom meeting with Daniel Stern and the cop. I feel like there was some stuff set up there that might tie back in later. Maybe there wasn't. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't remember much. Maybe that beginning bit is really good, actually, and I'm just stupid, which I might have been. I might have just not been in the right state of mind. I don't know, but I was just kind of like, it wasn't even on like a sense of like, oh, this is like so fucking interestingly boring, like Stuff Stephanie in the Incinerator, where it's like, I got stuff to talk about, but I don't want to talk about it because of how annoyed it made me, but like, I need to talk about how could somebody put this to film. With the beginning of this movie, I don't remember. I literally do not remember anything, because it was so like head empty, just vacant stare at the TV, and I was just like, I'm not retaining a single fucking thing these people are saying. Like, I hope that this isn't plot important, because I am not. Nothing is getting retained. Like, a scene would end, and I'd be like, so what was that scene? What was that? What was discussed? But yeah, once we get to that boardroom meeting and onwards, it picks up, and it picks up pretty hard. So. Overall, I'm giving Chud a 3 out of 5. That seems pretty high, for all the negatives I had and for how much of the movie isn't that great, because in the grand scheme of things, this is like an hour and a half, 25 to 30 minutes of this movie aren't good, then that's only an hour and 5 minutes that are good, which is like, I don't know, 35% of the movie is but hey, you know what? If 35% of the movie shit, you know what? 65 is a passing grade. So 3 out of 5 it is. I thought this was fine. I thought it was fun. Once it picked up and got engaging, I was in it. I really liked it. Daniel Stern is great in this movie. John Hurd he's there. And the surprise cameo from John Goodman really knocked me on my ass. I wasn't ready for that. But let's try to come back tomorrow for Chud 2. Bud the Chud. And why it fucking sucks. Oh! Oh! What? We just end it there? That was so effective, and that we just cut away? Huh. I wonder if there was supposed to be more to that, and they're not showing them too much. We're really not going to question the blood, huh? We're just moving on from that. That's just moving on from the blood pimple that popped. Yeah, I don't know. I think if the drain of exploded blood in my face in the shower, I probably would be a little bit more concerned about it than she is right now. Oh no! I know what I'm wearing. I address it later. Anyway, listen, punk ass. There's no footage for this movie. I can't. We're hitting points now where there's movies that I watch on Tubi that have better copyright protection than what I can work around. So I'll try to put whatever footage I can find on YouTube into here and hopefully make it work. It's annoying, but like this, the last one, this one, the next one, and the one after the next one don't have footage. It's just a black screen with just audio, which sucks and is annoying. I get why. I'm not saying that they're wrong, and I understand why because of assholes like me, but it's frustrating. Welcome back to Tubiween, and I'm wearing the worst thing that I could possibly wear. We're talking about Critters 2 today. Critters 2 is directed by Mick Garris, director of Stephen King's Sleepwalkers, The Stand, Psycho 4, Stephen King's version of The Shining, so not the one that people like. Stars Lyanne Curtis from 16 Candles and Benny and June. Everything else I had never heard of. I haven't heard of Benny and June either, but it was like number 4 and most popular of her career, so somebody knows it. It also stars Scott Grimes, who was the main kid in the first Critters. I never mentioned him because I was D. Wallace stone-pilled and forgot about Scott. But Scott Grimes was in Oppenheimer, Band of Brothers, Ted the TV Show, and Crimson Tide. Critters 2 is basically Critters 1, but bigger and in some instances better. Critters 2 just kind of tells the story of, it's been 2 years, I think, since the events of the first movie, so the main kid from the first movie and his family move out of town because I think apart from the sheriff who believes them, everyone else thinks that they're just crackpots, so they move out of town to start anew. Main kid comes back to town to visit his grandma, and it's around Easter, which ties into the eggs that were laid at the end of the first movie. Now there's like crates of them. There's like hundreds of these eggs. At the end of the first movie, there was only like 3. So I don't know where the rest of them came from. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? And it's fairly slow starting at the beginning. The first one was also pretty slow build up until everything went down. This one, they're painting the critter eggs for Easter eggs. They're going on an Easter egg hunt, and then when they hatch, I will say this movie's probably more violent than the first one. Still rated PG-13, which is crazy for something I'll get into later that I can't even show. This one's a little bit more violent. There's way more critters running around, and it's no longer entirely centralized in a house. It is entirely this small town, fictional town named like something. I don't remember, but it's this entirely fictional small town. I think I wrote it. Hold on. Okay, no, I didn't. I just wrote that as a small town in Kansas. So the critters are running around this entire small town in Kansas, just like wrecking up shops, and that's really fun. There's a really good scene with them in a fast food joint or like a burger place. But our bounty hunters are back. We got the same one from the first movie, and Charlie, who was the drunk that I couldn't remember the name of, the town drunk, crazy person who heard aliens chattering in his fillings. He's back. He actually went into space to be a bounty hunter with them and is now coming back. So he's in it again, along with the bounty hunter who just can't seem to get a face working for him. I don't remember if they ever said their names in the first movie, but their names are Ugg and Lee. Oh my god, it's ugly. Oh my god, it's ugly. Why did that take me till now? I watched this movie yesterday. Oh god, okay, so I'm blown away by this. Anyway, Ugg looks like the rock star from the first movie. Lee is the one who's having the issues with the face. Lee, and this is where I'm going to get into why crazy this is PG-13 and what you could show in a PG-13 movie at that time. Now I feel like if they did this, somebody would get shot. Lee, when he lands, finds like a Playboy magazine and just like copies the face and body of a Playboy model, and it's her in the movie. I'll write down her name over here for you people who are interested. I don't care. I didn't write down her name, but for what little she talked, she was fine. I wasn't anything like we got a Playboy model to play this and she can't act. Like it wasn't bad. It was whatever. But yeah, it was when Lee turns into her, she's just fully naked, walking with a gun, and like nothing's covered. It is all laid bare and out. I again had to double take and was like, this is PG-13, right? They could just show this? This is crazy. Again, I feel like nowadays, if someone dared to have a tit out in a movie, even for 4 seconds in a PG-13, somebody in the street would get murdered. What you could do in late 80s, early 90s. So the critters attack, they're rampaging throughout the town, and our main guy figures out a plan to send them to a meat packing facility. I believe it's like the place that supplies all the frozen beef burgers for the burger joint that the critters were chewing up previously. And that's the plan. Lee at some point gets eaten by critters and dies, which causes Ugg to have like a mental breakdown, and he can't shapeshift anymore. So now it's up to Charlie. Charlie's the only one who can do anything. And as soon as things start to take a turn, Charlie is out of there. He's gone. So the plan now is to put the critters in the meat packing facility and just basically make it like a bait room and then blow it the fuck up. Very much a Gremlins ending of getting all the Gremlins in that movie theater and then just blowing the movie theater up. This, however, does not work because famously, I knew nothing about this movie besides this. The critters don't die in the explosion. All like 100 and however many of them congeal into a ball and just start rolling and running people over. I hope I can find footage of this, but they run somebody over, and as they're like running him over, they're eating him as the ball's rolling. So when it comes off of him, he's just a blood-covered skeleton with like some tissue left on him, which was really funny. But yeah, then now we've just got this giant critter ball that's just about to rampage through the town and run over the church where everyone else has been hiding, all the children, older women, some men, whatever. Like that, the critter ball is coming to the church to demolish the church and kill everyone in there. And then Charlie comes back in the bounty hunter ship and kamikazes into the critter ball, blowing himself and them up, which in a moment I'm gonna say was much more effective than I ever thought a movie called The Critters would be. I was genuinely sad that Charlie died. He quickly became one of my favorite parts of these movies, and I was upset that he was dead. But it turns out that as the main kid's going on the bus to leave, Ugg figures out what face he wants to turn into, and it's Charlie. So the kid kind of gets like a way to say goodbye to Charlie again before, he leaves. And then actual Charlie shows up with a parachute stuck to him and he can't get it off. And apparently he's just been walking from like a field into town for like 8 hours, just trying to get back and let everyone know he's alive. And he decides to stay back on Earth. Ugg goes up to space. Charlie's thrown the sheriff badge to be the sheriff of the town, which I don't know how that's gonna go for you, but hey, good luck, more power to you. And the movie ends like that. Not really, from what I remember, there's not really like a stinger of like sequel bait, which is cool, because then in theory you can just watch I did it again. In theory, you can just watch Critters 1 and 2 and then stop there, and you can just ignore Critters 3 and 4 and Attacks. And I found out there was one that was a short, and I can't remember what it was called. Aliens? The Critters Aliens? Or Critters Bounty Hunters. I was Googling to find the bounty hunters from Critters, and I Googled Critters Bounty Hunters and got results for like a short film called Critters Bounty Hunters. And there's probably more. I don't know. I have no idea how many Critters movies there are. I do not care. Maybe for another year, we'll continue the Critters-a-thon. I don't know. For what this movie was, I liked it well enough. So the only other thing I think I want to say is I totally see why people would prefer this one to the first. It's got more Critters shenanigans, it's got more action, it has more more characters, more higher body count. Because I think only like the sister's boyfriend dies in the first movie. But yeah, I think only the sister's boyfriend dies in the first movie, so this one has a little bit of a higher body count, which like is fine. I'm fine with the critters not like murdering indiscriminately and all over the place. Just their antics are funny. They're not subtitled in this one. There might be like one joke in it, I want to say, where they have subtitles, but that's about it. They do a pretty decent job of just like making critter noises and you kind of understanding what they're saying. Yeah, you know what? There was one scene towards the end there where they were subtitled because they were going to go after some people and then decided after, okay, let's go to the cheeseburger factory. And they were talking about that. So yeah, they were subtitled once. Having a whole town to destroy and rampage through is pretty cool. Very, very like almost Terror Squad feeling, where that's a small town in like Indiana and they're just blowing up that fucking town for real. Probably because the town was going to be demolished. So getting a small town for the critters to rampage in is pretty cool. What I'm going to say, and the reason I prefer the first one just a little bit more, and I mean by just the tiniest amount, is I really liked the Brown family, the main family in the original. I'm sure a lot of that went to Dee Wallace Stone just being the mom actor, and I always love seeing her. As much as she's typecast as the mom, I do love seeing her play a mom. So, but I liked them. I thought everyone had a pretty good relationship off of each other. And I was more okay with it being in one central location because the Browns' house is huge. After being in it for enough time in the beginning, while everything's kind of building up, you kind of get like a mental layout in your head of like where or how the house is constructed. So when you're seeing walls get blown apart, you know what that wall was connected to. Like in your brain, you know that like, oh, that wall got blown apart and the bathroom is right next door. So that's part of the upstairs in kids' room, bathrooms. You kind of spatially know where everything is, which is a nice little detail. I don't know if that was intentional. Probably not. It was probably just like an accidental like clarity of like, oh, I basically know how this entire house is laid out. That's cool. So overall, I do enjoy the first one more. The second one is a lot of fun though. Just as fun as the first. It is just like the minor nitpick of I just liked the family in the first movie more, and I liked the central location a little more. There was a little bit more of a connection to everyone there than there was with the ensemble town cast in the sequel. That Critter Ball, though, that was pretty fucking peak. I'm going to give Critters 2 a 3 out of 5. It is a half score lower than Critters 1. It is just that little bit that's lacking. That doesn't make me enjoy it as much as the first. Overall, you can't go wrong with either or. I honestly would recommend both Critters 1 and 2 as like a double feature because they work so well with each other, and I straight up don't remember there being like a stinger at the end for another one. So I'm wrapping that up. We're done. No more Critters this fucking marathon. No Critters. Come back tomorrow for another pretty well-known movie. I'd say less well-known than Hellraiser, but you be the judge of that. Fuck you. I'm not your dad. Alright, welcome back to Tubiween, and God, we're still doing this, huh? Alright, so our next movie up is, I wanted to revisit an old friend from earlier in this series. I wanted to revisit David Cronenberg, because I liked Shivers so much. So I checked out another movie he has on Tubi called Rabid. Rabid is directed and written by David Cronenberg. It stars Joe Silvers, who was also in Shivers. He was one of the doctors who helped develop the parasite in Shivers. Picture of him here! There he is! Whoa! So, plot synopsis is, imagine a zombie movie. That's about it. It's a little bit more than that. It's kind of interesting, kind of just okay. This is not Shivers, nor is it as interesting, but it's fine. Plot synopsis is, guy and girl are in a motorcycle wreck. Girl is in a coma, is also lit on fire, and she needs to get a skin graft done. And in the description of the movie, it's explained that it's an experimental skin graft. In the movie itself, it seems like a normal procedure. They go into it in depth during the movie, but there's nothing that's said that seems like it's an experimental thing. What ends up happening is she gets the skin graft and is in a coma for about a month, and then wakes up and has like this vagina on her armpit that can spit out like a tendril with a needle on it that she can stick into somebody, drink their blood because she can't eat regular food. It makes her throw up. Very Return of the Living Dead 3. Whenever she does this to somebody, they then get and contract like an advanced form of rabies, which turns these people into zombies that just want to bite other people to spread it because it's spread through the saliva. So if they bite, break skin, spreads. Just shoot him! There! Yeah! And it becomes an epidemic in Ontario, I want to say is where this takes place. It takes place in Ontario. So yeah, it becomes an epidemic in Ontario and is like then like a plague outbreak movie. Jesus. Nice. Oh, yeah, they always just throwing the fucking bodies in the garbage compactor. Oh my god. Yeah, now the window's all fucking streaky and looks like shit. But like it's almost like it's interesting to almost see it from like the perspective of like a regular zombie movie, except now you're seeing it when like falls apart initially, as opposed to like 28 Days Later or The Walking Dead or whatever, where it's been a couple of days, a couple of weeks, maybe some months where society has already fallen and we didn't see the initial starting. So it's kind of cool to see it from that perspective of like, this is the start and how it spreads kind of thing. But throughout the movie, the main guy is trying to get back to the hospital to get to his girlfriend. She has left the hospital and is like just infecting people as she leaves. It's theorized that somebody is the carrier of this. Like this didn't just mutate, like somebody has to be patient zero for this basically. And it's her. And wacky hijinks ensue. The movie ends with our main girl calling her boyfriend, telling him that she isn't sure she's the one spreading this, so to be certain, she's locked herself in a room with a perfectly healthy man, has jabbed him, and now is waiting to see what happens, to which he turns and kills her. And then the movie ends. Somehow she's also outside. Not sure how that's explained, but she's outside and then is taken and put in a garbage compactor and crushed, and the movie's over. It was okay. This wasn't as heady as Shivers was. I thought Shivers was much more interesting, but it's okay. I think this probably would have been higher up there had I seen this first, or maybe earlier in the marathon. But as it is, it's fine. It's a very well put together movie, which I wouldn't expect anything less from David Cronenberg. I wasn't expecting this to look like a shit show. But it's a very well put together movie, very 70s still. All of the blood is very bright red because that's just what the style was at the time. It's all well done. It's just not incredibly interesting. It's got enough going on that I'm not putting it on the same level as like Tourist Trap, where I was like, it's just kind of boring. It's not boring. It keeps moving. I will say towards the end there was definitely a moment where aloud I said like, I feel like this could be shorter. This feels like it could have been shorter than what it is. So right now I kind of just feel like we're just stretching it out. Like I feel like this could have been like a 70, 80 minute run instead of the hour and 30. I think it was hour and 30 something. Hour and 34 maybe. It could have been shorter. Like if it really felt like they were just kind of dragging for time. It was all right. I don't really think that there's anything too standoutish to say. This will probably be... Man, as the series keeps going, these ones just keep getting shorter and shorter, don't they? Because I don't really have much else to say. The movie's just really simple, and what Shivers had on offer was pretty simple plot with an interesting way to take your creature, if you want to call it that. Because I mean, the creature was there, it was the little worm parasites, but then it just became the people who were interesting, and what that could, what that had implications towards made it interesting. This, it's just woman's got a thing on her armpit that stabs into people, and then they kind of just become zombies. And also, they die off in like hours after they're infected. Like I think the timeline was they're infected, and then within 6 to 8 hours they become rabid animals, and then they're like rabid animals for like an hour, and then they just die. So like, it was interesting to see the military kind of like have a role to play in this, where they're like invading Ontario to everyone's given like a patch or an ID card to prove that they got like this new enhanced rabies shot before they could go anywhere. They were rounding people up who didn't have it to then go get it, or rounding people up that they might have thought were infected to quarantine them. I could see this being viewed as like an extremist example of what people thought like the pandemic we went through would have been like, but it never got to this point where people were obviously turning into rabid animals and killing people. But I don't know, I thought it was interesting. Maybe after living through a pandemic, these movies just aren't that interesting to me. I don't know, after having a kid in the heat of the pandemic, who knows? Yeah, maybe that just doesn't affect me. Who knows? But yeah, I just thought it was okay. I thought it was well made enough. Nothing super standoutish. No heady overtones like Shivers. Nothing. Pretty point blank. Pretty point A to B. Simple. We got a girl. She's infected people. The infected people become zombies. She doesn't believe that she's the one doing it, and she ends up kind of sort of kind of killing herself. That's it. It was all right. Overall, it was more interesting than Tourist Trap, but not by much. If this had Chuck Connors in it now, then it probably would have been crazy. If this had Chuck Connors was in this, we'd be telling a whole different story.
Chuck Connors.
But as it is, I'm gonna give this one a 3 out of 5. I thought it was fine. It's very well put together. It doesn't feel cheap. Tourist Trap has the trappings of a full moon movie where it's fine. Sure, it's pretty cheap. David Cronenberg knows how to put a movie together, God damn it. It's just shocking to me that this was after Shivers. And didn't really tackle any more interesting themes than Shivers had already tackled. So thought it was okay. So come back tomorrow for probably the most well-known movie that I'm going to try and talk to you about this marathon. Which I'll explain a little bit more tomorrow, and you'll see when it's up. So, bye! There's straight up just random people on that subway looking at the camera because they didn't know that they were being filmed. How'd the f*** they let him in? I thought they were picking off the people who were infected. Oh. Oh, f*** Santa! Oh no. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Wow! You fucking shot Santa in front of that kid! There's no footage for this movie. There's some sort of weird copyright protection for this movie on Tubi that I couldn't get behind or get around. So all the footage is black with just sound. So I can't show anything. So I'm going to intentionally try to make this review kind of short. So, sorry. Welcome back. We're talking about Pumpkinhead today. Pumpkinhead is directed by Stan Winston, which is a little odd because Stan Winston is normally a special effects guy. He's only directed like 3 movies. He does special effects. He did special effects for Terminator 2, Terminator 3, Galaxy Quest, Batman Returns, Constantine, and The Bat People. This movie stars Lance Henriksen, who I feel like doesn't need too much introduction, but he was Bishop in Aliens and Alien 3. He was in The Terminator, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and Jennifer's Body. Okay, so our basic plot is Lance Henriksen is a farmer person, or at least lives out in the middle of fucking nowhere with his like 5-year-old son. Maybe he's 6 or 7. He lives out in like the boonies with his like 8-year-old son. His wife died. We don't learn that his wife died until later, but it's not super important. It's just him and the boy. and they think like farmers or something, and they also own like a general store in the middle of nowhere. One day is a pretty normal day. We get some very good and well done, like just father and son bonding stuff as a parent of two little fellas. That stuff kind of gets to me now, because I'm a weak baby man. But it was cute. One day while at the store, some teenagers, always these fucking teenagers, they show up and want to just go riding dirt bikes in the nowhere. So they stop at this general store, pick up some stuff. They're also, I think, on their way to a cabin to go do this in the woods, but they don't want to wait. So while they stop at this cabin, two guys are riding dirt bikes around the hilly slopes of this. It's not a desert. It's kind of just like an area of like dead plants. During that, Lance Henriksen has to leave to run home to grab something for one of his regulars. It seems like he kind of supplies like a local farm with a bunch of stuff, and that's probably the main reason he's in business. That's what it seems like anyway. So he has to run home to grab like a new shipment of, I think, seed or like a chicken feed that came in. So he leaves the boy at the store, and they have a dog named Gypsy. The little fella and Gypsy are in the store, and Gypsy runs out of the store, and little child goes running after her, or him, I guess. And while that's happening, they're still dirt biking, and one of them hits the child. The child does not make it. He dies maybe 5 or so minutes in the movie after, in Lance Henriksen's arms, which is where I would too also like to die. But what Lance ends up saying, he comes back, there's only one teenager left with the kid. So he thinks that they hit him and ran, and one just stayed behind because he felt guilty. What really was going on is the guy that hit him ran off because he's a fucking weak baby bitch. Everyone else stayed behind. There was 4 other ones, and then they had the decision to go to the cabin because there's a phone, and they can call, because there's not a phone in the general store. There's a phone at the cabin, they can call and get an ambulance here. And that was their plan. When they get to the cabin, Dickbag who hit the kid already unplugged the phone and ripped the cables, so they can't call. So now Lance Henriksen, full of guilt and grief, goes to a voodoo witch woman to summon Pumpkinhead to take revenge on the teenagers that killed his kid. And then it is very much just your pretty bog standard basic slasher movie with a creature. 2 big things I want to point out as major positives for this movie, because without these 2 major positives, this would be a pretty bog standard, kind of middle of the road slasher horror creature movie. Number 1, Lance Henriksen is putting his all into this role. More so than I ever thought he was going to, for a movie called Pumpkinhead. He is given his 100%, and it works really well. He's so good in this movie. And I know I just said that about Elijah Wood. It feels like I'm just praising actors for, acting. But when you watch schlock stuff like this, I don't expect to see, like if I saw Brad Pitt show up in one of these, I would just expect him to be like, yeah, they paid me $5. I wanted to buy a coffee, so I showed up to be in this movie. Like, I'd expect him to just not give a shit. So seeing, like, an actor I recognize actually give a shit and try, and successfully try, is really impressive, and shouldn't go without saying. The other thing I will say is Pumpkinhead, as a creature, is one of the coolest motherfuckers. It's basically a xenomorph for the woods, and I don't care, because it is so cool looking. And I've always seen Pumpkinhead's design, but I've never seen the movie that it's from, but I've always looked at it and was just like, that looks so cool. It reminds me a little bit of the creature from The Suckling, just not Pumpkinhead is one of the, and I'm sure I'm putting up like 15 pictures of him right now, but he is such a cool looking monster. And it's a shame that there were no other Pumpkinhead movies after this. I don't know if they're bad. I just know that they don't share any of the same cast, so I'm just assuming they're bad. And also, I think Tubi only has the 1st and the 4th one, so I'm not marathoning the Pumpkinhead movies. We're not Maniac Cop in this. Overall, this movie is pretty bog standard, very middle of the road, with those 2 beacons of Lance Hendricks acting his fucking heart out for a movie called Pumpkinhead, and Pumpkinhead himself's design is amazing. One of the best creatures. One of the most underrated creatures, I feel. He is so cool looking. Because of those big pluses for me, Pumpkinhead gets a 3 out of 5. I liked this movie well enough. Didn't love it. The pluses were what really carried it for me. Those 2 fairly big positives were what really... Pumpkinhead's design is what really carried it for me. Seeing him, I don't have footage of it, but man, when he goes into that dilapidated church and it's just like blue beams of light blasting behind him and he's like silhouetted there and he looks so cool. Oh, he looks so cool. Anyway, tune in tomorrow for something. I ain't gonna lie, tomorrow's video is gonna be boring. Maniac Cop 2 is directed once again by William Lustig. I don't want to get into everything that he's done again, with all the Maniac Cop movies, yada yada. And it stars Bruce Campbell for about 10 minutes. And that's when I knew that this was not going to be as good as the movie. That's when Bruce Campbell was only in this movie for about 10 minutes, that's when I knew the red flag went up in my brain and I was like, this is not going to be as good. Robert Zadar's still there, but this isn't going to be as good. Bruce Campbell is murdered within the first 10 minutes because Matt Cordell's got to wrap up some loose ends and he gets a fucking knife stabbed through the back of his neck, out the front, and that's it. That's the end of Bruce Campbell. He did not make it all the way through Maniac Cop 1 just to die within the first 10 minutes. You're kidding me! You're kidding me! The biggest, I don't want to say biggest crime, because I don't have anything against him at all, but the biggest crime this movie commits is thinking that Robert Davi is a okay substitute for Bruce Campbell. Robert Davi is fine. He's not Bruce Campbell. He ain't Bubba Hotep, alright? Robert Davi plays a detective, and he's just not as interesting. He makes a pretty good gruff, grizzled detective, more so than the Jagoff and Blade the Iron Cross, but he's just not as fun as Bruce Campbell. We don't have Robert Davi doing buffoonery in the back of a police van. Where's the buffoonery? It's okay. The female lead from the previous movie, awesome. I didn't get into her at all. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It matters, but I'm not explaining the whole movie. You gotta get a job. Go watch it. Maniac Cop's amazing. But the female lead from the first movie, she makes it a little bit longer, but eventually gets her neck snapped, and that's the end of her. So then our leads are Robert Davi and the police psychiatrist. I did not write down her name. I'm sorry. I can give you some details real quick. Robert Davi has been in 122 movies, so he beat Robert Zadar, which is unfortunate because nobody should beat Robert Zadar, but whatever. Davi was in 122 movies, including, here's the difference, Robert Davi has been in movies that you have heard of. Robert Davi was in Predator 2, Showgirls, Goonies, Die Hard, and the Shadoe Stevens classic Tracks. So he's been in some shit. He's been in a lot of shit. I'll get into the movie now a little bit and kind of discuss some of my issues with it. In a Void, right? If I did my original idea, which was because I had heard so much about Maniac Cop 2 as opposed to the first one, if I had watched this one first, I feel like the experience might have been different. I may have loved this one and then also loved the first one after, if I watched the second and the first. The issue is the first one is setting up everything. The mystery between the audience and the characters of who's the killer. For me, who's playing the killer. For them, oh, it's Matt Cordell. For me, holy that's Robert Zadar. That mystery's over in the sequel. We already know who's doing the killings, so now the police procedural isn't as interesting, and Robert Davi is so fucking quiet in this movie. I need to also explain the Tubi rip of this movie is terrible. It's either a Laserdisc or a full-screen DVD rip. It's horrible. I know the Blu-ray for Maniac Cop 2, I believe, is in full HD with a widescreen, fully restored, whatever. That version's not on Tubi. And the issue with that is the sound is terrible. The action is so fucking loud. The strip club is the loudest thing in the fucking movie. Like, crazy that the strip club has been the loudest thing in the movie. I couldn't believe how loud that shit was. And then whenever Robert Davi talks, he's like down here, and I can't hear what he says. And then I gotta turn my TV up. I gotta turn my TV up just a little bit so that I can finally hear him. And then once I can finally hear him, oh my god, I need to turn the TV back down. And it's the most. Sound mixing in movies is one of my biggest pet peeves in the world because they never do it right. That's besides the point. The movie's also on Amazon Prime, and I was debating swapping to see if the Amazon Prime version is better. But no, I'm committed to Tubiween. So if it's on Tubi, I'm watching the Tubi version, god damn it. So I watched that version. That might have also been a hindrance because we get some scenes from the first movie. The sequel opens up with the final scene of the first movie, and it's much darker, much shittier looking, all in 4:3. Less interesting to look at, honestly. And then later in the movie, we get the I'm gonna hope that's okay and keep going. Maybe we're just gonna take this shit off. Just leave some of the pressure on top of that water heater. The water heater's making noises and I don't like it, so I stepped away. This isn't gonna help me, but it'll give me some time to contemplate things before I get being obliterated. I don't know if you can hear what it's doing, but I'm scared shitless. Maybe I'm just gonna leave for a minute until that's done. Just hold on. Like, what are the chances, right? Like, I'm the one it explodes to? That'd be crazy. Okay, it's still whistling, but it hasn't exploded. I'm just gonna go for it and finish this shit and get out of here. I'm still gonna stand over here, just so it gives me time to contemplate my inevitable demise. So, what the f was that? Oh, we get flashbacks to Robert Zadar's time in the prison, when he gets killed in the first movie, and we see that, and it's the exact same footage from the first movie, except because of this the shitty rip that Tubi has, it is so dark. It is so hard to see anything because in Maniac Cop 1, you could see that the color of blood, you could see the red color of blood running down the drain after everything was done. This one, it's just like a black screen with blue light, and you can't even make out the color. It just looks like water, and it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that we don't have a better rip, but I don't really think that... Okay, it's done. It's unfortunate we don't have a better rip of it on Tubi, but I do think that that probably wouldn't have helped my enjoyment of it as much as I would believe. I think the weirdest twist and turn that Maniac Cop 2 does is Maniac Cop's like willingness to work with somebody else. We're introduced to like this Charles Manson looking guy, and we see him at a strip club, and he's just like he's like really eyeing up this one girl, and it's weird and creepy and odd. And then it gets even weirder and creepier and odder when he breaks into her apartment and attempts to rape her, and then the cops show up and try to stop it, and then Robert Zadar shows up, throws the two police officers, killing them, and then the rapist escapes out a window, and Robert Zadar follows him, and now they're just kind of buddies. They take refuge in Charles Manson's apartment, and that's that. And then they have an idea of that the attempted rapist gets arrested because attempted rape. Also, apparently he killed a bunch of other women. He gets arrested, and he keeps saying that his friend's gonna break him out. To which, I don't know, I'm kind of just like, is he really your friend though? You can't really. He said one thing to you, barely, because he can't really talk. But he does. He eventually breaks him out in one of the most incredible shootouts I've ever put to screen. I wish this version looked better. When Maniac Cop shows up in that shooting range, because he's invincible for some reason, he's in the range, downrange, where the bullets are flying at him, and he just blows away everybody, and it's like RoboCop squids. Like, there's blood flying everywhere, and it's incredible. Oh! Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Holy shit! God damn, his face is all fucked up on this one. You just walk right through it! Damn! Oh, we're using RoboCop squibs! The glass broke right before he touched it. Jesus! Wow! And then when he walks out and is just walking through the police station, breaking glass by just walking into it, not even like shooting it first, just walking into it. Sometimes the glass breaks before he gets to touch it. I did notice that a couple times. And he picks up that one guy and throws him through like 4 office cubicles. Incredible. One of the best scenes in the movie. And then, yes, he gets down to the holding cells, lets his friend go and another guy, and their plan is now to break into the prison Sing Sing where Robert Zadar was murdered and break out other people and basically build up a militia to go and fight the politicians and everyone else that did Matt Cordell, Robert Zadar wrong. The way this movie ends is Robert Zadar makes it there, and I want to say it's the commissioner, but I could be wrong. One of the people in charge of getting Matt Cordell put away says over the loudspeaker, "Your case has been reopened. All the charges put against you have been dismissed. You're a free man," basically, just to try to get him out of there and maybe take him quietly, because hopefully, I think their thought process is like, well, he just wants revenge for what you people did. If you guys atone for it, then there's a chance that he might just go willingly then. So that's their plan, and it does stop him. He completely abandons the friends. The rapist gets set on fire, and that's another big thing to point out. The final 5 minutes of this movie, the climax, Robert Zadar, I'm assuming a stunt double, but in my head I'm going to say it's Robert Zadar because he just seems like that kind of guy that was like, yeah, or maybe he wasn't, I don't know. Most movies I'd see him in, he's in it for 5 minutes. He seems like he just was paid to show up and then left. So I don't know. But Maniac Cop is on fire for 5 minutes. It's the longest I've ever seen anybody on film on fire. And it is so impressive because not only is he on fire, he's walking through the prison and just grabbing people and throwing them, lighting them on fire too. He tackles a dude through a cinder block wall and I think he tackles the rapist through a cinder block wall, falls on a bus and fucking explodes. It is masterfully done. That was impressive. And all of my qualms about this movie don't apply to that at all, because that was amazing. The movie ends and he's getting buried, and it all seems well. Robert Davi throws the badge down onto the casket, and then they leave. And a hand comes out of the casket, grabs the badge, pulls it back in, leading us into Maniac Cop 3. And I want to say the way that it's grabbed is very funny, because it's not like it's like a, and it's it was very quick. I liked Maniac Cop 2 well enough. Some of the stunts were really well done. Luckily, because they know that since the mystery is solved and you're just waiting for the kills, some of them are really fucking cool. The police shootout is a standout, the fire, and then also the attempted murder on our female lead of this movie, where I have to look it up, and Trent, cut this out if it's not true, but I remembered watching a documentary on B movies at one point when I was a teenager, and I swear to God, the scene that took place here, the actress was pregnant for, and if that's the case, that's fucking crazy. And if it's not this, then cut this out, but that's nuts. I'm gonna find that out. But anywho, the female lead of this movie is with the female lead of the last movie right before she dies, and Robert Zadar takes a handcuff to her, handcuffs her to a steering wheel, throws the car in neutral, and just rolls that bitch down a hill. So now she's outside the car, handcuffed to the wheel, having to run alongside the car, get drugged by it, desperately trying to climb in and stop the car. That was exhilarating to watch. That was I was back in it. If I was kind of teetering off a little bit, I was back in, because that was amazing. I've never seen something like that attempted before and since. Why do I get the feeling I've seen a documentary talking about this scene and she was pregnant during this or something? I could be wrong. That's something I'm gonna have to look up later. Oh my God! How is she? Jesus, this is horrible. And that's a scene that is a scene, and the police shootout scene is something that's going to be stuck in my mind forever as just amazing. And a couple shots from the first movie are going to be in my head forever. It's probably going to hold the same compartment in my brain that most of RoboCop takes, because they have kind of the same, I don't want to say tone, but a reverent feel, if you will, if I may use a big brain smart word on you, that I probably used incorrectly, but yeah, overall, Not as good as the first one. Still a fine, schlocky movie. I think, genuinely, if you were to put this one on at a Halloween party or something, it would go over well. It would go over better than the first one. The first one's a lot of, albeit interesting plot happening, but it is a lot of talking, a lot of just kind of like police procedural stuff. The second one doesn't have as much, and I think that would make it go over at like a Halloween party more. It also has like way more nudity, so there's that. If you have friends who are just gonna freak the fuck out about a tit or two. But I think that this movie probably would be better with an audience than the first one. But overall, pretty big downgrade from the first one. I'm gonna say it. Not having Bruce Campbell in it is like a huge detractor. That's like a fucking net negative to not put Bruce Campbell back in it. Ugh. That's replace him with the Davi. That's crazy. That's criminal. That feels like we were robbed. It is what it is. Overall, I'm gonna give Maniac Cop 2 a 3 out of 5. I thought this was fine. It was a fine sequel. It feels like a sequel where they were trying to go bigger and not necessarily better, but it was fine. Last thing to mention, because I forgot, not distributed by Troma this time. It's distributed by something else that I've never heard of. It probably distributed this movie and maybe the third one and then went defunct. So, but yeah, that's it. 3 out of 5. Pretty good, pretty okay. It's all right. It is nowhere near in the same ballpark or league as the first movie. That is an immaculate. That's a classic. But yeah, tune in tomorrow, where I might watch Maniac Cop 3. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I've recorded all of these in a batch, if you couldn't tell by the shirt and the fit. All right. Bye. What? Oh, he's throwing it in nude? Oh my god! That's horrible! Get that bitch! Cut that cop! You're kidding! Oh! Oh my god! Welcome back to the second to last day of Tubiween. We are almost there. Today, I thought we would bring it back around almost full circle here and talk about I Drink Your Blood, a movie I had not seen, a movie that stars Lynn Laurie, who we mentioned all the way back when we talked about Shivers, and I had not seen this. I've also not seen The Crazies. There's quite a bit of Lynn Laurie's catalog I have not seen. Mostly all of it, to be honest with you. She followed me on Twitter. I must have posted something about some B movie once, and then she followed me on Twitter, and I immediately was like, oh, I have never watched a single thing that this girl has been in. I should change that. So here we are. If I had the courage, I would message her and just be like, hey, so what made you follow me? But I don't want to lose that. That's my one thing of clout. I don't want to lose that, so I'm not gonna. But I watched I Drink Your Blood, and we're gonna, you know the routine. It's directed by David E. Durston, who directed Stigma, The Love Statue, LSD Experience, Blue Sexist, Boy Napped, and Felicia. Only one of those is marked as a porn. I'll have you figure that out, I guess. I Drink Your Blood stars Tide Kearney, who was in Casino, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Austin Powers, International Man of Mystery, In the Line of Fire, Internal Affairs, so a bunch of stuff. Lynn Laurie, of course, who has been in our previous movie Shivers, The Crazies, the original and the remake, a couple of other B-movies here and there, and Alex Mann, who I will read off a selection of movies that he has been in. Satan Was a Lady, The Defiance of Good, Changes, Winter Heat, Sometimes Sweet Susan, The Great Skycopter Rescue, and Invasion of the Love Drones. Only one of those isn't marked as a porno. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. So what is I Drink Your Blood, besides pretty self-explanatory? Well, I'm not going to say I was really engaged with it. I was pretty bored with it for most of it. It's a 70s, early 70s, 1971, early 70s grindhouse movie. It's an exploitation movie about Satanist cults, hippies, drugs, you name it, is here. The first 5 minutes, there is a real chicken that gets beheaded and killed on screen, and according to the trivia, the director says that apart from that chicken, none of the other animals were killed on screen. Oh, that was probably a real chicken. Oh, yeah, that's probably a real chicken. Oh, I don't think I can show that. Oh, dear. Which leads me to believe that the goat was also real, and they just didn't kill it on screen, or maybe it was already dead. Oh, Jesus! And I know for a fact the rats that get barbecued later were lab rats that were already dead, and they painted them to look like the wild rats that were inside the hotel. What the fuck? Ew. So those are also real dead rats getting put on a kebab stick and shoved into a fire. So real animal murder. It was the time. It's Grindhouse. I don't know if you're not expecting a little bit of animal murder here and there. Also, there was a dog that died. Don't know if that was a real dog or not. Again, didn't die on camera, but that doesn't mean they didn't just find it on the side of the road somewhere and doll it up for the movie. I don't know. So I Drink Your Blood is pretty simple. We get a lot of the Satanist stuff to kind of add some depth, but truthfully, a Satanist cult comes to town. They kidnap one of the main character's grandfathers. They don't kidnap him. He goes in there because they previously had like beaten, maimed, suggested raped one of the girls, this grandfather's granddaughter. So it's not on screen. I think it's mentioned like offhand once, but like never confirmed. And I don't know if I should chalk this up to sloppy writing, or I don't know if this is it wasn't that serious, or I chalk it up to sloppy writing. I don't know. I will say the girl who got the beating, at the very least abuse, seems to be doing pretty okay, more so than I would imagine somebody who went through assault, I'll say, would be doing. She's doing better than somebody I would think who would have gone through that, but again, 71, maybe sloppy writing, it's not the point. But yeah, he goes into this hotel that they've taken over, tries to talk to him, they drug him. His grandson goes out with a shotgun and shoots a rabid dog. The rabid dog was never set up, by the way. It just shows up. Don't worry about it. Shut up. He shoots the rabid dog. He then asks his sister, who was the victim of the Satanists, what happens to a person if they get rabies. And she tells him, like, oh, they get really sick and eventually die. To which he then goes out with a syringe because his grandfather is a veterinarian, so he just has some doctor. He then goes out with a syringe, takes the rabid dog's blood, and puts it in the food that the Satanists eat the next day. And then what we get is kind of a nice little love story, actually. No, we get like another zombie situation. I'm gonna say I liked this zombie situation more than all the other zombie issues that I have begrudged over. And I don't really know why. There's not really necessarily a reason why. Because you look at something like Rabid, which was basically this plot, except a woman with a armpit butthole and a thing coming out of it, and that was giving people rabies. This one, I don't know. I can't really describe it. I guess because they didn't. The big difference is they didn't try to like sugarcoat this with it being like, oh, it's a mutated form of rabies that's been given by this woman, like they did in Rabid. Instead, it was like, yeah, this is just what happens when people have rabies, which don't think so, but maybe. I'm not familiar enough with what happens with rabies in the human body, but I don't think that they turn into monsters who want to bite other people and are foaming at the mouth constantly, from what I understand. And I'll put corrections over here if I'm wrong. From what I understand, rabies is like the person who has them, just if they're not treated with them immediately, gets like, they just slowly lose themselves, I guess. Like they lose themselves, they're thirsty, but they can't drink anything. They lose the ability to swallow, and they're constantly like drooling, and eventually you just kind of like your shit just shuts off. Like your body systems just flatline, and then that's it. And it's painful and horrible and lasts too long. But as far as I'm aware, that's like it. But no, in this movie they just become blood crazed monsters and want to kill, and are also afraid of water. There's many times where they use a river to get away from the rabid people, or spray them with a hose to stop them. They're just afraid of water, which I also don't think is a part of it. But yeah, there's that. There's a horrible side plot with one of the Satanists who has rabies and then prostitutes herself to a bunch of construction workers, and She bites one of the construction workers while they're having sex, and then it's not shown, but it is very heavily implied that in a fit of revenge, he and the other construction workers take part in raping her. It's not shown, but the next time you see the construction workers, they are all rabid now. So unless the one guy that got bit during sex bit all of the other guys, the implications aren't great. One of the Satanists is also pregnant. This comes up like once. It's never anything that's really harped on. I feel like it could have been a really, like, this is gonna make me sound horrible, but it could have been a really gut-wrenching moment when the pregnant Satanist realizes that she is pregnant. Or not realizes she's pregnant, but realizes that she's gonna die because of the rabies. But it's not. Throughout the whole movie, she sucks. Like, all the Satanists are terrible people. Except the one guy that, like, defects from it, he's fine. And he also never ate the food that was contaminated, so he's totally fine. Until the end when he gets his head cut off or whatever. But she's just not interesting and also just sucks. And then at the end of the movie, she's told that she's going to die because of the rabies, and she hasn't had like a bloodlust. In comparison to everyone else, she has not had a bloodlust like at all. And then she takes like a wooden spike that was in the ground connected to like a rope that I assume connected to like a dog leash probably. But she picks up a spike and just jams it into her stomach, killing the baby first, then her. And I feel like that was supposed to be like a big, shocking, oh my god moment, but the baby's probably better off, if I'm being honest. The baby was going to be born into like a horrible Satanist cult, and the way that they're portrayed in this movie, it probably wouldn't have gone well for the baby. I'm sure babies have been born in other Satanist cults, and they've turned out great, but this one wouldn't have turned out too good. But yeah, the movie just kind of stops. All the rabid people are taken care of by getting shot by cops off screen. Just kind of ends. I'm aware that there was footage that was cut out. There was footage that was cut out, and there was footage that was meant to be like a more pessimistic ending, but it got cut out, and the version on Tubi has that cut out. The footage was thought to be lost. It was found, and now it's been restored in like Blu-ray releases of this movie. That's not the version that's on Tubi, though. So the version on Tubi, it just stops, and then the kid who infected the Satanist is just walking through a field, dry shooting a revolver while the credits roll, and that's it. What? We just end it there, huh? Lynn Laurie never got killed. Apparently the ending was his mom got bit, which we do see in the movie. She gets bit, and then she turns her boyfriend into a rabid animal, and they get killed. And then the little boy goes up to the police officers and tells them that and he comes clean and tells them it's his fault that this outbreak happened. He poisoned the Satanists and caused them to get rabies and whatever. And the police just laugh him off. And then he wanders the field, just dry shooting the revolver, which I don't really know what that's supposed to signify, but that's apparently how it was supposed to play out. But that stuff got cut. That is what it is. The only other really big thing of trivia to mention is that this was rated X by the MPAA or whatever ratings board there was at the time. People were trying to get pulled from theaters. It was rated X solely because of the violence. There's like nothing. There's some nudity, but it's not like this isn't a porno, and the violence has not aged particularly well. I can imagine in '71 though this was probably pretty hard. But yeah, that's really about it. The most, I think, like influential or remembered scene is Lynn Laurie with the electric knife. She cuts, not her hand, she cuts off somebody else's hand with an electric knife, and then comes out just kind of holding it and like dead-eyed. Got her, Lynn. She deserved it, I'm sure. And Lynn Laurie, unfortunately, doesn't speak in this movie, and she's not really in it much. She is playing a mute, so she's not in it a whole lot, and mainly she's just there in the background, which is unfortunate because the whole reason I watched this was for Lynn Laurie, and for her to not really be a huge player, and it was kind of making me lose interest. But for I Drink Your Blood's historical relevance, this being Lynn Laurie's first proper movie, that's about it. Killing a chicken on screen, you know, that's hype. It's not the most amazing movie, and it's not the most engaging movie, but on like a historical level, this almost feels like you should probably just check it out just for historical purposes. It's kind of like how they still have like film students watch like Birth of a Nation, even though the movie's a horrible racist nightmare, but it was important in the progression of filmmaking. This one's important in the progression of B-movie making, probably. For its historical relevance and what it has, I've given it a 3 out of 5. I think it's okay. I think it's all right. I think it's a little bit better than average, but not much, so I think it's pretty good. It's all right, but tune in tomorrow for the Halloween Spooktacular. Remember, the chapel, the band, we got it all, baby. And the video better bang, so help me God. All right, see you tomorrow. Did you beat up and punch and maim a woman last night? Here, drive my car. All right. Okay, never mind then. I see. Okay, your child's in the back. The Satanist in the woods, obviously. All right, so for reference here, I wanted to try to make this room look dark to match the movie's aesthetic, but I can't show it. I'll take a picture of it. Live picture taking. I don't know if I want to capture all the garbage that... We're in my closet. It's a nightmare in here. We're lucky I have a desk, okay? I record these in my closet, so you're going to see a closet floor. But, boom. So, on the floor is a white desktop computer that I moved from the living room to in here to record. And it's just blasting every color of the rainbow. And, oh wait, I guess I could turn... Hold on. Yeah, I mean, the TV's still gonna... So it's not gonna work because the TV's gonna... Okay, so whatever. I was trying to make it dark, but I can't because the screen's bright, this bright, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we're talking about Dog Soldiers. So Dog Soldiers is directed by Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall is the director of The Descent, Dog Soldiers. The Hellboy movie from 2019, Centurion, Doomsday, Game of Thrones, the IMAX experience. Okay, so he's the director of The Descent, and I think Doomsday people like. So he's the director of The Descent and Doomsday. But I think this might have been one of his first movies. When did The Descent come out? I'm actually curious. Hold on. What am I doing? Hellboy was 2019. Doomsday was 2008. So yeah, I think this might have been his first movie. Boom. Bam. Okay, yes. So Dog Soldiers is his first feature-length movie. Now, I own this on DVD. I did watch this on Tubi because this movie has a reputation, which I'll get into in a little bit. But I went on a thrift shopping journey a year and a half ago, maybe. I went to a thrift shop, and for $2.99, Dog Soldiers on DVD. So I picked it up, pretty much knowing that this was going to be like one of the worst ways to watch this movie, because this movie's dark, and I don't mean like subject matter wise. I mean like they didn't light anything dark. Like you can't physically fucking see what's going on in this movie sometimes because of how goddamn dark it is. I knew that was the case, and because this is a DVD from, I mean, this feels like a Blockbuster case. I don't think it is. It's missing like the little hole. I don't know. It's been, listen, we're like, what, 2 decades out from Blockbuster shutting down now, or almost, but I know Blockbuster cases used to have like the GameCube square down here. It doesn't have this, but this has the feeling of like a Blockbuster case. If you ever held a Blockbuster case, you know what I'm talking about. They're like really heavy duty DVD cases, but I don't think that this is. I think this is just a heavy duty DVD case for some reason. Yeah, I think this was released in 2002. So this is a 2002 run DVD, like first release DVD. So I'm assuming the quality on this is terrible, because the quality on everything up until fairly recently was terrible for this movie. It recently just got a Blu-ray, well, recently, within the last 3-4 years, it got a Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray remastering, and it's shot on 16mm, so there's not a whole lot that they can do with the 4K remastering of it, but they fixed the lighting. There was a Blu-ray, Shout Factory Blu-ray, I think, made beforehand, but it like blew up the lighting, so now everything's like washed out and looks like shit. The 4K one has a pretty, from what I was looking at, like visuals and whatnot, it's got a pretty good balance of, you can actually see what's happening, and whatever. So I think the only way to watch this movie where you can actually make out what's going on is that 4K Blu-ray. So the Tubi release, I believe, is the Shout Factory Blu-ray rip, I think, because it's... So I don't want to say that, though, because the Shout Factory Blu-ray rip has a reputation of being, like, overexposed. The Tubi rip was not. It was not overexposed at all. The issue was I still could not see what the was happening, so I'm not sure. Beyond that, this movie stars Sean Pertwee, who I kept looking at, and he looked familiar. It's probably from Event Horizon. He's in Event Horizon, Equilibrium, The Invitation, Goal, Swing Kids, also Doomsday. I kept looking at him, and he looked really familiar. Not so much. It's probably from Event Horizon is where I recognize him. Kevin McKidd, who's in Trainspotting 2, Brave, It Ends With Us, Percy Jackson, The Lightning Thief. I'll say those are like our big ones. Yeah, I'll say those are our big people. But general plot, I believe Scottish soldiers? Doesn't really say. Some of them are Scottish, some of them are British. Soldiers in the UK somewhere are sent out on a training mission. The training mission is that the platoon is split in half. One team's on one side, another team is like 50 miles away on the other side, and the goal is to meet in the middle without spotting the other side. Basically, one side has to get the jump on the other side. Everyone's shooting blanks. It's totally just like a normal military exercise that lasts like a week. And that's what they're doing. In the middle of all this, werewolves. The movie then becomes a Cabin in the Woods movie, kind of. It's all done at like one location after the initial opening. They're in a farmhouse, and they just got to survive the night, basically. It is... You get like a countdown from when daylight's coming. You'll hear characters say like, "Oh, 6 hours till daytime." There's some shots of a clock where you'll see like, "Oh my god, it's only 3:20 a.m." Like they still got so much time before daylight, so they have to wait until the sun comes up. And there's a woman there who's a zoologist who she tells them that 2 years ago she was asked to come down here and help study these things, so she knows a little bit more about them than she's letting on initially. And that's like your whole movie. It is just soldiers and a woman trying to survive the night with some twists and turns here and there that I won't get into because I really liked this movie and I would love to rate it much higher, but unfortunately the Tubi rip is terrible. And if we're going off of the rip that I watched, I have to rate it fairly on that. My big positives that I'm going to say is the script is really tight. The acting is really good. The story and the concept are engaging and entertaining and genuinely like really thoughtful. Like it really feels like Neil Marshall, who also wrote the film, really sat down with this concept and tried to flesh it out and tried to like, because there's not like any glaring like, well, why did they just do this? Like almost every single time that you'd question something like, why wouldn't they try this? Or why wouldn't they go to do something? Like, why wouldn't they just try to make, like, it's all thrown in there, and everything that could possibly be done is done and tried and fails or is like kind of a glimmer, but not like every single thing that you would think of to try to do gets done in this movie, and you get like your answer as to why they wouldn't attempt to do these things, such as like trying to get away, get to a car, hotwire a car to get out, like whatever. I won't say what the big twist is in the movie, except that I kind of saw it coming. It's not like a great twist, but it's one of those twists where you can see coming, but the fact that you can see it coming doesn't ruin it, because now you're almost anticipating it and waiting for that moment to happen. And when it happens, it's really good, because it heightens everything. We're already at like a moment of like climax here, where it's like we're on our last ditch effort, let's try to just like blow them up, and then the twist happens, and now everything's heightened. One person's like going to turn into a werewolf, one person separated than like our main character somewhere. Like it's all perfectly done. It makes it look so effortless to just like get this story out the way that they did. I don't think I can talk enough about how good the script is for this, and the story concept, all of that. It's all so well done. The biggest criticism is this movie is great on all terms, except for the movie itself. Visually, looking at this movie, I thought it was shot digitally. Like I thought it was shot on like digital cameras from 2002. Like it looks that bad sometimes. The outside, when they're outside in the daytime, it has like this, I can't describe it, like smear. I said like Vaseline somewhere, like it's a smear of Vaseline, but it's not really that. I can't tell if this movie just like looks terrible. Like this movie looks like sci-fi channel original, because it's not like a, whenever I say a smear of Vaseline, I imagine like a PS2 game blown up on an HD TV, because those games have like this awful motion blur and it just looks like shit. Every PlayStation 2 game looks terrible on an HD screen. It's not that, it's like something else. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's like a digital artifact over film look. It's weird, but it makes everything so much harder to see and look at visually. And then once it becomes night, which, I don't know, 75-80% of this movie's at night, there are moments where the camera will do like quick pans, and the quick pan is just like a like you just can't see what it's panning to. And then when it'll show something that like a character's gonna grab, and it's like, oh, this is the thing that's gonna give them the upper hand. Except, what? I just saw a black screen with maybe a little fucking glimmer. It is so hard to tell what's going on. Oh, the letter opener, the silver from the camper. The campers that was set up in the very beginning. The good thing about that is usually, which almost makes me wonder if like how intentional was the lighting to make it that hard to read. Like how intentional was the lighting? Because when you see that and it's like, oh, an object or an item or whatever that'll give them the upper hand, you can't see it, but then within like the 30 seconds of them grabbing it, it's used, and then you can see it because at least there's like a light shaft from a window or like a candle light somewhere. You can make out what it is, so you're not like left in the dark for too long. It would be different if it was something that they were trying to set something up like 20 minutes ago, and then it would come up, because if they showed it to you 20 minutes ago, you probably A, didn't fucking see it, and B, might not remember it, because this movie doesn't really do that too often. It does it with one thing. One thing at the beginning of the movie comes back all the way to the end, which was clever, because I didn't think it was going to. I thought these things were two totally unrelated whatevers, but once it gets to a certain point, you kind of realize like, oh, no, that initial thing in the beginning was related to this, and it is coming back now. No, overall, I really like this movie. This would be high up there with Maniac Cop 1 for surprise of how much I liked it. I've heard the premise before. I've been aware of this movie. I've just never seen it, and then I bought it and was like, cool, I'll see it, because I didn't really think to look on Tubi to see if it was there, to be honest with you. But I bought it at a thrift store and was like, sick, I have it. And then I was doing some digging and was like, oh yeah, I totally forgot about this film's reputation of being like the worst thing to look at, because you just can't see anything. So I was kind of scared off from watching it, but I figured, you know what, for this, let's watch the Tubi version. Worst comes to worst, it's the exact same rip from this. And thankfully it was an HD rip, but it is not a great HD rip. What I will say for Dog Soldiers is it would 100% be up there with Maniac Cop 1 in terms of surprise and rating for how much I enjoyed this movie. However, I have to take like a whole point away, because this movie's so hard to look at. It is so hard to see what's going on. Everything about it is like 100% perfect. Visually, you know, I don't know, there's like 3 parts to making a movie. It's like sound, visuals, and script. I think with these 3 things, you can suffer on everything else, acting, whatever. If you've got good audio, you've got a good camera, and you've got a good script. I really feel like you can even sacrifice like decent camera quality as long as your audio is good and your script is good. And then sacrificing the script, get good audio visual, you kind of just get like mid-budget action movies. Like, you know, you've got these 3 things. You get like get bad audio with good visuals and a good script, then it's frustrating. That's like the trifecta of film in general, for me at least. And you flubbed the visuals so bad that everything else has to do double duty. And the sound is pretty good. Pretty standard, honestly. It's nothing amazing, but the sound's like fine. It gets its point across. You're kind of reliant for some things because of the visuals being so muddy and dark. But the script is the script and the story is like borderline perfect for what this movie is. Because of that, I've got to drop Dog Soldiers down a point and give it a 3.5 out of 5. I wish I could give it at least a 4, but it almost got headache-inducing at some point towards the end. It almost got nauseating, almost headache-inducing towards the end. It was not the roughest viewing experience, but it was definitely like Alexa Turner has the roughest viewing experience, and I gave that a 4. but it's just, I wish it looked better. I do want to get that 4K Blu-ray and check that out, because I think that that's going to be the perfect way to watch this, because I do want to watch this again in better clarity, because I really like this. I genuinely would recommend it. You just kind of have to go out of your way a little bit to watch it, or deal with the not so great Tubi upload. Okay, come back tomorrow for something. I don't know how to describe this. Well, that was quick. Oh! Oh! Ow! Oh my God!
Hi, it's me, coming straight from the undisclosed location. I'm here to tell you that Critters 1, 2, and the next movie after Critters 2 don't have footage. The copyright was too strong for me. I couldn't get past it. So I'm sorry, and I'll try to throw in footage where I can. I'm also gonna try to shave my face for the next line of recording because yucky.
Welcome back. You saw the title. You know what you're in for. We're talking about Critters. Critters was directed by Stephen Herrick, director of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, The Mighty Ducks, and the 1996 live-action remake of 101 Dalmatians that I watched a lot as a kid for some reason. So I have like very weird, vague memories of that. So, you know, connections, man, I'm telling you. This movie stars Dee Wallace, who played everyone's mom in the 80s. She was the mom in E.T., she's the mom in Cujo, but more recently-ish, she's kind of been a Rob Zombie regular. She was in Three from Hell, Lords of Salem, and the Halloween remake that he did. So, good for her. I also want to say, I understand why she was always cast as 80s mom, because she is such she plays such a good mom in every single movie that she's a mom, and it sucks that she was typecast for that. Don't think that she was for The Howling, so that's nice, but she's always a mom, and she's always plays a really good mom, so I get it, but I don't know, I have no idea if that sucked for her, or if she was fine with it. I have no idea, but basic story of Critters is it starts off as a sci-fi space movie, which was cool. The creatures, the Krites as they're called, are being transported on a prison ship to a planet to be, I think, sent to execution, and they escape and steal a ship and make their way towards a planet called Earth. Two bounty hunters are then sent after them, and these two bounty hunters can shapeshift. They basically just kind of have to, it's not really explained, but the one says something about like faces aren't agreeing with him. It seems like they have to kind of come to some sort of unique understanding of the person that they're copying or something like that in order to copy their face. But the one bounty hunter turns into like a rock star in that universe, so there's a couple scenes where like they're walking around like, what the fuck is it, that guy? And it's like, that's fun. The other guy just keeps having malfunctions or keeps changing. He's a dead cop for a little bit, so he's just got like cuts and like mortal wounds on his face that he copied, and then he's a preacher for a little bit, and then towards the end of the movie he's like the country bumpkin, like the town's bumpkin, who's always talking about hearing alien chatter in his teeth fillings, and is a drunk. So by the end of the movie he's turned into that. But that's your general plot, and then our main story focuses on a family living out in the middle of nowhere, right outside. It seems like we're on the outskirts of a main town, but they're like a farming family. And the critters make landfall there and terrorize this family, and then the bounty hunters show up a little ways off and terrorize the town because they just don't bother asking questions. They just shoot and blow shit up. They ram their car through a church. It was awesome. Go into a bowling alley and shoot up the bowling alley, and as hokey as it could sound, the fact that it is a kid that makes like all the difference and ends up saving his family is really well done and pretty charming in this movie. Yeah, once the critters are defeated, the bounty hunters leave, and it's a happy ending for everybody except the critters laid eggs somehow. I don't even want to think about how it works, but the critters laid eggs. Don't worry, we've got like 15 Critters sequels, and I'm not turning this into a series. I'm not beelining all the Critters movies. I'm doing 1 and 2. Just come back tomorrow for 2. Spoiler, I'm watching 2. And that's it. The third one's only notable because Leonardo DiCaprio's in it, but apart from that, from what I understand, it's terrible. And the fourth one's not noticeable at all. Apparently it's just like horrendous garbage and boring, so I'm not even bothering. I've seen enough boring. I don't need more. But Critters, to my knowledge, has always just been a Gremlins ripoff movie, so I never bothered watching it because I love Gremlins too much. The first and second movie too much to even humor something like a ripoff. Like, I've never watched Ghoulies, another full moon movie, another goddamn Charles Band movie. But I've never watched Ghoulies. And I know that's like a Gremlins knockoff. And I never watched Critters. And I will say, for me believing in this being a Gremlins knockoff, the Critters are funny, just like the Gremlins. I will say it is a net positive that they're subtitled, because their dialogue is very funny. The Critters are different enough to Gremlins. There's no like weird rules about how you gotta feed them or you can't feed them or don't get them wet or natural light and whatnot. They just eat and grow. They're more closely related to the Blob than they are Gremlins. I'm gonna say for this, you know, in the headspace of being a Gremlins knockoff, it's a lot more effort and thought put into this than I thought that there would be. Like just even the idea that like when the critters leave, when the critters leave Earth before the ship explodes and they all die, they shoot like one Q laser to the house of the family to just blow it up, and they're laughing about it inside the ship, and that's just so like a genius. Number one, that's really funny. And they blow up the house and they're giggling about it. And I want to say the house was a miniature. I don't think that they had the budget to blow up a real house. But what they did have the budget to do was build two miniatures, it seems. One to blow up spectacularly at night in a fireball, and then another one that they meticulously like broke down in a way so that way when you, in theory, could like film it with reverse photography, it all very clearly and visibly and not like confusing, because you know, I would think that like a house fully caving in due to an explosion could be like a visual nightmare to look at, just with all of the debris and stuff. They were able to do it in such a way that through filming it with reverse photography, it was able to like rebuild itself, and it was so easily follow alongable. And that, I mean, that all comes down to the special effects stuff. And I'll say the special effects for this movie, while on the cheaper side, I'm thinking more of the opticals of like the ship being superimposed in the film. Yeah, it looks a little cheap, but man, the costume for like the weird alien on like the floating hover car thing that gives the bounty hunters their orders, he looked really good. The critters, they look, I'll say up close, they look really good. And when they're big, when it's definitely just a dude in a costume, that costume looks great. When they're tiny, and they're always precariously placed at the edge of a surface so that you can have somebody's hand up inside to flop them around. Little less good looking, little less great looking. But there are scenes where they're running around, and that almost has to be done with stop motion. It was done so quick I couldn't really register if it was stop motion or not. But there's scenes where they're running around on the floor and not just like in their ball form, because they can also roll up into a ball and like roll around. And that was definitely somebody off camera just like lobbing one down the fucking hallway. But when they're like running, they got their little legs going, they look great. Again, when they're being puppeted and they're always at the edge of a bed or the edge of a desk or just the edge of a surface so that a hand can just be right there and just kind of, you know, a little less so. But hey, it is what it is. This was definitely low budget. Definitely did not have like a Warner Brothers backing behind them like Joe Dante did for Gremlins. So I really can't complain because I expected to see worse and I didn't. A lot of great destruction when the bounty hunters are just blowing up random shit. And it just like blows a hole through a wall in the house. It looked great. When Dee Wallace shotguns that one not Gremlins. When Dee Wallace shotguns that one critter and it just like fucking pops, that looked great. The dad gets up in this movie. The critters are just like biting him all over the place. The daughter's boyfriend gets eaten alive. I think his stomach. It's not shown much. The movie is a PG-13 rating, so they couldn't show too much. But it's late 80s PG-13, so they could actually show repercussions from negative action, as opposed to now where when in a PG-13 movie somebody gets shot with a bullet, they just ooh, ee, and then maybe there's some blood afterwards. We don't get RoboCop squibs. We just kind of get like a and then maybe a cutaway and then a cut back, and now there's blood all of a sudden. Whereas in a PG-13 then, if somebody got shot, there could be a little bit of a blood splatter on the wall or on a tiny little squib, not quite a RoboCop squib, but still a squib. We could see some repercussions to the negative actions that are happening, as opposed to now where we don't. at all, so that helps. So yeah, I just had fun with this movie. Honestly, this was just a really fun time. I'm excited to watch the second one. I hear the second one is better, but I had a great time watching this one. I thought this was really fun, and it helps too that everything is played so straight. There's never a moment where anybody even has like a hint of like self-awareness to how ridiculous everything is. Everything's played totally straight, and that is to the benefit of the movie, because there's some like goofy shit happening, especially with the critters and the bounty hunters who are just totally oblivious to like the weird shit that they're doing. Those scenes could have definitely been hindered by like any ounce of like quippy dialogue, somebody saying some sort of a "well, that's gonna leave a mark" kind of quip, Marvel quipping. Those scenes could have been ruined by that, but nothing. It's all played so straight, everything's taken so serious, and that only benefits when things are going nutso and crazy and bonkers. So I really liked Critters a lot more than I thought I would, for it being, in theory, a Gremlins knockoff. I don't even want to call it a full-on Gremlins knockoff, because I have enough respect for it to call it being close enough to its own original thing, just with a sprinkling of some Gremlins influence here and there. I had a lot of fun with Critters. It's not like the best movie ever made, but you know what? If you want to have a fun time, Critters will suffice. I'm giving Critters a 3.5 out of 5. And tune in tomorrow for Critters 2, baby! Welcome back to Tubiween. Little rule set that I made for myself in this series that I have not elaborated on whatsoever was I was going to try and just watch things either that I haven't seen or that I have a lot to say about. If I were to choose to watch something I've seen before, it would have to be something I know I could talk about, which is why none of the other Puppet Master movies are going to be here, because once you talk about one of them, there's quite literally nothing to talk about with the other ones. The newest ones that I did were interesting enough that they kind of got a pass, but that's why none of them will be discussed. After those two, that's it. This movie I had seen 5-6 years ago now, when I discovered the Return of the Living Dead series, which I discovered them. For me personally, other people very much know what this series is. I thought it was related to Night of the Living Dead. There's a joke about that. They're not. Much more punk rock, much more comedy focused than Night of Return of the Living Dead is one of the best zombie movies ever made. And I watched that first one because it was on Tubi at the time. I watched the second one and the third one. The second and third one are still on Tubi, and I think Necropolis is. I was on a binge and I watched all of them. I had to rent Return of the Living Dead Rave to the Grave, the fifth one, okay? Necropolis and Rave to the Grave were made 15 or so years after the third one. They're probably the worst hunks of shit I've ever seen, and completely miss the point of what the franchise is. Which the franchise is, it's zombies, except they don't die when you shoot them in the head. Every single muscle, limb, everything is its own thing. So you can cut the hand off a zombie, and it's still gonna move and have its own thoughts and still try to get you. You can cut the head off, but the head's still going to be talking and moving. And that's the other thing, these zombies can talk. They can communicate. The only way to kill them is by burning them, or this movie sets up electrocution. So So I watched the first, second, and third. I remembered nothing about the second one at all. And I loved the third one. And I think my love for the third one kind of overshadowed this one, because this one felt more of the same, and I just kind of chalked it up to being a bad sequel. I've rewatched it, and we're going to get into it a little bit. Let me give you some of the basic details, because I forgot to do that before I went on my ramble, so here we go. It's directed by Ken Winderhorn. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Classic director, famous Hollywood director. You know him, you love him. He's directed Meatballs 2 and King Fart.
This is called King Frat. I just can't read.
And it stars James. I have so much written here. I just kind of let the word vomit come out, so I'm sorry. I'm just going to read this off. It stars James Kieran as Ed, who was also Frank in the first Return of the Living Dead, and Thom Matthews, who played Joey, but also played Freddy in the first Return of the Living Dead. My theory with that is, I don't know why they came back to play different characters, because in the first movie they get infected and die, and then come back as zombies. I'm not sure why they wanted to come back and play different characters, or they wanted them back to play different characters. My only assumption is that we never saw Freddy and Frank turn and eat somebody, so they get to do that in this one. So maybe they just really wanted to eat somebody, I don't know. They might have also just hired him just to do the one joke where they have like a vision, or like one character comments and just says like, I feel like we've been here before, like this feels like a dream, I feel like I'm getting a weird sense of deja vu. So maybe that was the main reason. Maybe it was just for one shitty joke, I don't know. But yes, so I've seen this movie already, and I remembered nothing from it except that Joey and Ed were from the first movie, playing different characters, and they also died. I also remembered the main character was a child, but not only was he a child, I also remembered that the main character, the child, was the child in the 1988 remake of The Blob. He was the kid in the sewer who gets just absolutely eviscerated on screen violently before your eyes. So he makes it out alive in this one. But yeah, I did not... It's weird that I didn't remember anything about this and just thought it was bad. I think it's just because of how much I love the first one and how much I love the third one. Depending on the day, I will straight up tell you I like the third one more than the first one. It just depends. I know I'm wrong, but I love that third movie. This one just kind of being a pretty average sequel just kind of sunk it down a little bit to make me kind of just forget some details. But it's pretty good for what it is. Basic plot is the trioxyfloctane. I would look up how to say it, but I don't know. The chemical in the barrels that makes people zombies. It's been contained, and it's on transport to a military base. And during the transport, 3 barrels fall off. 2 of them are recovered throughout the movie. The other one falls off into like a sewer runoff. 3 kids find it. The one kid's like, hey, we should probably leave this alone, maybe call that number on there and have the government pick it up. And the other kids are like, get the fuck out of here, you lamer. And then they crack it open and release the gases, and it infects the kids, and it raises the dead, because the gas that comes out goes to the graveyard and raises the dead up. And I will say this movie is much more comedy focused than horror. There's a lot of just jokes with the zombies just doing them being uncoordinated and falling, a lot of pratfall shenanigans. One zombie's trying to come up from the ground, and he has his hand out and it gets stepped on, so he pulls it back, and then he's like has it back out, and another person comes to step on it and he pulls it back out, and then he's like looking, and then he does it again, and then the zombie steps on his head and pushes him right back into the grave. You dumb little like that. It's like the second time that one's fallen over now. But what I will say, when it balances the humor and the horror, it's really well done. The initial breakout into the small town, when the zombies are invading the small town, is so stressful. It is just people throwing around people getting eaten. It is cars running people over. Were they alive or dead already? Who knows? Like, it is chaotic. It is a constant just hammering of just a nightmare. And that's really well done for this goofy little zombie movie. Dude, he's so good at just like whining or whine screaming. He's so good. Oh, that's too many, dude. You gotta get out. That's way too many. Oh no! Not the cable guy! Amazing. Amazing. But yeah, that's our basic plot. Ed and Joey, who were also in the first movie as different characters, they're grave robbers. Well, Ed's a grave robber. He hires Joey, pays him $100 a night, and they're taking expensive shit from people who are already dead. And they happen to be in the graveyard when the gas escapes, and now they're infected. And slowly throughout the course of the movie, they start to change and whatnot. The important thing with this series is Return of the Living Dead started up it began the trope of zombies going for people's brains. Because in the first movie, it's explained that the zombies are in pain all the time, and eating brains releases endorphins that basically kind of cloud that pain. Like, they don't feel pain anymore when they're eating brains. It's almost like a drug addiction, basically. Like, they just don't... They need the brains in order to not feel pain. So that's their goal. And they get a little bit more elaborate with this one. It doesn't have to be human brains. There's a point in this movie that's so horrible. Our little group of survivors is driving through the town, and there's a pet store, and one of the zombies comes out chasing a dog, and they have like poodles in their mouth, and they're just honking down on him. And it's so dumb and awful. But at the same time, it's almost kind of like sadistically funny that, like, I've never seen another zombie movie tackle the topic of, like, well, what if they just eat animals instead? So yeah, they just break into a pet shop, and they're just, like, eating the cats and dogs in there. And it's fucking horrible, but you know what? In order to lure all the zombies to the power plant at the end of the movie, they grab boxes of beef brains, and one of the characters is standing outside of a van with the door open and just hucking brains out to him so that they grab him and keep coming. And it's absurd. It is so absurd. It is so comical, and I kind of loved it. I genuinely, now rewatching this, I'm shocked I didn't remember any of this, because it's not on par with the first or the third one, but it's a fun middle chunk. It's like a fun middle chapter. Like, the first one is perfect for what it is, and the third one is, I'm gonna say, perfect for what it is, and the second one's just kind of like this little bridge in between where they were working some shit out. Still much more comical than the third one, much more comical than the first one, but it's kind of this nice blending of, like, there were some serious moments in the first one. I'd say overall the first one's more serious. I will say the second one overall, the initial, like, invasion is way more stressful than it was in the first one. The first one also has this tone to it. It's so like punk. You got people's names are like trash. Like, oh, the light changed. The first one has such a distinct style to it that it can't ever be replaced or topped, and I don't think they were trying to do that with this one. I feel like they were just trying to have a good time, and god damn it, it's a pretty fun time. Overall, I haven't really gotten too much into the plot, but honestly, I don't really need to. I want to try to not to, because it is a pain in the ass to edit a bunch of plot clips together. I just needed to for Stephanie, and I also want to try to just encourage, like, yeah, here's the basics. Here's, like, the groundwork. Now, if you're interested, go see it. And if not, read the Wikipedia summary. I don't know. Anywho, overall, on the Schlockometer, this one gets a 3.5 out of 5. Really fun, really good, weirdly stressful at times, and I loved this one. It was really fun. But yeah, we'll tune in tomorrow for our first, not really first, but tune in tomorrow for a double feature. I'm not doing 2 movies in one day, Jesus Christ, no, but it's 2 movies from the same series, and they both kind of rocked. What the hell? Oh my god! They're just, like, eating the animals! Jesus Christ! They were eating the dogs inside of the pet store. That's horrible! We're gonna get into our first movie, which is Dolls. Not every video is going to have a long intro like this. Pretty much after this one, I'm just going to try to bleed right into the next, and it's just going to go. But anyway, Dolls! Dolls is directed by Stuart Gordon, who directed Reanimator and From Beyond. And if you've seen Reanimator and From Beyond, you might have some expectations for what Dolls are. But take those expectations and just kind of, like, pull that shit down in here, because it's not that. But it's also kind of good that it's not that, because the main character is a child. So, Dolls being directed by Stuart Gordon, it is also produced by Charles Band under Empire Pictures at the time. I believe this was the tail end, or like the latter half of Empire Pictures being a thing, because eventually Empire Pictures, I think it was Robot Jocks, it could have been something else, but it basically bankrupted them, and Charles Band owed people money, so he had to quickly form a new studio, which is now known as Full Moon. And at the time, he had partnered with Paramount to just basically make horror movies, or movies in general, and just ship them right to Blockbuster or whatever, direct-to-video movies. That's basically what he was making, and that all started with Puppet Master, which Dolls is kind of, sort of, loosely a precursor to. Not really, apart from the fact that there are tiny little critters that kill people, and Puppet Master has tiny little critters that kill people. So the similarities are... But no, I have a soft spot for the Puppet Master series. I will say that I like them. They're not good movies. None of them really are. But I have a soft spot for most of them. So I was very interested to see Dolls. Dolls also has Ed Naha, who wrote the film. I hope I'm saying that name right. I have tried to say that like 4 times, and that's the best way I can think that it's said. But Ed Naha wrote the film. He also ended up writing Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. As you do. We also have the incredible talent of David Allen doing the stop motion. David Allen, I believe, had won an Oscar for something. I'll put it on screen. David Allen, I believe, either was nominated and or won an Oscar for something, and then was friends with Charles Band, so he would just do the effects for these movies because he wanted to just do more stop motion and effects work. And assumedly he was getting paid like way less than he could just because he just wanted to do this so badly. Side tangent on David Allen, because I don't think this is cataloged as a horror movie, so I'm not going to be talking about it this month. But he, at Full Moon, had been trying to make a movie called The Prime Evils, and I think midway through production he passed away. So he never got to finish The Prime Evils. But 2024, I want to say, 2023, 2024, Charles Band was actually able to get most of David Allen's crew from back in the day back together to finish the movie in the exact way that David Allen would have wanted it done. So there's not like weird insert, like I'm thinking it's either Grizzly Man 2 or Grizzly 2, one of those, where it's like an unfinished movie from the 80s that they just added like digital camera on top of, in the middle of like film shots, and it's like a disgusting mess. This one's done all like basically trying to pick up the slack from where it stopped production to modern times, but keeping it in the style of 30-40 years ago, which is admirable. And that is also on Tubi, and it's done. So unfortunately David Allen did not live long enough to see his dream project get finished, but at the very least it is finished, and finished in the way that he would have wanted it to be. That's my David Allen side tangent. Sorry. During the opening credits, I saw Guy Rolfe was in this, and I kept looking at that name, and I was like, why do I know that name? I know that name from something. Why do I know? I looked him up after the movie. He was in a bunch of like westerns and shit, which, yeehaw. What I knew him from, once again, is he played Andre Toulon in Puppet Master 4, 5, and I believe Retro Puppet Master. It has been too long since I've seen Retro Puppet Master, and I really don't want to rewatch it just to find out, so I'm going to say that he's in it, but I'm probably wrong. So that's where I knew him from. Not any of his like actual work. No, I knew him from Puppet Master. The film's basic plot is a divorced father and his bitchy girlfriend, mistress, whatever she is, are driving somewhere. I forget where. They're going on like vacation or whatever, and they're in talks of like ditching the child somewhere. Like they just don't want her there, which is crazy to me because at some point the bitchy woman makes like a comment about how the dad won her in the settlement during the divorce, which to me implies like, how fucking bad was the mom if this guy ended up with her? Which that's never touched on. When the movie ends, she's going back to, I want to say Boston, but I'm probably wrong. She's going back to wherever to go back to live with her mom. So I'm hoping that there was just some weird corruption happening. I don't know. But they're driving somewhere. Rainstorm comes, car gets stuck in a big thing of mud. And so they go take shelter in this mansion that's just in the woods. While they're there, they meet the owners of the house, which are an old couple, one played by Guy Rolfe and other as Lady, and they're toy makers. Well, at least the husband is a toy maker, and there's dolls all over this fucking house. They're staying the night, and as they're staying the night, 3 more lost souls come wandering in because they got stuck as well. And long story short is eventually weird things start happening, people start dying off, and the entire theme of the movie is kind of like, it's okay to keep your childlike sense of wonder and still be an adult while these dolls are killing people, but they only specifically kill people who just have like nothing for them other than they're terrible, bad people. It's kind of interesting, and I really like the theme of like, I really like the theme of it being like, it's okay to grow up and become an adult, but just never forget what made you like happy as a kid or what gave you whatever. It's interesting. I will say the stop motion effects on the dolls are very fun. I'm a big fan of stop motion. I wish we did it more, and they're great. The kills are not as graphic as you would expect from somebody who directed Reanimator and From Beyond. It's also not as perverted as somebody you'd expect who directed Reanimator and From Beyond, but again, that's probably a good thing. I will also say it's produced by Brian Yuzna, who Brian Yuzna directed Faust and my soft spot personal favorite zombie movie, Return of the Living Dead 3, and both of those movies are full of goop. The blood is disgusting, and any sort of body liquid is just gross in those movies, and I feel like Brian Yuzna has this eye for shit just looking nasty. And some of that's there. I'm distinctly thinking of like when there's a girl who gets like her head rammed into a wall over and over, and the blood that's on the wall is like noticeably chunky, which is like an odd choice. But no, I really like Dolls a lot more than I had expected to. So with that, I'm gonna say I would recommend it to basically anybody. Just give it some time. It takes a little bit for the Dolls to start really showing their thing, but about the halfway point, that's when it kind of goes off the walls. And it's I liked it a lot. And I'm going to try and do my best to give these movies ratings. I'm going to go off of the Letterboxd 1 out of 5 star scoring rating. That's what I use to catalog movies, and it just makes sense to just carry that over here. So I'm giving Dolls a solid 3.5 out of 5. Also, my rating system, don't look at this as like I'm rating this as, I don't want to say a real movie, but like there's a different thing when I'm like watching an art movie or something of a higher caliber. I will rate things for that scale, and then if I'm watching schlock, I'm rating the schlock on how much I enjoyed it on the schlockometer, which is the same scale, but I'm rating it differently. So when you see Dolls at a 3.5 and then like, I don't know, some other movie that people freaking adore at 3.5, they're not the same level, but I probably enjoyed them about the same. So, but yeah, I'm giving this one a solid 3.5 for on the schlockometer. Let's just call it that. It's the schlockometer. 3.5, because none of these movies are going to be good. Unless I watch something that eclipses it, I'll let you know if this is like actually a good movie. But on the schlockometer, 3.5. I think that's fair. Anyway, tune in tomorrow for our first modern horror movie from, I believe, 2020. Yay! Seizure warning for seizure and epilepsy warning for this entire review. I'm going to do my best to not show as much of it as I need to, but it's going to have to happen to get my point across. So you've been warned. If that's a problem, thanks for checking it out. I'll see you tomorrow. Our next movie is, I've been calling it Lux Eterna. Don't know if it is Eterna or Aeterna or Aeterna. It's like an A and a E combined. I don't know if it's said a certain way there or not, but Lux Eterna is a short French film released in, I believe, 2019. And I have wanted to see this for a long time, and it just so happened to be on Tubi. I wasn't going to miss an opportunity to see it. So Lux Eterna is directed by Gaspar Noé, who has directed one of my favorite movies of all time and also a bunch of other good shit. He did Enter the Void, which is really good, Irreversible, which is really good, except for 9 uninterrupted minutes of the worst imaginable. But the techniques used in filming that movie are like ethereal. Like there's some camera movements in that movie that like I can't even begin to wrap my head around how the hell some of that stuff was shot. And then my favorite movie that he has done is Climax. I adore Climax. It's a never-ending fucking nightmare, but that movie is probably perfect. I don't think there's anything that could really be improved. They're gonna see me fucking with my pants a bunch. They would just want to fall. And while that won't be on camera, it's gonna bother me that they're like almost hanging off. So I might just be doing this the whole time, and I'm sorry. Lux Eterna, directed by Gaspar Noé. I would name who's in it. However, we have learned from my previous video that I should not say French names, so I'm not gonna. Lux Eterna is entirely in French. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of clips of live Trent reacting, because there was not a whole lot of reacting. There was a whole lot of sitting there silently and reading and really fucking focusing, because this movie has some of the most batshit insane techniques of how to move a moment in time along. I'm not even going to say a story, because there really isn't much of a story. This is more of an experience. You more or less just drop yourself into this moment, hopefully by your own choosing, and just live in it for a little bit. There's shots in it where just in the middle of like a scene, we'll get a split screen. And in that split screen, it can be one person, it could go from a simple 2-shot of 2 people talking to a split screen of now you're looking at that actor head on, you're looking at the other actor they're talking to head on, and they're talking. And that's fine, because it's usually like blah, 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 blah. They take turns back and forth talking. And that's fine, because what happens is the subtitles are under whoever is talking at that time. And that's fine. That's perfectly readable. You just got to kind of bounce your eyes around, and that's fine. Unless, of course, you speak French, in which case, more power to you. What makes this harder is later in the movie, when things are starting to build up, that split screen is used. However, it is not a two-shot. It is a scene in a dressing room is happening, and then in the other shot, a scene in somewhere else is happening. Two separate conversations, possibly two different languages, most of the time two different conversations happening in French, both subtitled, and you gotta bop around because they are talking at the same time and those subs are not on screen long, so you gotta catch up. Almost more jarring when the couple of characters that can and do speak English in this movie are in the split screen. So it'll be a split screen of two characters speaking English, and then over here is two characters speaking French, and you're reading the subtitles and hearing the English, and it just kind of makes my mind break a little bit. And I believe that was fully intentional. Gaspar Noé strikes me as somebody who hates his audience, and I kind of love him for that. I think he just fucking hates his audience, and I'm fine with that. That guy he can tell me to piss off, and I'll be like, sure, man, I will buy another copy of Climax. I'll give you, I guess, like a brief rundown of the events. I don't even want to say story, because there is not a story. What you literally are doing here is you are purposefully dropping yourself into 51 minutes of stress. The environment that you are in is a movie set. They are trying to film some sort of historical fiction movie about the witch burning. Got it. Simple. Done. We got movie sets. We got the movie set. We got the craft service area. We got the green rooms, and wherever else is around that people could end up being. Got it. Got our location. Understood. Where things start to get more intensive is as the movie's going, because it starts pretty typically Gaspar Noé. It starts with 20 minutes of talking, and I don't mean like it's just slow. I mean it is like you're just, you can either view it as you're sitting in on a conversation that's already been happening, or you tuned in like halfway through a podcast and that's, you're just there. And it's two people talking for like 20, probably 10 minutes, honestly. I say 20, but it's probably 10, maybe 15 minutes. And they're just talking. And it's pretty whatever. One woman is a little bit older, she's an actress, I believe, and she's kind of expressing how her qualms and things she likes about the movie industry. If you work with a director that's good, you'll love the experience. If you work with a director that's terrible, you're going to hate it. Most of the time, the producers are the problem, and it's not the director's fault that it turns out bad. It's the producers breathing down everyone's neck, yada yada. Like, just kind of general info. And then from there, it is then, I have a lot of the events written down. I would like to read them, and I would like to try to read them quickly so that you can kind of get an understanding of event, all layered and stacked on top of each other, and you're just sitting there. This is purposefully stressful. So it is a little bit of summary before I read this off. The stuff is going bad on the set. People aren't getting along. There's miscommunication happening all over the place. Just horrible things. Not horrible, but like just annoying things, tedious things are just happening. Here's some of the things that are happening. One woman is trying to take control over the entire thing, undermining the director. The producers want to find a reason to fire her. One girl has to be topless during a scene, was never told this, so she wants somebody's head for this. One guy is desperately trying to talk to one girl about leaving this set to join him on a set in LA, on a movie he's trying to make. Our sort of main girl is trying to call her babysitter because she got a phone call from her 5-year-old daughter that some boys who are 6 to 8 years older than her carved a symbol, I think it was a cross, into her, and I will not be saying where because it's the worst place imaginable for it to be on a 5-year-old. So we have all of these things happening, and more. Those are just the things I could remember right after watching the movie. And it's just, it keeps just piling and piling and piling, and I don't hope for a resolution to anything. And that also is done by design and on purpose. Once they start filming, and we're filming 3 girls and strung up on crosses or getting ready to be burned at the stake. And they're filming that. There's a mob in front of them that's acting to be the angry mob, just extras, whatever. And we've got the director. And we've got this other woman just yelling at everyone, trying to take over like the whole production. Like I feel like my eyes are still recovering from it. So during the scene, things aren't going right. For one reason or another. And then they have like the perfect take of everything, and then the lighting system fails. and it just starts rapidly flashing green, red, and blue lighting constantly to the right behind our actresses. So they are like completely black silhouetted with just the light blasting through them, and we get the split screen effect for all three girls. So we don't have to do a wide shot. We can get medium shots of each one split evenly down the middle or evenly down the screen. The problem with that, they aren't timed the same. So, and what I mean by that is, say girl on the left, it's flashing green, red, blue, green, red, blue, green, red, blue. Girl in the middle, it might be flashing red, blue, green, when this one's flashing green, red, blue. And so now, and doubly so for the third girl, so now you're getting 3 times the different colors flashing and just going apeshit. For me, I'm just kind of staring, and I'm just like what's going on? What are we doing? And there was brief talk in the beginning that I don't remember, something about epileptic people, and I'm pretty sure that ties in. I'm sorry, that's something that went over my head in the beginning, just because I was like, whatever, that's just, these people are talking and they're just talking about bullshit. No, I'm assuming that came back at the end with all the flashing and shit, and I went through a lot. And so that's happening. They get the girls off. People are screaming at the director to stop, to get everyone off of there, and the director's refusing. Everyone's against the director now, and they're screaming at him to get everyone off, because I think the one girl might be epileptic. I don't know. They're screaming at the director to get everyone off, and he's refusing because now he's getting real emotion from the one of them, because she's dying. And then it ends. It's over. Credits start rolling, and the screen is still flashing over the credits, and then that's it. It is over. I believe the point of that was, I'm thinking of like every single stressful moment in my life, which is every goddamn day, and how there's never really a resolution to those moments in real life. It is just, maybe it comes to an end, but there's never a moment when the stress is over where there's peace. It's always, at least for me, it's always something that I either am gonna have to deal with later, or will always leave some sort of mental scar of like, holy can't believe I went through that, Jesus Christ. There's no like brevity to it. And I think that was the point, was to just get to like the peak of you're stressed and now you're in like physical pain watching this done, and then it just stops. It's 51 minutes long, like I said. It was always intended to be a short film. One funny, interesting fact is, at Cannes Film Festival during the short film's debut, paramedics were stationed outside because they were worried people were legitimately going to have seizures during this movie. And it's fair. It is so much. But this is also from the guy who, during, I believe, Irreversible, when that was in theaters, he forcibly has a note playing throughout the entire movie unbroken, and it's just a tone that plays throughout the whole thing, and that tone is psychologically proven to make people uncomfortable and feel nauseous. And he just decided, I'm going to do that, which is, again, when I think Gaspar Noé just hates his audience, and I'm totally fine with that. Like I said, this isn't really a movie. This is more so an experience. You watch maybe once, maybe twice, to just get a little bit more info out of it, and then that's it. For that reason, I like it well enough. I think it's fine. Not my favorite Gaspar Noé thing by far, but it's still pretty good for what it is, which is so weird to say that it's still pretty good. There's enough intrigue there and a fucking nightmare that, you know, emotionally resonated and physically resonated and affected me. So I'm leaving this one Lux Eterna. I'm giving a 4 out of 5. I think it's perfectly, if some weird French art movie, if you're interested in the French extremist art scene, you'll probably end up seeing it out of sheer curiosity anyway. This is not really I recommend it. This is just kind of like I wanted to see this, so I'm seeing it. I also don't even know if this qualifies as horror. I think it does. I just went off of it solely because Gaspar Noé has made Irreversible, which is fucking horrific, and Into the Void, which is horrific, and Climax, which is horrific, but not in the same sense of like every other horror movie. It's like the events that happen in these movies are realistically horrific to any normal person, so there's no like supernatural element to it. It's just like, this is a horrible situation. So I just went purely off of that knowledge of Gaspar Noé, and I don't know if this is horror. it made me feel awful afterwards, but not because of content of the movie, just because it hurt. But yeah, that was Lux Eterna. Tune in tomorrow for a, you know what, back to business as usual. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Ah, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Imagine being in a dark fucking theater and this is blasting. No wonder they had paramedics outside. Holy shit. Wait, was that it? That was it? Alright. Huh. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed this Maniac marathon of the 3 Maniac Cop movies, Maniac 1980, and now the remake from 2012, Maniac. This was not planned. This was not intentional. I just got very interested in the fact that I accidentally watched 2 movies from the same director, found out he directed the 3rd movie, and then also happened to direct a movie I've heard about, or like heard things about. It all just kind of fell into place, and then I remembered like, oh yeah, in 2012 there was like a remake that people seem to really like, and I've never seen the original or the remake, so much like the new Puppet Master movies, now is as good as time as any to check it out. So Maniac from 2012 feels like this weird passion project from everyone involved. It seems like their respect for the original source material is immeasurable. It feels like this doesn't feel like a money grubbing remake. This doesn't feel like a RoboCop remake. This feels like they wanted to remake this and put enough of a different spin on it with still very much the same similar beats to the original, to the point that like the victims' names are the exact same in the original and the remake, but give you just that little bit of edge to our killer, which is where the monkey paw curls, which we'll get into. But who is playing our killer, you may ask? Elijah Wood. Apparently Elijah Wood really wanted to do this. From what I understand and was reading, he was very much, I mean, he produces a bunch of independent horror movies now, so this just kind of makes sense to be like the gateway to him doing what he's doing now. He wanted to be in an independent horror movie, and they're remaking Maniac, which apparently Elijah Wood either adores or has a lot of respect for, because Elijah Wood is, I saw some people saying that he's bad in this movie. I think he's given this his all. I don't think he's as good or as creepy as the original actor for the Maniac, but Elijah Wood is putting you can't say that he didn't put the effort in. He's 100% in this, for better or for worse. He's in it, and I applaud him for that. I think he's really good in this. Elijah Wood, for those who maybe don't know, for some reason, I guess you're under a rock, was the star of the first 3, and debatably only 3, Lord of the Rings movies. He was fucking Frodo. I'm not even gonna say. Oh, he was also in Spy Kids 3D. He's the guy. This movie, and I'm gonna butcher your name. And if you're watching this, I'm very sorry. I'm going to say now, to cover my own ass, I thought you were wonderful in this, and I thought you did a great job, and I loved your character, and I think you brought a lot of depth to Anna that she wasn't really given in the original. She was given more depth than all the other girls in the original, just to cover my tracks with the film bros out there. I just feel like the Anna in the remake was given a lot more to do, and I thought that you were great. Now, I'm going to try to pronounce your name, and I'm sorry. Our female lead for this movie is Nora Arnezdir. She is French, and I know how much people would like the French language to be said correctly. Unfortunately, I'm a bumpkin, and I'm sorry. She has starred in Safe House and other French cinema that I did not want to write here because I already embarrassed myself enough trying to say her name. I did not want to say the names of movies. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, and I will... whatever you want, I gotcha. In terms of remakes, there are 3 definitive ones, and everyone knows them. I don't even feel like I have to say them. This was a minor discussion I was having in the comments of an earlier video. The 3 definitive remakes are John Carpenter's The Thing, The Fly, and the 1988 The Blob. All remakes of 50s B movies, all horrifically gory remakes of those 50s B movies, all significantly better to the point that they outright just replaced the originals. This movie along with, I want to say, Evil Dead 2013, fall right in line of being as good as the original, but not replacing it. Able to comfortably sit and ride that fine line right next to each other. If somebody says that they prefer the Evil Dead remake to the original Evil Dead, I will understand. I prefer the original Evil Dead to the Evil Dead remake, but I do think that the Evil Dead remake is a better made movie. The original Evil Dead is a bunch of college graduates who just wanted to make a horror movie with whatever money they had, and that is so fucking charming that it's in its own orb. It's in its own little area, whereas the Evil Dead remake is a movie that is basically the movie that if Sam Raimi had the budget, I feel like the original would have been more closer tied to. So together they ride this very fine line of like, I think they're neck and neck and just as good as each other, but neither one outright replaces the other. Maniac, 1980 and 2012, I think also ride that fine line. If somebody tells me they prefer the remake to the original, I will kind of get it. I think the original does some things better, and I think the remake does some things better. And I think they perfectly balance each other out, whereas in my monkey's paw curling analogy, I wanted more on Frank. I wanted to know more about his abusive childhood, why he goes after women, and if he's really even conscious when he's murdering somebody. This movie's gimmick, and I'm gonna call it a gimmick, but I don't mean that in the derogatory sense, because it is so well done that there were moments where my brain turned off and I forgot filmmaking techniques and was questioning how they were getting these shots. Then I realized, like, logistically how you would do these and whatever, but for a little bit there, I was able to turn that bit of my brain off and just like fully believe what I'm watching for just a little bit there, which is impressive. This entire movie is played POV. You are Elijah Wood. Congratulations. The entire movie is shot through Elijah Wood's eyes. So every time he's murdering somebody, you are up close and personal in like real space as to where he would be to the victim. Which means, even more so than the original, we are getting graphic depictions of the horrible, horrible, horrible acts that he's doing. And once again, much like the original, it doesn't try to glorify the violence, and it is so fucking disgusting that it works and rides that fine line, but I think it rides it perfectly fine of like, I don't think this movie would be considered a danger. I'm thinking of this audience that blames video games for real world violence. I'm thinking that audience. I think this movie and the original do a good enough job of portraying everything as realistically as possible and as brutally honest as possible without glorifying how violent everything is, which in turn, for me at least, made me disgusted. I think that's really well done. So what we get in this movie is, because everything is shot POV, point of view, you're Elijah Wood, congratulations on your transition, we get to see the world kind of break around him. Visions that he has and things get kind of blurry and everything kind of just like fades. So while I wouldn't say he's not conscious while doing these murders, there's definitely a moment after where very few times the camera leaves his sightline, where it's out of his point of view. And in those moments when the camera kind of just like ethereally swings away from him, I feel like those are almost illustrating how in that very moment, Frank is his name, in that very moment, Frank is no longer like in his body. He is disassociated so hard with what he has done that we are getting an artistic representation of that, of the camera like ethereally floating away but keeping him in frame until we're right back into it, and then it's normal business as usual. So it's kind of an answer to my question in the original. He's there for the murders. It seems after he has like a moment of something, whether it's disassociation or honestly even like self-reflection, like what something happens. So it's there. The other small answer we get a little bit more about his childhood, but it's not really what I was expecting. His mother would just have sex with random people in front of him, and these scenes are uncomfortable and weird because we're watching this woman have sex from the eye line of a child, so everything's shot up, if that makes sense. And it gets even weirder than, not that I don't think anything was in frame. Obviously, I don't think the kid was on set. But that's also when the camera breaks eye line and we see him as a kid watching. And she's well aware that he's there. And I think the implication is that she was also a prostitute, which is probably also why he goes after prostitutes in the original. I'm not viewing this Frank and that Frank as two different characters. I'm kind of creating an amalgamation of Franks to kind of come to a conclusion of what I want from these characters. And the issue is, now that we know a little bit more about him and like what kind of drove him to be this way, now he's a little less interesting. And that's the unfortunate thing, is I can't fault the movie for that, and I can't fault me for wanting to know that, because it's the same problem that you run into with Michael Myers, where that first movie, he is just a blank slate. He's just a guy who escaped an insane asylum, and he's murdering. For what reason? We don't know. Is he a force of nature? We don't know. Is he invincible? We don't know. Why is he choosing to murder these people in this specific location? We don't know. Then once we get to Halloween 2, we get more explanation on Michael and his backstory, and by the 6th movie, he's like being controlled by like a pagan cult, and Paul Rudd is there, and at that point, all the mystique, it's all gone. I don't care who Michael Myers is anymore. I don't want to know anything more. Stop it. Just let me live. Stop telling me. So yeah, that's kind of the issue we run into here, is now that we know a little bit more about him. But it's also not really a hindrance to the movie, because it's not like what we're seeing now that we know a little bit more about him isn't horrible and disgusting and awful. It still is, and it still makes you feel like shit. I respect it for that. I would not say that these are the same movies. I would say they're very similar, and I would say that the remake is done out of love. This again does not feel like a money grubbing sequel. This feels like everyone involved in it has a deep respect for the original Maniac and wanted to do a remake justice, and play with perspectives of what if we had a whole movie, and this was years before Hardcore Henry, I think that's what it's called, came out. So we're playing with the idea of, what if the movie already follows a serial killer as our main character? What if we went that one step further and made you sit basically Gundam Mecha style in their head and watch as they're doing all of this horrible shit in up close and personal detail? I appreciate that a lot. I think with every positive I have about this movie, it would have pushed it to being better than the original for me. However, there's one tiny little nitpick that I have, and then we're gonna get the fuck out of here. Tiniest little nitpick for me that kind of ruins it is the quality of the movie itself. And I want to derail and I want to talk about Texas Chainsaw Massacre for just a second. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is shot on cheap, gross, nasty fucking sweat-covered film. That film, when it gets restored to the best of their ability, because they obviously, to like not ruin the picture, they can't get rid of the imperfections in the film stock itself. So when you can clearly see, I don't think this is in the movie, but I'm just going to use this as an example. If you were watching a VHS rip of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and there was just like a weird black splotch for a frame, probably wouldn't really notice it. Maybe on the DVD you'd notice it. As we keep getting like 40th and 50th anniversary restorations, the film gets more clear. We've gone from standard def, below standard def VHS to standard def DVDs to HD Blu-rays to now 4K Blu-rays. And every single time that they up-res this movie and restore it, it gets more and more disgusting and uncomfortable, for me at least, because now that black splotch that was there, that maybe you noticed, maybe you didn't on the VHS rip, on the 4K, if you pause that frame, that's a dead fly in the gate. Obviously, I don't think that is a thing in it, but I'm using this as a large example of imperfections in the film stock itself, because there's hairs and there's dirt and there's grime and there's shit just on the film itself as it's running through that gate, capturing the images of what's being shot, and you can't go in and digitally remove that. You could, but you'd be an ass, and I would hate you forever. James Cameron, your AI upscaled fucking Terminator 2. Fuck you. Make your stupid fucking Blue Cat People movie, you old bitch. Anyway, the issue then is now Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the VHS is no longer this little hunky-dory slasher prototype movie on 4K. It is now horrifyingly real-ish. And I don't mean like the acting is real or the events of what's happening are real. I mean, you can feel what the weather was that day because of how gross the film looks and how sweaty everyone is and just how miserable people look now that everything's been so heightened in detail. Texas Chainsaw Massacre has a completely different feel depending on what platform you're watching it on. The reason I got into all that, Maniac, I believe, was shot on 16mm, and through Underground Video, don't remember the boutique that is distributing it, I will look it up, but through whoever is distributing it, they have restored that video in 4K. Now what you get is the same feeling as that gross, grimy, yucky film that was in Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You get that in Maniac, and that just helps to heighten everything so much more. Everything has a thick layer of grease now. Like, it is no longer a movie about a greasy, sweaty guy murdering women in horrific and gruesome ways. It's that, and with like a thick layer of sweat, grease, piss, New York smeared on the film. And that's a feeling you can't replicate without real film stock. So to come back to the remake is definitely shot on high quality, high def HD cameras for 2012. That's the issue. We have come quite a bit a ways from high def, top of the line digital cameras in 2012 to high def digital cameras, top of the line red Phantom 8K and whatevers in 2025. So there's, I don't want to say digital artifacting, but everything's a little too sanitary. With the digital video, everything's just a little too sanitary, and it's not as greasy and yucky looking. What's happening on screen is greasy and yucky, but the vibe and the feel of the film itself is no longer a point in that yuck. So that's like that minor discussion and that minor nitpick led to like a 5-minute discussion on shit that didn't even matter. But that's one negative I have personally, because it's missing that feel. Overall though, I would like to end this because I've been talking for too long. Maniac 2012 is great. Maniac 1980 is great. I think together they perfectly ride the line together of being as good as one another. What 2012 does better than 1980, 1980 does better than 2012. It is a perfect balance, and I think everyone involved should be proud of what they've done. Maniac 2012 on the Schlockometer, not even, again, on the real movie-o-meter, 4 out of 5, same as Maniac. I think they are right in sync with each other. I think they're both same level. But yeah, tune in tomorrow for possibly a French movie, maybe, if I decided to do it. I don't know, we'll see. Okay, we actually see her get away. Get hit! Get hit! Yeah! Yeah! Oh, fuck. Okay, welcome back. We are talking about the 1980 classic, question mark? Maniac. I decided that while doing the William Lustig binge of his directorial, police, procedural, action, horror, slasher, schlock movies, Maniac Cops, all 3 of them, I decided to fuck it, let's see the one I've heard the most about out of all of them, that apparently he directed, that it just happenstance that he directed these and got me curious. Maniac from 1980. I have never seen this, but I've heard good things. I've heard things, so I wanted to check it out and just see what all the hubbub was. Mainly, I see shirts of like the cover of like the scalped hair and the knife, and then like the jean. Like I see shirts of or people wearing shirts of that, and that's a striking fucking cover. That is such a good cover, because you see that and you're like, oh, even if you have no idea what the plot is, you see that shit and you're like, Maniac, as already described, is directed by our boy William Lustig. Doesn't star Robert Davi though, so like it stars Joe Spinell, who was very prolific in a bunch of movies from the 70s and 80s, was workshopping writing a Maniac 2. There's a 5-minute short somewhere I found. I didn't do any digging to find it, but there's a 5-minute short of a proposed like pitch short, I guess, to make a sequel. And Joe was from what I was reading, was pretty far into writing that. And then I didn't look into how he died, so I will put it up. I'll put it up here. How he passed, but what I did read is that it was an untimely death. So that's all I know. And I'm gonna look really fucking stupid saying all this without having any actual knowledge of how he passed. So here's like a screenshot of Wikipedia or something telling you what happened. Feel free to pause and read. But Joe Spinell stars in He is our Maniac, and he also, I believe, wrote this movie. And he, if the name doesn't sound familiar to you, he was in, I have them all written here, so allow me to just kind of glance. He starred in Godfather 1, 2, Taxi Driver, and Rocky 1 and 2. I recognized his face probably from Rocky 1 and 2. I've never seen the Godfather movies or Taxi Driver, and I'm sorry. I recognized his face in this movie, but he's very greasy and sweaty and gross looking on purpose. So there was just like this like layer of like, I feel like I've seen this guy before, but like I could just be crazy. This could just be like this guy's one thing ever. Because this, before I keep side tangent, this feels like a movie that would be made and you look at the cast like I stuffed Stephanie in the incinerator. It all comes back to this fucking movie. Like a stuffed Stephanie in the incinerator thing where you look at the cast and you're like, what else have they been in? Oh, nothing. What else has the director done? Oh, nothing. What else has the writer done? Oh, it's the same as the main character, and they've done nothing. Huh. Instead, from what I could read, a lot of people from the cast and crew in total have had, like, lasting careers. It also stars Carolyn Monroe as our kind of sort of female lead, but, like, not really. She's in the movie the most out of every other woman in the movie for reasons we'll get into. I also have some stuff that she starred in, so... She starred in The Spy Who Loved Me, Slaughter High, and Casino Royale from 1967. Because I believe there was no Daniel Craig in Casino Royale. James Bond is like, much like Taxi Driver and The Godfather, James Bond is a blank space for me. I've never seen any of them. So I know that there's two movies called Casino Royale, and I wanted to specify which one she's in. The last big name I do want to shout out here is Tom Savini stars in this. And for those who may not be aware, Tom Savini was in From Dusk Till Dawn. He was a star in Friday the 13th, From Dusk Till Dawn, Dawn of the Dead, I believe both, but definitely the original, Planet Terror. In Dusk Till Dawn, he's the guy that has I think that's like his most recognizable, for me in general, that's like the most recognizable, that's Tom Savini. In From Dusk Till Dawn, if you've ever seen that, when they get to the bar over the border of Mexico, he's the guy who has the revolver that makes no fucking sense, that is on his dick, and the barrel comes up and it has like two spinners, I don't know, gun stuff. I know that the thing you put your finger in is the trigger well. A lot of people don't know that. They struggle with it's the trigger well. But they got the cylinders, 2 cylinders, and then the gun barrel's in the middle of them, so it looks like a dick. And the barrel pops up like a boner. And the gun makes no fucking sense. I think he uses it once in the movie, and it's great. And you know looking at that was him. He had that idea. It was just like, I want the dick gun. The most important thing about Tom Savini for me is he is the special effects artist behind Friday the 13th 1 and 4, Dawn of the Dead, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, Creepshow, Martin, and The Prowler, which I would think are some of the most remembered or impactful 80s slasher movies of that era, Friday the 13th especially. The effect in that first Friday the 13th movie of the spear going through Kevin Bacon's neck, Tom Savini, baby. Whenever I'm thinking special effects artists, I always think Tom Savini and John Carl Biegler for some reason. I'm not gonna say that like he didn't do anything impressive. He did, but I don't know why it's just those two when there's like so many other ones. But bottom line is I once I saw in the credits that Tom Savini not only was in it but did do the effects as well, I was like, okay, interested now. So I just wanted to put that out there and gush about Tom Savini for a second. So Maniac is a slasher, more so psychological horror. See, here's the thing when talking about movies that are kind of well known. Like Maniac Cop, I know is known in the schlock verse, so people kind of just like, there's a different audience from the Maniac Cop side of schlock where it's like, I know this from experience of other people talking about schlocky movies that I love, where it's just, I just want to hear other people gush about certain things that they liked about it. And then for movies that are more well known and have like some sort of pedigree to them, I'm gonna get crucified because I have the ability to, but I'm not going to put forth the effort to have an intellectual discussion about Maniac, a movie that came out 18 years before I was born. Not that the age of it matters, because overall, I'm going to say I liked this movie quite a bit, but I just want you to be aware of that a movie that has like some sort of pedigree or is well known, I'm going to come at this looking like a college frat guy in comparison, all right? So Maniac is a slasher, but more so psychological horror, and I'll say the main thing is it is slow. It is a slow burn. And while it's going to put some people off because they have no patience, it really works in this movie to just let you wallow in seedy, gross 1980 New York and seedy, gross yucky shit that the main character's doing. The main character, we don't get a whole lot on him throughout the movie. There's little bits and pieces that if you're like really astutely watching and taking notes and are a scholar who graduated from Harvard and Yale and just said, hey, I'm going to a community college too just to fucking run laps around these bitches, you'll pick up on these things. I'm a dumb asshole who hasn't gotten his hair cut in 7 months. Not because he wants to grow it out. I'm just too fucking lazy. I'm a dad. I don't... We're lucky I get out of bed in the morning. So it's a slow burn, and it really lets you sit. Our main character is the serial killer. This entire movie, for the most part, we are with him. We are with him when he's in the car. We're with him when he's stalking somebody. We're with him when he's murdering said somebody. And we're with him when he scalps said somebody and puts their hair on a mannequin and has the mannequin wear it like a wig and puts on the clothing that they were murdered in on those mannequins. This is a gross movie, but I mean that in a fully positive way, because none of the killings are glorified. You never get the same sense as you would, say, a Friday the 13th, where you're waiting for Jason to show up and just murk these teenagers. Here, I don't want to say this and sound like everyone's sadistic, but you're almost hoping that they get away. You don't want this fucker to murder them. And it also works really well because every single woman is given just a teensy ounce of characterization to make you relate to them and understand their plight, and then now they've become the subject of this fucking freak's stalking, and now they're gone. The worst thing, I was thinking about this while watching it, because I was like, you know, in other teen slasher movies, in other dead teenager movies, our teenagers that are killed most of the time are given like flaws that, while don't like justify them dying, it helps to make you feel less bad about them dying in a weird way, if that makes sense. Or maybe I'm just, listen, we're like, what, 14 movies in now? Maybe I've just seen too much. But you're given a sense of like, I'm thinking from the Friday the 13th perspective, right? Because the one that always survives is usually a final girl, and it's the final girl who's been modest the whole time, very nice, didn't dare have sex once, and they're usually the ones that make it out alive from these things. The worst thing that any of the women in this movie do is, like, the first girl is a prostitute because she has to make rent. I don't know if I'm too lackadaisical or not, but that's not bad enough for me to be like, it's okay that they died. That's like a human struggle in a weird sense. Not that everybody and anybody can just resort to prostituting to make rent. That's just the place that she's at. She's at a point now where she has to do this, and it doesn't. You don't feel good. This movie is just gross, and fully intentionally so. I need to move on now because I've been walking around in circles. The main point is this movie doesn't glorify the violence, because that could be, I don't know, viewed as dangerous, probably. If it was glorifying the violence, while our main character is a violent stalker, serial killer, piece of shit. Yeah, it doesn't glorify it, it's done very well. I will say the gore in this movie is properly disgusting. That's Tom Savini. There is only one moment that kind of throws everything off just a little bit, genuine excitement. Because you know those scenes in horror movies. No matter what kind of horror movie, they always have like one thing in it that just kind of makes you freak out, and not in like the, oh my god, I'm so scared freak out, in the, that was the coolest shit or hypest fucking shit I've ever seen. Holy hell. Tom Savini gets his head blown to shit. And I don't mean just like a piddly like, poop, there's the bullet and then the blood. I'm talking double barrel, 12 gauge to the head, popped. We don't explode heads in movies enough, dude. It is always amazing. It is always a moment that makes your audience go, just get violently hyped. There's nothing more exciting and impactful in a movie than a good head explosion. Look at Scanners. Oh, fuck. Yo! Holy shit! Whoa! Of course Tom Savini would want his head blown up. Holy shit. Wow! That's fucking nuts! And that's like the only one moment where, and that's probably just my barbaric nature of like, head go pop, and that's amazing. Maybe to other people, that's like horribly disgusting and shocking. And you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, that probably was the intention, unfortunately. Knowing how Tom Savini talks about the effects for his movies and interviews and stuff, there's a non-0% chance that he was like, hey, I'll be in your movie if you let me explode my own head. There's a non-0% chance that that's what happened there. But I will say that's the only one thing that threw me off, and that's probably just a me thing. I feel like if you showed this to like your grandmother, she'd vomit. I will say my only like real minor complaint, and this is a monkey paw situation, which we'll get into later, but my only real complaint is we don't get a whole lot on why he's doing this. We get like little tiny sprinkles, which it's clear that he had an abusive childhood. He has a cigarette burn on his chest. It's clear that something happened in his childhood related to his mother, because he only goes after women to kill. So assumedly something happened in his childhood that he was abused and just hates women, or prioritizes killing women over men, even though he kills, I believe, 2 men in the movie, Tom Savini and then somebody at the beginning. But it is just to get to a woman, to then scalp her and then put her hair on a mannequin. So something happened in his childhood, and that's never really like fully explained, and I'm fine with that. But I'm the kind of weirdo that wants to see the motivation and to why. And where the monkey paw curls on that is what we'll talk about tomorrow. I don't want to say anything right this instant. I think this isn't really even a negative, it's just more intrigue. There's moments after he kills somebody where it's almost like he snaps back to reality and is regretful over what he's done. Whether he's talking to himself in like a southern accent to replicate his mom, who's scolding him, or he himself is just like beating himself up about what he's just done. Like, the intrigue there is he even consciously aware that he's killing these women? But he kind of has to be, because he knows to scalp them and take the hair home with him and put it on a mannequin. So, like, he has to kind of be aware. But the psychology of him is what I want to know more of. The monkey's paw curls. So that's, like, really my only real complaint. Apart from just, it's slow, but that's not even really, like, a whatever. If the movie's interesting, I don't give a shit how slow it is. I will watch it as long as it's interesting, and this movie was very interesting. It's a very, very, very slow burn, but it's interesting. I didn't even talk about the plot, but I really don't even want to be honest with you. If this seems like a movie that would interest you on a psychological horror basis, go for it. If not, watch Tom Savini's head explode on YouTube or somewhere where you can find it, and move on with your life, because it is one of the best head explosions I've ever seen in a movie. But yeah, it's more of a character study, more of a slow burn than anything else we've talked about. Shivers was slow-ish at the start, very front-loaded, very kind of slow middle of building everything, to then the ass zombie orgy at the end. Shivers had good conventional pacing, I will say, for a movie from 1975. This came out the same year as The Shining, and I would also say The Shining's a fairly slow burn as well. So, maybe conventional pacing for a movie from 1980. Exactly, I don't know. Overall, I want to give Maniac from 1980 a solid 4 out of 5, just on as a movie. I'm not even putting this schlockometer. This is straight as a movie. This is a 4 out of 5. It is interesting. It is very interesting, and it's almost a movie that I feel like I would like more on a second rewatch now. But there's also another part of me that's like, I don't think I want to watch this again. And those 2 wolves inside of me, they're barking, they're fighting. And I don't know which one's gonna win, but we'll find out eventually, brother. So yeah, I don't know. Maniac gets a 4 out of 5. It's a good movie. If it seems interesting to you at all, watch it. Just be prepared. You're not gonna feel great during it. You're not gonna feel too great after it. So if you're okay with the movie just kind of making your day kind of like, go for it. I think it's all right. Tomorrow, we're gonna talk about a movie from. We're gonna talk about a movie from 13 years ago, so fairly modern-ish. See you then. I did the finger gun thing again. I swear I wasn't going to. Why did I do that? And I also didn't shave my face, so I look gross. That is a Tom Savini head, if I've ever seen one. Holy shit. Welcome back. We're talking about Shivers, a classic David Cronenberg movie. I think classic. I don't really hear people talk about this one too much, but I'm assuming that it's like I liked it. I thought it was really fun. Shivers is directed by David Cronenberg. Stars Barbara Steele, who was in Piranha and Black Sunday. It also stars Lynn Laurie, who was in The Crazies, both of them, the remake and the original. And I Will Drink Your Blood, or I Drink Your Blood. I Drink Your Blood. And also famously for Lynn Laurie, she follows me on Twitter. I know, that's cool. But anywho, Shivers it's also written by David Cronenberg. I haven't really been discussing who's been writing the movies unless it pertains to stuff Stephanie and the goddamn incinerator who they did nothing. Shivers is a story about, it's a little front-loaded with a lot. And then it just kind of, it's front-loaded with a lot of information so that way the rest of the movie can play out and we don't have to kind of like stop and get answers and whatever. The whole movie takes place in this apartment building that has basically every amenity people could want: a pool, a doctor, you know. It's got this nice lobby with a security guard that kind of looks like Stephen King. A little bit, that might just be me though. And it starts off with people moving into these apartments, and then we're intercutting between an old balding man chasing around a very young woman. I believe they said she was 19, but apparently they were doing things since she was 12, which, yeah, thank God is not shown. But he's chasing around, he's like 60-something, he's chasing around this 19-year-old woman. He's choking her out, he's doing whatever, he's like trying to get her. All, again, while this mundane, like, security deposit, and here's your month's rent, and an old man like choking you out, like it just keeps cutting. It's like a big juxtaposition. Eventually he gets the girl, strips her down, cuts her open, and then cuts himself, or slices his neck. That's it for that. Then we're introduced to Nicholas and his wife, that I can't remember the name of, and Nicholas has clearly some sort of thing with his stomach. He's water flossing. I didn't know what it was at first, and then I realized, oh yeah, it's the 70s. They had like a whole industrial fucking like gas-powered water flosser. So he's water flossing, and he's like touching his stomach, and it's because it's David Cronenberg. It's just, you're seeing like the natural human body, but it just looks fucking nasty. Everyone's also got 70s bodies, so it's gross. And I don't know how to describe it, but people from the 70s, you all were fucking nasty. And he's touching his tummy or whatever, and then he tells his wife he's leaving for work. He goes upstairs to the apartment that the 19-year-old was killed in. He sees the bodies, is shocked by this, and leaves. He actually goes to work. It is then shown that a Dr. Roger was his name. A doctor has found the bodies. Now, I don't know if Nicholas had reported it, or if the doctor genuinely just found them. That's not really specified, but it doesn't really matter. So, the doctor is there. He's getting questioned about it, like, why were you here, like, blah, 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 the usuals. And that's about it for that scene. But the bodies are found, they're taken away. And then we learn that the big elderly bald man who killed the girl was partners with a different doctor, professor, researcher person. And they were trying to develop a parasite that could replace organs. Which... what? It makes some sense when they kind of explain it. I kind of get it. However, no. But it was just like the example they gave was like if somebody has a bad kidney, you could replace it with a parasite that would eat away the kidney, then it would be there and it would filter your blood for you, and like sure, it's going to eat some of your, it's going to like drink some of your blood, but you know, it's better than not having a kidney at all. And in that sense, it's like, okay, sure. No, but sure. I'll buy that for this movie. And the doctor is explaining like what this research was to Roger, and he asks if Roger wants on board. Roger's like, give me time to think about it. This is wild, and I also just like saw like 2 murdered people. Like, he's like, oh, it's probably whatever. So Roger leaves. His receptionist is the lovely Lynn Laurie. She's great in this movie. Not biased just because she follows me on Twitter or whatever, but it's fine. So during like routine checkups, it's made mention that 4 men have lumps in their stomach that are moving, which is odd. At some point, Nicholas comes back home. Just goes right to bed. He's like vomiting blood and eventually hucks up a worm. And this worm starts moving, and this worm starts attacking people. And I'm initially thinking, okay, cool. We got a parasitic worm monster. Maybe it'll possess people. Because I'm thinking Slither, right? Like the James Gunn movie. I'm thinking Slither. This is Shivers. No. It's weirder because I forgot this is David fucking Cronenberg. Nicholas is the host to these monsters, or to these parasites, because he was cheating on his wife with the 19-year-old girl who already had a bunch of them in her. And the reason the doctor killed her, and then himself, is because the surgery went, or like the experiment went too far, and he just needed to take her out. So he killed her, and then himself, thinking that that would be the end of it. Unfortunately, she apparently was having sex with many people. It's specifically stated somewhere that she was very popular and got around. So it's not just Nicholas, it's other people, but Nicholas seems to be the main incubator for these things, I guess. What it all boils down to, because I've been talking about this for 7.5 minutes, what it all boils down to is the parasites not only like take control of you, but they make you like sexually violent, where thankfully it doesn't have to be transmitted through, can I say a Oxford Dictionary term on YouTube, or do I have to TikTok it? I don't know, fuck it, I'm an adult, so I'm saying the word. It doesn't have to be transferred specifically through rape, it can be a kiss, or it basically has to be like some sort of fluid distribution, whether that's spit from a kiss or everything else. These people just get like sexually violent, and to this movie's credit, once I figured out what that was the plot, I immediately was like, oh no, this is just gonna be like a gross rape movie. Not really. It's insinuated. It's insinuated, but it's not. They show as much of it as they need to, and then they get the fuck out of there. So you're not like, this isn't I spit on your grave. This is, for what this movie is, it's done as tastefully as it can possibly be done, which is a nice change of pace. It kind of just turns into almost Demons-esque, where it turns into like a zombie movie, except they're different. It's a different type of zombie. They are the horny zombies. Except it almost can be viewed as like one of the weirdest things I kind of got out of this is that it can be almost viewed as people just being true to themselves in a weird way, which is this of course is the same movie where a dad kisses his daughter because they are infected, and that's fucking disgusting.
That's disgusting.
Ah! You get the fuck out of that room! Oh my god! But apart from that, throughout the movie, Nicholas's wife is friends with Barbara Steele. I don't remember what her name is in the movie. And they're like weirdly close, and not like they're just close friends, like there's a tension there. And I don't know how else to describe it without sounding gross, but there's a tension there. And then once Barbara Steele is possessed by the parasite, and she manages to possess Nicholas's wife, they're with each other throughout the rest of the movie. I don't even want to say an extended scene, just like a tastefully done, for as long as it needs to be seen, of them kissing, and then that's it. And then for the rest of the movie, if we see the one, the other is right there next to her. They're together with each other, because it very clearly, before like the events of the movie played out, it looked like Nicholas and his wife were just in a loveless marriage, and she kind of has a happy relationship there. So it's like you can almost view this as like, in that regard, there's two men that get out of an elevator that are very clearly supposed to be infected with this as well, and it's never commented on of like, you shouldn't be doing that because that's wrong. It is, oh holy f***, these bugs are in everybody, we gotta get the f*** out of here. You remove the infection, and this just seems like he's super homophobic. So there's that. There's also, of course, like the weirdest bit, which I don't like the implications of, but see, this is like the on one hand, it's like, this might be one step too far. But again, it is 1975, so but I still, but also this is a horror movie, so like, God forbid I feel disturbed watching a horror movie. I don't know how to take this. There's a man who's possessed by the worms, and he gets into an elevator, and there is a mother and her like 10-year-old daughter, and he like lunges on the woman, and they're both, the daughter and the mom, are screaming, and the elevator shuts, and that's all we see. The implication is there, and I don't like it. And then the worst bit is they all attack the security guard. The guy, the mom, and the daughter is infected now, which again, ooh, and it's, the worst scene in the movie is while they're attacking the security guard, the man is on top of him, the mom is like holding his legs and arms down, and the little girl walks up and kisses him on the mouth, which is a grown man, and that was, it's 1975, and also it's disturbing for a horror movie, so God forbid I feel disturbed during a horror movie, but also, what the fuck? You know? It's Mamma Mia. There's also like two little girls on leashes being forced to bark, which is fucking wild. But again, that's shown for 2 seconds. You barely even have any time to comprehend what that is, besides just like weird fetish that the parasites are making these people do, and then we move on, and they're never seen again. But yeah, the movie ends with our main guy, Roger, being the only one not infected. Lynn Laurie eventually gets infected. She made it to the end of the movie, which good for her. And then he eventually gets tackled into a pool and is infected, and the movie ends everyone getting into a car from the parking garage and leaving to go spread this to the rest of the world. And once again, Roger and Lynn Laurie are together. Nicholas's wife and that woman are in the same car. The father and the daughter are in the same car. And it's just like some of the weird relationships you've seen that have picked up because of these parasitic monsters, they're still there in the car. It's like they kind of chose their person to be with to be happy. But yeah, the Shivers is a weird movie, but I kind of loved it. It's got gross, but again, it's a horror movie. I feel like because of the Blumhouse formula, we've all kind of become so desensitized to what horror was supposed to be, which is you're not supposed to feel good. I shouldn't leave a horror movie and be like, haha, that was a great time. I should leave a horror movie and be like, oh. Like, you get that with Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You leave that and you're like, you know? You don't get that with Final Destination, but that's because those movies are comedy gold. I kind of loved this movie. It's our first movie that I'm saying is better than Dolls, and I'm giving it on the Schlockometer a 4 out of 5. I don't even think I have to say that this one's on the Schlockometer. I think that's just genuinely the score I would give it because this is a real movie. This is comparable to other movies I've given 4 out of 5s to. So I don't even have to defend myself and be like, it's good, it's just high because of how schlocky. No, it's just a good movie. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, this and Dolls so far, like the hardest suggestion for me. It's just, you can see these are really good. Tune in tomorrow for, I don't know yet. I haven't watched them. I just came fresh off of seeing these ones. We're punching it down to the limit. Hopefully I have my shaved face faved by then. Don't let them in. Lock that fucking door. That's right. That's why you follow me on Twitter. Once again, I'm still wearing this ugly thing. I know. Shut up. There's no footage for this video either. I'm going to try to snag whatever footage I can grab off of YouTube, pictures, whatever, and throw them in here. But I am on a time schedule now. I mean, I have been, but there's always a deadline to hit now. So if these videos are a little lacking in anything, it be what it be. The copyright protection on Tubi for these movies is stronger than I am. And I get it. I understand. But it frustrates me. Crazy how this Blu-ray of Rawhead Rex is just like not visible whatsoever. Anywho, welcome back to Tubiween. I'm back. We're every freaking day. We're doing In the Mouth of Madness today, a movie by John Carpenter, somebody you heard of. John Carpenter is the director of Halloween, The Thing, They Live, Escape from New York, Escape from LA to a lesser extent, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. Basically think of any 20 years later amazing 80s movie. Doesn't even have to be horror, it could be action, adventure, whatever. Oh, Big Trouble in Little China. Think of any 80s action adventure movie that made no money at the box office and was critically panned at the time, and John Carpenter probably made it. He was on an absolute tirade during that time, and this movie, I believe, from some people, marks his like slow decline into making not great movies. I couldn't name you any of them that came out after this. I didn't look, but I know there's like a reputation that like this is the last like good one. And I gotta say, if this is where the decline starts, then it's either got to be a sharp drop off or a pretty slow decline, because this movie can rock. Literally, with John Carpenter wanting Metallica for the score, then telling him to f off, so then he was like, all right, I'm gonna make my own Metallica score. This stars Sam Neill, who was an actor in Jurassic Park 1, 3, whatever the newest Jurassic Park, whatever the last Jurassic World movie was with the gigantic bugs. I'm not looking it up, I don't care. Possession, and Event Horizon. This also stars Charlton Heston, who is the co-star of our new marathon favorite Chuck Connors in Soylent Green, Planet of the Apes, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, Tombstone, True Lies, and Wayne's World 2. Nothing but classics for Charlton Heston. So our plot for In the Mouth of Madness is, it's a little out of order, but not so much that you can't figure it out. It basically starts at the climax and then shows you like the events that led to this moment. And the events that led to this moment, which is Sam Neill in a mental institution. Sam Neill is a guy named John Trent, which every time they said his name freaked me out. His name is John Trent, and they just call him Trent, and it kept freaking me out. He is a fraud specialist, basically somebody that finds like if a company's lying for money and then calls them out and is like, hey, that insurance claim that you're trying to file, it's not real. Like that's basically his job, is just to find people trying to commit fraud. There's an author in the story called Sutter Kane, who's basically like this universe is Stephen King, except they also make mention about Stephen King and how he can suck a bag of dicks because Sutter Kane is where it's at, which, fair. I don't like Stephen King either, the weirdo. Anywho, Sutter Kane disappears, and now Sam Neill is in charge of trying to find where he is. Sam Neill buys some of his books to see if there's clues, and he cuts up the covers, and it makes a map of New England. That is where all of Sutter Kane's books take place, where Stephen King's takes place in Maine. Oh, it was like Castle Rock, Maine. Sutter Kane's take place in Hollowbrook, New England? I think it's like something like that. It's like a town that doesn't exist. And they go find it. Sam Neill and the editor, Sutter Kane's editor, go and drive to Maine to go find it, and I believe from New York to New Hampshire, New England, whatever. It is New Hampshire, and they drive to New Hampshire, and we then get themes of, is what's happening real? Is this in their head? And you're not entirely sure what's real and what's happening. And as we're going through this, events that are written in the manuscript for his newest and final novel, In the Mouth of Madness, events that are written in that manuscript are starting to come true. Like the whole world of reality is warping itself to make that story reality. And the whole movie kind of has the theme of like, because they specifically mention like the Bible and Christianity and religion in general, is that like it doesn't matter if it's fictional or not real, if enough people believe in it, it becomes reality. And that's kind of what he's snaking his way through here, is like, because he's the top selling author, sold 8 billion books or some shit, like everybody has read Sutter Kane, everybody loves Sutter Kane. Enough people, I don't want to say believe in his story, but have read his stories, that it's starting to kind of shape reality in a way where it aligns with his books. It could also be viewed as a way of like, people in power can kind of shape the reality of like everyday people kind of thing. It's got a lot of ways it can be interpreted, but the main thing here is reality shifting to the manuscript, and you as the viewer have to try and decipher what is real and what is not. And I don't mean that as a negative, because one of the biggest strengths of this movie I'll get into in just a second, but when the movie reaches its penultimate conclusion, the world is falling apart. Everyone's going crazy. There's like a small group of people who aren't affected by what's been going on. Either they read the book and it didn't do anything for them, or they never read the book and their reality hasn't changed. So there's like a very small group that's like radioing for people. Sam Neill, who has read the manuscript, or at least has been living through the story at this point, he's already too far gone. One of my favorite little things is he's talking to somebody and they're just like, well, what if we just don't read the book? And then he's like, what if you don't read? And then he's like, well, that's why there's a movie. And then the movie ends with him going to the movies to go see In the Mouth of Madness movie adaptation, which on the screen starts playing scenes from the movie that you have already been watching, because Sam Neill has, without his knowledge, been in this movie the whole time. And he laughs, and he laughs into a cry, and it's haunting, and then it just ends. And one thing that this movie does really well that I liked a lot is that idea of like, is this real? Is this happening in their head? What is real anymore? It doesn't really matter, and it's pretty easy to keep tabs on what's happening, because the whole movie until like the very end, Sam Neill is very level-headed. So judging by how he's reacting to things, you can kind of have a pretty good understanding of like what's real and what's not. I feel like a lot of movies that deal with the idea of like what's real, what's not, can with the audience get a little too self-indulgent in that, and then it just kind of becomes confusing, and it's like, we've lost the plot completely, literally, in some of those cases. This keeps a really good balance, and I appreciate that a lot. I mean, this is John Carpenter. I expected this movie to be good. I did not expect it to be this good. I expected it to be good. I expected to like it. I did not expect it to be up there as like one of my favorite things I've watched. What I will say about John Carpenter, and this will be a little bit of a telling on myself here. I have a lot of respect for John Carpenter. I really like John Carpenter as the guy who has been 78 years old for the past 40 years. I have a lot of respect for him. He hasn't made a movie in over, God, maybe 20 years now? He hasn't made a movie in like 20 years, but he just wants to make music, play music at concerts, and play video games, and just smoke 13 packs of cigarettes a day. And you know what? God damn it. That's that. If that ain't living, I don't know what is. I'm pretty sure he became very disillusioned with the whole Hollywood system and wanted out as soon as he could. And I think The Ward was his last one, and that probably was it. And yeah, you know what? His attitude towards whatever Hollywood wants to do with his movies is great, because you can tell that there's some animosity there, but just enough where it's like, you guys didn't get this when I made it. Like, The Thing was ridiculed and made no money. Like, it did terrible. And it seems like his attitude now is like, oh, you want to remake The Thing, this movie that you guys didn't get when I fucking made it, so now you want to make it again? Okay, give me a check, whatever. I'll use this to go buy 14 more packs of Marlboro Red. And that just seems to be his attitude. Whenever they want to make a remake, he's just like, how much? He did do the music for the new Halloween trilogy, and say whatever the fuck you want about those new movies. They are not amazing, but the music in them, fantastic. John Carpenter's a goddamn hell of a composer. But yeah, with John Carpenter, much like David Lynch, I have a ton of respect for both of them. I have only watched one David Lynch movie, and I've only watched 2 John Carpenter movies, those being The Thing and Halloween. And I need to get on both of them and watch more of their shit, especially David Lynch, who I did not get on that train before he passed, which sucks. It is what it is. Rest in peace. John Carpenter, like I said, he's been 85 for the past 40 years. Who knows how he's doing? But I want to watch more of his movies, because the man himself, I adore. But In the Mouth of Madness, I thought was a great movie. I think it is almost perfect for what it is. I think the only thing that could be improved on this movie, and it's like the tiniest nitpick, but it is the first time this nitpick has shown up in the series, which is, I wanted this to be longer. Most other movies, I'm begging for them to be shorter. This one, I wanted it to be just a little bit longer. I feel like it could have went for the 2-hour mark instead of an hour and I think 35. I feel like it could have went for the 2-hour mark, because I really wanted more time to just sit with the characters and experience more weird, unexplainable, is this real, is it not stuff. And especially towards the end, it kind of feels like it's a little bit rushed, with Sam Neill getting out of the town, and then he's just kind of in places. But that also works because he's not even in his head at that moment, so like, there's just blank spaces where he's at like a truck stop hotel, and then abruptly the scene cuts and he's on a bus, and then abruptly the scene cuts and he's back in Sutter Kane's like manager's office, and it's like, what happened there? We missed a whole bunch of shit. But it kind of works because he's not in his head. Like, he is just not here anymore. So that kind of works. I would have been okay with a little bit longer of an ending of everything falling apart, and or more of Sam Neill going crazy. I really feel like this could have been just a tad bit longer. But overall, In the Mouth of Madness, just for that little tiny flaw, I'm giving it a 4.5 out of 5. I thought this movie was fantastic. I just wanted it to be a little bit longer, which feels like such a weird complaint to have, because every other movie that I've watched that I have not liked that much, I'm always just like, please God, just let this end. And this one, I'm like, man, this could have been like 20 more minutes. This could be like a good, cool 20, 25 more minutes, and it probably would have been like, oh, it is what it is. It's great. I really recommend it. I think In the Mouth of Madness is fantastic. Tune back in tomorrow for something a little different, maybe. I don't know. Who are you?
Do you read Sutter Kane? What?
All right, what do you motherfuckers know about Maniac Cop? Maniac Cop. This is really blue. Wow. Hold on. Okay, that's a little better. Maniac Cop is directed by William Lustig, director of Maniac, Maniac Cop 2, and Maniac Cop 3, although he's listed as, the director, I don't know, we don't know if it's him or not. I can't prove anything. The director of Maniac Cop 3 is listed as Alan Smithy, which means I'm in for some if I watch the third one. It's credited to Alan Smithy. Those who may not be in the aware, there's a movie or documentary called Burn Hollywood Burn that gets a little bit more into it, but Alan Smithy was a pen name that directors would use if they made a movie and didn't want to be associated with it. David Fincher did that for Alien 3. I think less so now. I think he's attached to it now, but when it came out, it was directed by Alan Smithy because so much studio interference happened that he was like, that's not my movie anymore. But yeah, Alien 3 has it. One of the fucking Hellraiser sequels have it. Maniac Cop 3 has it. A bunch of just some of the worst has Alan Smithy as the director. I believe it's no longer used. I believe we have a new surname or a new pen name that people use that we may or may not be aware of yet. We probably are. The internet is a thing. I'm sure people have discovered it. But either way, same director for all 3 films and Maniac, which I also hear really good things about Maniac, so I might check that one out. But Maniac Cop stars my boy, Bruce Campbell, otherwise known as Ash Williams in the Evil Dead franchise, multiple small parts in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy, Bubba Hotep, and Richard Roundtree. He was in Seven, Speed Racer, Shaft the original, Shaft the remake, and Shaft the re-remake. He gets around. And Robert Zadar. I finally get to talk about Robert Zadar. And Robert Zadar, star of 113 goddamn B movies. There's literally too many to count, and I'm gonna say, or too many to name, and I'm gonna say movies that no one's ever heard of. So just for some of them I wrote down that I recognized the title of was Samurai Cop. It always comes back to Melissa Moore. Samurai Cop, Tango and Cash, Beastmaster 2, The Night Stalker. The big thing with him is he has a scarily recognizable face, and I mean this with all sincerity. Having that recognizable face is a godsend. I miss you, Robert Zadar. Rest in peace. But yes, it's very important to note that he has a very recognizable face because I have never seen Maniac Cop. I've heard people talk about the second one more so than the first one. And I've heard people talk really positively about the second one, which I'll get into a little bit tomorrow, spoiler. But I figured I could just hop over to the second one. But I wanted to watch the first one, even if they had nothing to do with each other, because that happens sometimes. Sometimes they make a sequel and it has nothing to do with it. You could just, I wanted to watch the first one. And the entire time I'm watching the first one, I'm just like, where's Robert Zadar? Like, Robert Zadar, he's casted. He's probably going to be in this for like 5 minutes at most. Turns out, he is the Maniac Cop, and I didn't look into this prior, but he's the Maniac Cop, and I realized that it was Robert Zadar before he was even in frame, because I shit you not, there's like a dark scene in an alleyway where it's just like his highlights, like the sides of his face that are illuminated, and I saw that motherfucker's cheekbones, and I went, that's Robert Zadar. I was like, that's his fucking face. And I was right. Oh, that's Robert Zadar. 100%. Now, I don't know if Maniac Cop borders on more action schlocky than horror. I don't care. This movie was amazing. I don't know why I don't hear anybody talk about the first Maniac Cop, like, ever, if I ever hear anybody talking about Maniac Cop. Maniac Cop is basically just, it's a crime procedural, it's a slasher movie, it's a mystery, and it's an action movie. All rolled into one B-movie thing, and it's distributed by Troma. It's like Stuff Stephanie in the fucking incinerator. It's distributed by Troma. And I saw that come up, and it no longer filled me with joy and whimsy of Toxic Avenger and Return to Nukem High, or Class of Nukem High, or it filled me with fear. We're watching Maniac Cop. Motherfucker. Oh no, it's another Troma? Oh no. And I immediately was like, maybe there's a reason no one talks about the first movie. Oh, fuck. No, this was not, while not being as trashy and schlocky and cheap as Troma, this felt more Troma than Stuff Stephanie into the Incinerator did, thank Christ. Basic outline of the plot, because I'm going to spoil this bit because it takes a bit for the plot to really get going, but just to kind of discuss things that happen, I'll get into it just a bit. Robert Zadar plays a man named Matt Cordell. Matt Cordell was, according to some people, a good cop. According to what other people say in the movie that he did, is he wouldn't question anybody, he would just shoot and kill whoever, and that made him a good cop. So, maybe in New York in the 80s, hey, I don't know. but that made him a good cop. It's so good that the mayor and the police chief, I think, or some other high-ranking politician or whatever, was like, they did some sort of backdoor deal where they had to get him off the force. So they were able to peg him with like 47,000 counts of manslaughter, I guess. I don't know. And he was sent to a prison in Sing Sing, which I didn't know research into this. I don't know if this is a real prison where they send people to be executed. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not looking to be there. I'm not really planning my stay vacation, all right? But he was sent there to be executed. He was murdered there. A bunch of the inmates who were in there got him in the shower and they stabbed him. They started trying to beat the shit out of him. Robert Zadar's clocking people against walls, and it's fairly brutal for what it is. And then somebody gets a lucky stab at his back, and then he's just getting sliced across the face, and then some asshole throws like one more across, like into his cheek up to his ear, just to be a dick. He's already down, he's fallen over, but just to be an asshole, that guy just carves him, and he was pronounced dead. However, later we find out that the coroner, who was basically, as explained, the job of a police coroner is, we're not making the bodies look good if they die in prison. We are just stitching what needs to be stitched and shipping it off to whatever family member wants to claim him. And he was in the process of doing this and discovered he had a pulse still. He was just brain dead. He had a pulse and was still alive, but brain dead. He was never buried, and a woman at the police station claimed the body, so whatever. So she took him in, and now all of a sudden he's back. I don't know if being brain dead gives you like undead superpowers or whatever, but this motherfucker tanks like 9 bullets to the head, into the chest, into the stomach, and doesn't flinch. I don't know, but now he's just on a rampage. He was originally killing drug dealers, bank robbers, store robbers, whatever. Now he's just going after whoever. This leads us to Bruce Campbell, who I'm going to have to put up the size comparisons between Robert Zadar and Bruce Campbell. In the movie, they say that they have the same height or build, or both. So Robert Zadar kills Bruce Campbell's wife, and Matt Cordell. Robert Zadar didn't do this. Matt Cordell kills Bruce Campbell's wife by slicing her across the throat, and Bruce Campbell was already cheating on his wife with a woman, and they were able to basically pin that murder and all the other murders on Bruce Campbell because he was just trying to sleep with this person he was cheating on his wife with, and that would be the full story for Matt. Except the murders keep happening, and it's not him, except that when the murders happen, he's always kind of around and involved somehow, so it keeps just getting worse for him. And that's our basic movie. But man, we got everything. We got gore, we got car chases, we got in Bruce Campbell being a buffoon. It is a wondrous movie. There was not a single moment where I was watching this and was disinterested even just a little bit. I was watching it the whole time, and I was thinking, because I was just like, even movies that I like, or that for this marathon that I've liked, like Dolls, Dr. Death to an extent, The Jester, even movies that I've liked, they've always had a moment or a couple moments where I'm just like, boy, this just been over yet? Not this one. The pacing in the beginning is so good because you're getting exactly what you want, which is cops doing cop things. Cut to scene, Robert Zadar's murdering somebody. Cut scene, cops doing cop things, Robert Zadar is murdering somebody. And it's just like, the first, I think, 6 scenes are cop procedural murder, cop procedural murder, cop procedural murder, and then the plot goes off. But it hooks you within those couple of minutes because you're just like, this guy's doing just insane shit to kill these people, picking up a woman and just kind of rotating her a little bit, and it snaps her neck, and it's like, okay, buddy, where did this strength come from? It's ridiculous. I loved it. This was like everything I wanted for like a schlock B movie, and I don't care if it's more action-oriented. This was everything I wanted from this marathon, and this has a high chance of being the best thing from this entire marathon. As far as I'm concerned, we're calling it. This is the Tubiween grand winner. Here's the unfortunate thing. I think this movie might actually be really good. But with that, I'm going to give Maniac Cop the overall rating on the Schlockometer of 4.5 out of 5. It's not a perfect movie. The car chase could have been a little longer. No, there's just like little itty-bitty things where there could be some issues, or I have some issues with. Again, does being brain dead make Robert Z'Dar invincible? Because there's some shit he goes through that he shouldn't have survived. But it's also like, I don't really care. I had so much fun with this movie. I loved all of it. While watching it, there was a moment where I was just like, dog, is this on Blu-ray? Because I want to own this. I need to have this movie. This is f***ing great. I'm shocked. Does this bitch have a Blu-ray that I can buy? Holy shit. I will be buying that Blu-ray. It is so good. Which I have not had a moment of during any of these where I'm like, I need to own this movie. Good job, Maniac Cup. You made a sale. I will be buying that Blu-ray in the coming weeks. So get ready for that. But yeah, next week, tomorrow, we're going to talk about its sequel and why it's not as good. Oh. Bruce, jump off! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! Is that Robert Z'Dar? Holy f... Hey, what the fuck? They got Robert Z'Dar in here. Yo, what the f... Robert Z'Dar? Robert Z'Dar? Killing American-style star Robert Z'Dar? What the fuck? Sorry, I got distracted watching these dudes in TikTok with like a robot thing shooting billiard balls at a stack of cans. The user's just a bunch of numbers. Like, this is definitely just a nothing account, but I gotta leave this. Anyway, I know I said yesterday, fuck, Jesus, that I was going to probably watch the R.L. Stine Pumpkinhead thing. I decided against that. I'm tired of watching garbage, okay? I'm gonna make this week a banger. Nothing but fucking good movies. At the very least, good. Serviceable, fine. Okay? This whole week is nothing but bangers, alright? And then Halloween, I got a whole special thing. I rented out a whole cathedral. We got a band. I'm broke. I am so in debt. Help. So it's gonna be great. So get psyched for that. Anyway, welcome back to Tubiween. Being distracted on my phone is a great allegory for today, because today, let's go back to the a Wild West. That's right. I've got a Western today. If you're oblivious to what this movie is, you might be thinking, hey, I've seen this cover, but isn't this just like a Tombstone thing? And kind of, until it's not. We'll get into it, but let's get over some information first. I have written nothing down for this film and the next one, just because I just watched this one less than 24 hours ago, and I watched tomorrow's movie an hour ago, so I didn't want to write anything, but I will have to read off the director and whatnot, but that's a given. So this movie is directed by S. Craig Zahler. Z-A-H-L-E-R. S. Craig Zahler, who directed 4 films: Bone Tomahawk, Brawl in Cell Block 99, Dragged Across Concrete, and The Bookie and the Bruiser, which doesn't even have a release date or any information, so I don't think this one has been filmed yet. I think that's just something he plans to do. He mainly writes. He's the writer of Bone Tomahawk, Brawl in Cell Block 99, Dragged Across Concrete, The Bookie and the Bruiser, and because all these fucking pieces have to keep aligning, he's also the writer of Puppet Master, The Littlest Reich, the 13th Puppet Master movie, the one that was like kind of supposed to be a reboot, but I believe failed miserably, was written by this guy, and I completely forgot about that while watching Bone Tomahawk, because if you see how the characters are written in Bone Tomahawk and compare it to Puppet Master, you would not think that these were written by the same fucking guy. If you're the type of person out there who, I'm thinking of my parents. If Mom, Dad, if you're out there and we're wondering or wishing for Kurt Russell to be in a Western movie again, since he hasn't been in one since Tombstone in 1993, he was. He is the main character of Bone Tomahawk. And I feel like this goes without saying, but he's fucking amazing in this movie. He's so good. Kurt Russell's just good in everything that he's in, but he's so good in this movie. And for what this movie is, this could very easily be like a schlock garbage. Like I see the VHS cover sitting on the shelf of the rental store that's been rotting for 30 years, and it's directed by the guy that did Maniac Cop, or it's a Charles Band production. It's a full moon movie. Yeah, I see that. This is handled with a lot of care. Kurt Russell, star of The Thing, Big Trouble Little China, Escape from New York, Escape from LA, Death Proof, The Hateful Eight, Fast and Furious 7, Sky High, Tombstone. I'm gonna give a shout out, throw down to Breakdown, because that's a good action movie. But yeah, Kurt Russell's in this, and he's great. We also got Patrick Wilson, who's in this, who is in every single one of his Conjuring movies, but god damn it, he's great in this too. I don't like those Conjuring movies, but he's great in this. We got Richard Jenkins, who's in Shape of Water, Cabin in the Woods, Spotlight, Burn After Reading, Step Brothers, and he's great in this. We got Matthew Fox, who's been in World War Z, Speed Racer, Smoking Aces. That's about it, but he's great in this. Star-studded cast. Everybody's great in this. Not to mention Lily Simmons, who hasn't been in much, but I want to give a throw out to her because she was also great in this. David Arquette from all of the Scream movies, and I guess he also owns the rights to Bozo the Clown. I'll look that up, but I remember hearing about that. I think he owns the rights to Bozo the Clown for some reason. Just a Sid Haig from a bunch of Rob Zombie shit. This movie is, I'm gonna give you the premise, and I don't want to talk a whole lot about this. So I'm gonna say the premise is a spoiler in and of itself. I really don't. Okay. I'm opening this with, I full-heartedly recommend this movie. I think for this marathon and maybe in general, to me, this is like as close to perfect as you could get. I give a full recommendation for this. Please watch it. I said this with Hellraiser. I cannot believe that this is available to watch for free on Tubi. That you don't have to pay a monthly subscription or pay to rent it. It's just there. It's not in the best quality in the world. Tubi, I think, caps out at 720p. So if you want like 1080p or 4K, then you'll have to find it somewhere else, or maybe it's on another subscription, or buy the Blu-ray or 4K Blu-ray. I'm gonna probably. This movie's fantastic. It is amazing, and I fully recommend watching it. It's 2 hours, it's the longest movie of this marathon, and it just flies by. But with that, I'm gonna get into the premise now, and still do my best not to spoil a whole lot, but I really wanted to get that out there, because I genuinely think that even the premise alone is a spoiler. So, premise is, Kurt Russell is the sheriff of a town, Bright Hope. A drifter comes into town. Previously, he was like cutting people at their campsite, or like killing people at their campsites and robbing them. This drifter comes into town because he's seen some shit. I'm not going to get into what shit that he has seen, but he has seen some shit. The drifter is seen outside of town burying a bag and changing clothes, which the deputy thinks looks suspicious. Kurt Russell goes to talk to him. He ends up shooting him in the leg and hauling him back to the jail cell in the sheriff's office, just because he was being real fucking suspicious, not giving a straight answer, lied about his name. Like, Kurt Russell picked up on all that. He's a seasoned actor, and in this movie, a seasoned sheriff. He knows when he's able to sniff bullshit out. So he shoots him in the leg. He then has to call for the doctor. It's late at night. I think it's like 9 o'clock. The doctor, he's already plastered. He's too drunk to perform, so we now have to call upon a woman in town who is married to Arthur O'Doyle, I think his name is. Patrick Wilson. She's married to Patrick Wilson. She's like an assistant, a nurse or something. Patrick Wilson in this movie, before the movie even starts, has a broken leg, broken tibia, because he was trying to work on a roof while a storm was happening and fell and broke his leg. She's been nursing him back to health, and now is called upon the sheriff to go and dig a bullet out of a guy's leg. She goes and does it. She is told to remain at the sheriff's office for the whole night, or for as long as it takes for recovery, and she's there with an assistant deputy who's watching over to make sure whatever, so that he can lock up, walk her back home, and whatever. And then we're talking like a small town of like, I think 14 people. We see like a max of like 14 or so people in the bar at one time, and I think that's like the whole town. That is our premise. Well, that's not our premise. Our premise then is Patrick Wilson wakes up in the morning. His wife is still not home. He does not know where she is, and there is now somebody murdered in the town.
You might just want to go back inside. I got a bad feeling.
Oh! Wow. Okay, damn. Which calls attention to the sheriff, who just woke up. And now the sheriff goes to see the murder. He then goes to the sheriff's station. The door is open, and everyone's gone. There's an arrow sticking in the wall, and they immediately think that it is Indians, which I'll call, for this time period of movie, Native Americans. I don't know. I'm still a little shaky on what the correct term is here. But Native Americans. The assumption is that it's Native Americans. They call upon a Native American person to identify the arrow. He identifies it as troglodytes, which are like cave people cannibals. So now that is our premise: is Patrick Wilson, the sheriff, Kurt Russell, the assistant deputy, and just like a smug ass. Basically, those four are now going to take a trek to wherever to find these people and hope that she's still alive and get her back. Patrick Wilson with the broken leg the whole time through. It's just an amazing performance from everybody, but it's just, so that's our premise, is cowboys versus cannibals. And again, I see the VHS cover rotting away on a shelf made by Full Moon, and I see it just sitting there, and it could just be a schlock fest, but it is maybe an hour and I want to say 35 minutes into the movie before it really hits the fan. And it doesn't feel that long at all. The pacing of this movie, the way that it's all laid out, the way that you care about these characters is so strong to carry you through everything, to not even like notice how long that you've been watching. This movie just like melts time. It's, for me at least, it was incredible. And if you stuck long enough here to hear the premise and it's interesting, go watch it, because now I'm going to get into why this movie might not work for everybody, but why it worked so well for me. The gore in this movie, while not over the top, while not the most brutal thing in the world, is very realistic in a sense, and a lot of that comes from the sound design. The sound design in this movie is so good. It is so fantastic. Except 3 times they used the stock door opening sound effect. I kept calling that out, and that was really distracting. But apart from that, the rest of the sound design in this movie is so good, and especially the sounds of cutting flesh, digging into skin, digging into muscle. It's all properly gross, but not like overdone to be like intentionally gross. It's like, I'm gonna sound like a sociopath, but I feel like the sound is like if you were in a quiet room performing a surgery and we're digging in somebody's leg, this is what it would sound like. And like there's no other, you're not hearing a beeping of a machine, you're not hearing your other people, it's just you and whatever, and you're digging in this dude's leg. That is what it would sound like. If you were cutting somebody's throat and nobody's around and it's completely silent, this is what it would sound like. It's done so realistically that it's disturbing. So the movie opens up immediately with some of the gore, and I feel like that is going to put some people off, because I saw the Western and I saw the horror genre, and I initially was like, okay, cool. And you look at that cover and there's nothing really insinuating horror or gross or anything like that. It just looks like a Kurt Russell Western. And then immediately the movie opens up with somebody getting their neck slit, and it's just graphic and gross and sounds, I don't want to say realistic, but it sounds so, it gets like under your skin if you're listening with a good enough like system. So that could turn people off. There's almost a sunk cost fallacy to the point that it would turn most people off, I feel like, because at this point you're probably an hour and 40 in, and it's 2 hours. You sunk this much time in, you're stuck here. I'm gonna talk about the most brutal scene in this movie, a scene where reacting to it, I could not make a proper sound. It was just guttural noises coming from my throat. My jaw open the whole time. I'm catching billions of flies. Our house is a nightmare. But jaws open, I'm making the most guttural, gross noises with my throat. Legitimate disbelief. I could not believe what I was seeing. And I mean this, that is not a negative, it needed to be there. But I just could not believe what I was seeing. I can't even show it. I don't think, and I don't want to show it. Not me, the scene itself. I'll gladly, listen, here's me making those gross noises in disbelief and like brought to tears. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. Oh my god. Oh. 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 Oh my god. Did you like that? Did you get something out of that? Anyway, the scene is Kurt Russell and the assistant deputy have been caught. They're in holding cells for these cannibals. Across the way is author Patrick Wilson's wife and the assistant deputy who was supposed to watch over her. It's feeding time now. So these cannibals grab assistant deputy, strip him in front of you, and you're kind of watching from the cell that you're watching from Kurt Russell's perspective, basically. Like it's shot at ground level where he is through the cell bars, so you're seeing it as Kurt is seeing it. Basically, is like how you can interpret it. He's stripped naked in front of you, scalped. The scalp is shoved in his mouth, hammered in his mouth. He's then grabbed by his left and right legs and hoisted up like this, and they take a bone tomahawk and just start hacking at the middle of his body. And then once they've hacked enough, one person on this side on the left pulls this way, one person on the right pulls this way, and they just split him in half in the most vile, disgusting fucking thing I've ever seen. I can see that scene turning a lot of people off, and it's rough, and it's not. This is again where I could see the schlock movie that this could have been. It's not done schlockily. You really get the impression of like, this is a life being taken in front of Kurt Russell's eyes. Like, this is somebody who was alive 30 seconds ago and is now in pieces. And I don't know a better way to describe it than that. It's just a feeling. You can't really describe it, but like you know it, where it's just like you're watching a life be taken, and not like a movie life be taken where it's, done for whatever. This is like, it's hard. It's hard to watch, but that's probably the most graphic scene, and I won't spoil the rest of the movie. That's just the most graphic thing. I'm gonna have to edit the down out of this, but Bone Tomahawk is, I don't know if I liked this more than Hellraiser. Hellraiser had more interesting concepts. This is pretty point A to B. I think this is I don't want to say better made movie, but this is like it's different. I'm no longer going to try to compare, is this better or worse than Hellraiser, because Hellraiser is its own thing. That has been the most perfect movie I've watched this marathon. Bone Tomahawk is also a perfect movie in this marathon. It is not schlock. This is a real movie, and it's incredibly good. This by far is something I'm going to own. I want to have this. I don't really like Westerns that much, but this was so amazing for a genre that I never really go towards. I've seen a lot of Westerns growing up. My dad watched a lot of John Wayne movies, but that's it. I've never seen like Good, Bad, the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, and Few Dollars More. I know those are like the big ones. Never seen those. I don't really watch Westerns, but Bone Tomahawk 100% without a hesitation gets a perfect 5 out of 5 and is up there with Hellraiser as a please dear God. If you have not seen this movie from 2015, you can watch it. It is so good. Tune in tomorrow for something that is not good. I tried.
I am so fucking scared right now. I am so... Jesus Christ. I'm so on edge. Why did we just hold there? I didn't like that. Oh, his fucking hand's gone. Oh my god. Jesus, no music, nothing, just out of nowhere.
Welcome back. We're talking about the most well-known movie of this series, probably. We're talking about Hellraiser. Now, I didn't put out any stipulations for this series, as I kind of made clear in Return of the Living Dead 2. My main goal for this series was watch stuff that I have never seen before. And bonus, try to make it stuff that is lesser known or that most people haven't even heard of, or series or movies from series that people didn't even know were still alive, like Puppet Master series. It's still kicking. This movie, it's Hellraiser. Everybody knows Hellraiser. I feel like everyone knows, and if you don't know it by name, you know it by Pinhead. You look at Pinhead and you know who this is. And you know he's from something. Fun fact, there was like a Halloween one year where I really wanted, when I was a child, where I really wanted to go as Pinhead because I just thought his design was amazing. I still think he looks crazy. I think he's like an amazing design. I think that's like a perfect creature design, up there with Pumpkinhead. I had never seen that, so I wanted to see it, and I thought maybe this would be like too out of the ordinary for this, but then I realized I'm the one doing it. I can do what I want. I don't care. You're not my dad. so I wanted to watch Hellraiser. goddammit. We'll get into it a little bit, but also some backstory. Movie's directed by Clive Barker. It's also written by Clive Barker. Clive Barker wanted to make, it's clear to me, Clive Barker wanted to make some sort of movie that focused on the relationship between pleasure and pain, how the movie describes it, sex and or violence and or both. So it's clear to me that that's what this is, and it's cool that he got an outlet to do it, and it seems like there wasn't really any studio interference or anything like that, because I say all this because I have seen a Clive Barker movie prior to this. I've only seen one, and it's right here, baby. Rawhead Rex. I'm gonna get the glare off. I'm gonna pull it up. There we go. I have seen Rawhead Rex. That's the only Clive Barker movie I've seen. Why? Don't know. Maybe I just wanted to be quirky. I have no idea. But with this movie, I know he wanted to tell a story of basically just like male violence. Like Rawhead Rex was supposed to represent like masculine violence, sexual violence from males specifically, which is why he's defeated at the end of the movie by a woman. And he's also afraid of, there's something about the fear of like pregnancy in Rawhead Rex, because like the only woman he doesn't kill in this movie is a pregnant woman, and it's like clearly he's just like afraid of her. There's some inklings of Clive Barker's original ideas for this movie, but it's very clear that the studio was like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? This is just make a standard monster movie. And there's some inklings. The movie itself, this movie is okay. It's fine. You know what? It's a pretty standard monster movie. The behind-the-scenes stuff is more interesting, which is why I bought this, because there's some good behind-the-scenes stuff. One, of just making the movie, and two, of like what the original intention was. And that original intention kind of was realized with this and Night Stalkers. I'll put it up here. I can't remember what it's called, but it seemed like Clive Barker would kind of make a movie of like the concept, and then there would be a comic book adaptation of it that would fully tell what his intention was of the movie and tell it that way. Rawhead Rex has a comic, and Night Stalkers, Night Creatures, whatever it's called, I forget, also has a comic series out there. And so does Hellraiser. I do know Rawhead Rex did get its time to shine with a comic adaptation, and that's kind of all we had. And then with Hellraiser, it seems like the studios just kind of backed off and let Clive do his thing, which is great because, spoiler, this movie fucking rules. And I understand now why this is like such a beloved franchise, well, at least film. Why this is such a beloved film at the very least. I'm not going to speak about the whole franchise, but beloved film, and why it upsets people whenever a new sequel comes out and it just sucks hot shit, because that's also been a thing with the series, is that every single time a new sequel comes out, it's just terrible. Which is done so that the studio that owns the rights to it can keep the rights to it, so that way they can sell it to the highest bidder. I think they're probably hoping for a Blumhouse buyout. So, Hellraiser, now that preamble's over, Hellraiser stars Ashley Lawrence, who was in Hellraiser 1, 2, 3, and Hellraiser Hellbound, which, whatever numbered sequel that one is, because after 4, they just kind of dropped the numbers and started doing subtitles, and that just makes everything confusing if you're not looking at what year the movie released. This also stars Andrew Robinson, who was in Dirty Harry, Child's Play 3, Cobra, and Pumpkinhead 2. All of these people, they keep coming back in other things. There's Puppet Master connections, now we're getting Pumpkinhead connections. There's just, everything's connected, I'm telling you. So I'll try to give a plot synopsis of Hellraiser. It's gonna be weird though, so get ready. So Hellraiser is about a father and a stepmother who move into an old house that I believe was owned by the father's brother. And there's history between the brother and the stepmother. In the past, it seems like they The stepmother cheated on her husband with his brother, and then he disappeared. In the beginning of the movie, we see the brother using the puzzle box, which like summons a bunch of hooks to go into him and basically rip him apart, and we get to see the flesh particles of like two eyes, the nose, the mouth, just like flat on a table as they've been like surgically ripped apart. Cool effect. And then the daughter comes to visit. Everything's going relatively okay until while they're moving in, the husband scrapes his hand on a nail and goes up to the attic and drips blood on the floor, which then awakens his brother, who I believe was killed in that house. I believe he was hooked in that house. It awakens his brother, who is like a shambling corpse. Oh, that's awesome stop motion. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know what the fuck it was, but it was awesome. Holy shit. What the hell is that? Oh my god, look at that. That's awesome. Oh, it's just like the nerve endings. Wow. And encourages the stepmother to murder people for blood so that he can, like, become alive again. That's your main gist. Where things get more complicated is the daughter sees the stepmother kill somebody and the zombie stepbrother, and the zombie brother who is her uncle, and he's really weird and pervy to her.
It's Frank. It's Uncle Frank. No. You remember? I'm the daddy.
Oh. Why would you go in there? Oh. So obviously she wants to get out of there, and she takes the puzzle box with her and ends up in a hospital. And when she's fucking around with the puzzle box and opens the gates to wherever, where like reality falls apart, and we get really cool creature designs. And man, I think the lamest looking one is like kind of just like the fat guy with glasses. He just, I mean, I know Discord moderators that just look like that guy, so I don't know. But like the one with like his mouth like strung back and like his teeth, and all he can do is like chatter his teeth. He looks sick. There's one that has like a slit down his neck that's pulled open, and that's really cool. And then of course we have Pinhead, who is just an amazing design, just an absolutely incredible design. And their whole thing is that if you play with the puzzle box, you will be taken, they're called Cenobites, you'll be taken by the Cenobites to their realm. I believe that the idea is that these people are tortured so far beyond to the point where it becomes like a sadistic pleasure to them. That might be further explained in the sequels that I won't be watching, so that's what I'm getting from this movie, is that you're pulled into their realm, and it's just demented torture to the point that your brain snaps and it becomes like a pleasurable thing to you. And then yeah, it's just really cool effects, really cool visuals, and an amazing story all around. I had a feeling I'd like Hellraiser, and I mean the concept of Hellraiser has stuck around forever, so much so that there's like 9 sequels and a remake, I think. And I think there was a lot of hope for that remake to finally like break free of the terrible, awful sequels, but it didn't happen. They're still terrible, awful sequels. There was one like 2 years ago, and it sucked. And that's a shame, because I feel like a series like this could have been done. A series like this could have been done so much better, but I think the caveat is that this movie made too much money, and the studios were just like, keep doing it again. Again, I haven't seen any of the sequels. I know like nothing about them. I think the second one is like regarded as okay, and then beyond that, like just don't even bother. The fourth one's in space. It took them 4 movies before they took Pinhead in space. It didn't take too long. It took Leprechaun 4 movies too. It took Leprechaun 4 movies to be in space, and then he went to the hood. We didn't get Pinhead in the hood. It took Jason 10 movies to get to space, though. There we go. Hey, see? When you go to space in your 4th movie, that's... No, Hellraiser was incredible. I knew I'd like it. I knew that there was a reason that it stuck around for as long as it has. Crazy that this is on Tubi and totally free to watch. Just watch this. This is... If you take nothing from this series, this, Maniac Cop, and Shivers so far have been just watch these movies. Yeah. I'm giving Hellraiser full bore. That is a perfect 5 out of 5 movie. This is everything that I hoped and wanted and more. This was fantastic, and I will have to look into it. I don't know if I'm going to put it in the edit or not now, but I almost imagine Clive Barker probably got f***ed over by these studios, because I know whenever there's something that's successful and a visionary, I'll say, artist behind an idea like this, the studios just see money and just want the same thing done again and again and again, and then it gets to a point where now they're just holding on to the brand so that way the highest bidder will come around and buy it. I thought Fox owned the rights to Hellboy, but it might be Lionsgate. But whoever owns Hellboy, they keep doing that too, where I think with Hellboy it's like every 7 years or so. 2019 was the last one, but we'll get a new Hellboy movie, and it just fucking sucks. There's no effort, it just sucks, and it's just so whatever studio can hold on to it in the vain hope that Disney and Marvel will wanna purchase the rights from them at a high price because they just made a movie. It's scummy and it sucks, and the movie industry is a blight upon society, but it gives us shit like this sometimes, and is that a net positive? I don't know, but yeah, I recommend Hellraiser 100%. Tune back tomorrow, or come on back tomorrow for just a fun movie, just a good old time.
See, here's the cool thing. This ain't Terrifier 2, so this dream sequence will probably be like a minute, and then it's over. Push them now! Just like a man to try to explain how to do it.
Right? And she's done it 4 times.
Yeah.
What does he know about it?
This is the only time of year I get to wear this jacket, so you're going to humor me and I'm going to wear this. It turns out, when you take out a loan to get a chapel and a band and promise that you're going to watch nothing but good movies, and then immediately after that you watch Bloody New Year, the bank's not happy. We don't have colored lighting in this video, we don't have a chapel, and I'm out $60,000, which I already didn't have, hence the loan. So we're gonna talk about Terrifier 2 today, because I need to talk about something I hate. I decided to rewatch Terrifier 2, mainly because I feel like I'm too hard on it, and I just wanted to get into my qualms with it and what my issues with it are. I think that's, if I can articulate my issues with it, it'll just kind of help you get a better understanding of why I don't vibe with it at all. I think it's terrible and I hate it, and we're gonna get into that right. We're talking about Return of the Living Dead 3. I hinted at it enough. I mentioned it so many times. I've talked about it and referenced it so many times throughout this marathon, with movies that weren't even zombie movies, or movies that were comparable or happened to be zombie movies. I have referenced this franchise, and specifically this third one, multiple times. I need to talk about it, okay? To bring everything full circle, Return of the Living Dead 3 is directed by Brian Usna. Brian Usna produced Dolls, which was the first video I did in this entire marathon. Brian Usna has also directed Society, which the less said on that movie, the better. In a positive way, watch Society. Bride of Reanimator, Beyond Reanimator, The Dentist, Necronomicon, Silent Night, Deadly Night 4, and Faust, Love of the Damned. Brian Usna has an eye for goop. All of his movies, and granted I've only seen, I think it might only be this one to be honest with you. No, this one and Society. I've only seen Society in this one. He has an eye for goop. He knows what is going to make a movie look gross and goopy and yucky, and this is no different. Every single effect in this movie is disgusting, especially the human mutilation that happens in it, the self-mutilation that happens in it, which we will get into. I can't show much of it, not because of how violent it is, but because of other issues we'll get into. So this movie stars J. Trevor Edmond. J. Trevor Edmond has been in this movie, Higher Learning, Pumpkinhead 2, Meatballs 4, To the Rescue. The main person I want to talk about for this movie is Melinda Clarke. Melinda Clarke plays Julie, who is our heroine of this movie, who is on the front cover of this movie. She's very important to this movie. Melinda Clarke was basically born to play this role.
She is absolutely stunning and perfect in this movie. That was my big takeaway the first time I saw this movie was, where do you find somebody like this who can make the act of slowly losing your humanity and turning into a zombie look so effortless to pull off and convey to an audience? She is absolutely perfect in this movie. I don't think anybody could have done it better. But Melinda Clarke, unfortunately, has not been in a whole lot of things, which is just, it's a blessing and a curse, right? Because she's born for this role. But I wish she was in more things, because she clearly from this is so just immensely talented. She was in Spawn, The Animatrix, that's really about it. MulhollandFalls.com for murder, but that's really the only thing worth mentioning. But yeah, I will get into this now. I have a feeling that this is going to be a word vomit ramble, and I'm going to hate editing this, but hey, Trent, you buckle up. It's also hot in this room, so I'm going to get progressively sweatier as this review goes on. Return of the Living Dead 3 is mainly a sequel to Return of the Living Dead in name only. Yes, the rules of the zombies don't die when you shoot them in the head still exist. Blunt force trauma, bullet to the head still isn't going to stop them. That's it, though. There's nothing else about this movie that really harkens to the original two, I'll say. Except for the Troxin, the chemical that makes the dead rise. That's still here. That kind of needs to be here. But this is no longer like a punk rock comedy or just a straight buffoonery comedy like the second one. This is a tragic romance with zombies, and it's borderline perfect. The movie is about two kids who are in a relationship. Julie kind of has like this weird obsession with death and things kind of the macabre. Kurt is kind of just like a straight-laced all-American boy. He wants to be a drummer in a band. He's never played the drums in his life before, but goddammit, that's his dream, so go for it. It worked out great. Look at how far Ringo got. So those are our two characters, and the events that transpire are Kurt's dad works for the government in like a big experimental governmental lab. He steals his ID card, they sneak in, they see the government reanimating a corpse and trying to subdue it, and are disgusted by this, except for Julie. She's kind of into it. They then leave, and right when they leave, the experiment goes awry, and the zombie breaks loose and starts killing the people starts biting and killing the people inside of the test chamber in a horrendously graphic, gory nightmare scene. This is gonna be like the most boring commentary, because I just love this movie, so I'm gonna have like nothing to talk about. I'm just going to I'm just rewatching this because of how much I love this movie. But later on, it is explained. I've seen people get angry about the fact that somehow teenagers snuck into this highly guarded military facility. It is set up. It is set up. If you pay attention, you stupid fucking mouth breather. There's mention when somebody comes to visit the facility that security is not the best that it could be here, because they lost a lot of government funding. So there's not a whole lot of security running around. And they snuck in because Kurt stole his dad's ID card to go and impress Julie. It's all set up there, and while, yeah, it's still probably highly illogical that they would be able to get onto a military base, it's also said later that they've been stationed in this city for 6 months, and everyone around the base knows Kurt because his dad is like the top leading science dude at the base. So they all respect his dad, and therefore all know his son and respect his son well enough. So he's able to kind of come and go on that base as he pleases. Because of that experiment being a failure, Kurt's dad tells him that he's kicked off the project. He's being stationed to Oklahoma City now, which means they gotta move. Kurt does not want to move. He's finally been here long enough to make friends, and he has a girlfriend, and he does not want to leave. So he just tells his dad straight up to fuck off, and he leaves. Him and Julie leave on their motorcycle, and they're giggling, and they're having a great time about what the future holds for them, when they crash the motorcycle, and Julie goes flying into a telephone pole and dies. And now our main theme of this movie is grief. Like, the main thing of this movie is all an allegory for learning to let go. Learning to let go when someone passes and move on, because that would have stopped all of this. Kurt, seeing that his girlfriend is dead, thinks the only thing that he can do is take her to that military base, use the Troxin on her, and bring her back from the dead. He does this, and what I find so engaging and interesting about this movie and how it's handled, because I feel like another movie in a different person's hands, I feel like this could have been a nightmare, but it's still Julie when she wakes up. She's not a zombie, by definition she is, but she's not like a brainless zombie. She's still Julie. And now through Julie's eyes and how she's talking, we get to slowly experience like what coming back from the dead is like. Her heart is not beating, there's no blood circulation, rigor mortis has set in, and she's still moving because she complains about her hands and neck and everything being stiff and hurting, and she's hungry. And there's a scene where they go take her to like a mini mart, like a gas station or whatever, and she's immediately lunges for the tasty cakes, which that might be why you didn't try anything else. Like, you don't know, maybe the snowballs just sucked, but she lunges for that, can't eat them. She doesn't like him. It makes her throw up. During that, we get into a little scuffle with a gang, and they end up accidentally shooting one of the clerks, who Julie uncontrollably eats him, which she knows that she has a taste for blood now because as they were leaving the store from the gang member threw an arm in her face to like back her head off or like smack her head against something, and she took a chunk out of his arm. So she now knows she has a taste for blood, and they're driving the guy, the owner of the store who got shot, to a hospital, and he ends up getting shot by a cop, and she lunges on the opportunity to eat him. Kurt has this like awesome slow realization throughout the whole movie where he is so desperate in trying to cling to the Julie that was there before, to cling to how things used to be, when it can never be like that anymore. Julie has changed too much. She is literally dead. She literally died and now is eating a person in front of him, and yet he is so desperate for there to be another answer to this. There needs to be another way for this to work out. Like, there has to be a simpler answer than she just has to eat people. The government now has sent a task force to find Kurt. Kurt's dad is leading that force. They're following him. So now our main thing is, our gang now is outrunning the cops. They find a sewer grate, or a manhole cover, go down into the sewer, and they're walking around. Julie attempts to kill herself by jumping off a bridge. It doesn't work. Very, very obvious dummy. But it's fine. This movie's perfect. I don't care. But we meet the best character, and they call him Riverman. And it's just a homeless guy who lives in the sewers. He's awesome. It's been a little bit since I watched this movie, and a part of me hasn't watched it in a long time because I was afraid I wouldn't like it as much. I remembered all of Riverman because Riverman was so... I loved him the first time I watched this, and every subsequent viewing afterwards, I loved Riverman, because Riverman is just a homeless guy that just wants to help people, and that's it. And there's a really cool scene where he helps them, and Kurt's like, I want to know your name so I can thank you, because I'm trying to go to Seattle. I'm probably never going to be able to come back and repay your kindness. And he hands him a Mardi Gras coin, and he specifically mentions, when you're in Seattle, help somebody else in need, give them this coin. Tell them to do the same, to keep this basically like just an object of kindness circulating throughout whoever, throughout humanity. Because in his eyes, he's just like, as long as that coin's circulating, then there are people worth saving and helping, kind of thing. Which, I love that. In this like hopeless, dour movie, there's just this beacon of joy, and it's a homeless guy that lives in the sewer. I love Riverman.
There'll always be somebody out there doing something good for somebody. An idea? Call me Riverman.
God, he's awesome. The gang finds Julie and Kurt. Julie, throughout all of this, has started to figure out a way to kind of numb the hunger. Pain. She figures out that if she just kind of like stabs her fingers, or like there's a part where she takes a spring and it's just like twisting it through her arm, the pain she experiences helps to dull the hunger. Ugh. Ugh. So she's like squeezing a piece of glass at one point and just like blood's running. Like the gang has now found them. They've beat up Riverman. They've broken in. Kurt's on the ground. They're telling him to call for Julie because they want revenge because Julie took a chunk out of their friend and now their friend is turning. They think she has rabies. Julie, and this is where I cannot show almost anything without heavy censorship. Julie has now decked herself out in like the most masochistic outfit ever. And it is so fucking cool. She's got shards of metal in her head. She has a chain like in, out, through her neck. She has, little metal rods in every single fingertip with like little metal rods poking into her fingers, wrapped around her fingers like rings. She has like tied to her palm, tied to a rock that's just constantly hanging and pulling to cause more pain. She has nails zigzagging through her arm. She's got just cuts on her legs. Like it is just, I can't show a lot of it without censorship, but this doesn't have a whole lot of it on it. But like, I guess I can show a picture of the cover. So here's a picture of the cover, but it is the coolest any zombie has ever looked whatsoever. But the main reason I can't show this is because Brian Usna, she is not wearing anything to cover her chest. And in fact, she has rods through her nipples with chains coming off of them latched to other things to continue the pain cycle of every time she moves, those chains are pulling on a limb. And it's gross, but it makes sense. And god damn it, is she so fucking cool looking. Yeah! God, she's awesome. I don't even know how much of this I can show. Because I think her boobs are out? Yes. God. And she just goes on a massacre. She, like, the main leader of the gang decides that he wants to try to assault her. After seeing this, he decides to lock himself in a room with her to attempt to sexually assault her, to which all we hear is him screaming, her emerge, and him follow eventually, while her dragging his corpse, where she, like, ripped his fucking head off, but the spine is still connected down here somewhere. So when he turns into a zombie, his torso's up and his head is way up here connected to the spine, and it just looks awesome. This leads to a whole fucking problem where now everyone's turning into zombies. Everything's going to shit. Riverman almost tries to refuse to help Julie. Kurt forces him to. Now they're all locked back in and they're boarding up the door trying to get out. And there's a ladder in the back that they can use to get out. Kurt tells Riverman to take Julie because Riverman has a bullet in his leg. Kurt will hold them off because he can run faster. Riverman takes Julie to the ladder. Kurt eventually follows after they have broken down the door. Julie is eating Riverman. Riverman is now dead and is going to be a zombie eventually. To which Kurt just gives up. In a really awesome scene where Julie goes to attack him, he's forced to hit her, and that like snaps her back, where she's now asking for help, and Kurt has like this whole realization of the Julie I wanted to keep is no longer there. The Julie that I had before the accident is gone and dead, and now I'm left with this admittedly awesome looking woman. But and he just gives up. He throws down the weapon he was using. The other zombies start to swarm him, and he's just ready for the end when his dad shows up with a military weapon designed to freeze the zombies upon impact, which I guess could have been an idea stolen from Chud 2, because that was supposed to be a sequel. I don't know. Maybe because Chud 2's whole thing was freezing them. I don't know. I don't want to give Chud 2 any credit, but it might have been an idea that was stolen. But it's a little dart that you shoot anywhere, and it freezes the zombie and immobilizes them for a little bit. Kurt's dad comes in, shoots the zombies, shoots Julie, and now we are at the end where I love this fucking movie so much. We are now at the end where Kurt and his dad have a talk about how when Kurt's mother died, the hardest thing that his dad could do was let go. So to distract himself, he took on more work, and unfortunately, he thinks that he is responsible for Kurt falling down this darker path. So he wants to take some time before he's stationed in Oklahoma City to just have some father-son time with Kurt and move on. Kurt asks what's going to happen to Julie. His dad says, I don't know. And it's left at that. Nothing else happens. So Kurt hears someone screaming and wanders down the hallway. He finds a naked Julie in a cage next to other naked zombies in cages, strung up. The other zombies are going crazy. Julie still has a little bit of her humanity left and is just horrified at what has become of her and at where she's at. Kurt, who was ready to let go, can no longer let go seeing Julie like this and frees her. In doing so, there was another governmental plan when the initial plan fell through at the beginning of the movie to put bionic suits on these zombies, basically. They wanted to design them for war, that you could just throw these down in the battlefield, they would just mindlessly eat the enemy, and then you could control them with these bullets and or the suit where you could like lock it and they would just be stuck. That was the idea. Riverman is the first test subject of the prototype, and it's horrible to watch that shit get done to him. But Riverman breaks free, he attacks. Riverman gets fucked up during this fight, like more so than, I mean, he's already dead, but he just gets fucked up during this final bit, and it feels horrible. I think one of my favorite bits from this whole thing is Kurt pleading to Riverman to help him, and then whipping out the Mardi Gras coin and asking if he remembers this. If you help me, you know, take it back or whatever. And Riverman remembers and helps him escape. I love that there's like consciousness in these zombies. Like it introduces the fact that these zombies kind of remember who they used to be. Oh Christ. Which again, I feel like if done by any other writer or any other movie would have been, the zombies having any humanity whatsoever would have been tacky and dumb. But there's something about the way this movie does it that is so, I don't know, good, great, amazing. Riverman helps him, a bunch of the zombies get free. Now Kurt and Julie are trying to get out, and in the process, Kurt gets bit. Not by Julie, but by a different zombie, protecting Julie. A zombie lunged at Julie, he threw his arm in front, and got bit. So now, with Kurt seeing what has happened to Julie, he knows what is coming to him. So, his dad finds Kurt, his dad tells him we gotta leave. Kurt says it's too late for him. Him and Julie wander to the incinerator, and turn that bitch on and stand there and burn to death in one last embrace. And that's the end of our movie. I think this is the best sequel to Return of the Living Dead. I not only think that, I think this is one of the best zombie movies ever made. I genuinely believe that. I adore this movie so much. It totally could come down to when I saw it and life experience or whatever, however you want to, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I adore this movie, and I will say I could not watch it on Tubi. This is the one time I did not watch it on Tubi. I did watch this Blu-ray, and all the footage you're seeing is from this Blu-ray because the Tubi version would not record, so I set up a whole daisy chain of HDMI cables and splitters and whatever else to get this recorded, but it worked, so that's what we did. I, quite frankly, could gush about this movie forever, but I think with the plot rundown and everything, and this will be the longest video of Tubiween, I want to give this movie a 5 out of 5. I feel like for what it is, I can't though. It's a 5 out of 5 in my heart, but it's a 4.5, and I don't really have a reason as to where that half point goes. Yeah, it's a 5 out of 5. I love this movie. It's my favorite zombie movie. It really could go either way, honestly, with which one is better to me, this one or the original. I don't know. All I know is that this, for a long time, was an underrated, sequel. No one really talked about this too much, and a couple years ago it got a Blu-ray. I hopped right on that immediately. I adore this movie. So, I'm happy I got to gush about this movie for almost a half hour, and thank you everyone for watching Tubiween. This has been a nightmare behind the scenes, but I'm glad I've got it done. So, with that, I'm gonna take this sweaty, hot leather coat off. Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll do this next year with some other streaming service. Or we won't, because I'm thinking I'm gonna cancel every other streaming service ever because they cost too much. But Tubi doesn't cost anything, actually. So maybe we will do this next year. We'll see. We'll see where I'm at. Maybe I'm dead. Who knows? I'm going to, within the coming days, I don't know when, I'm going to make a video of every single Tubiween video from worst movie to best movie. So it's going to be out of order. It's not going to be in the daily order. It's going to be in a, you know, a list order of like the worst movies to the best movies, just because I think that would be interesting, and also kind of cool just to have like one long video. And of course, if you want to watch everything in order, the playlist is there. That's gonna be it. Yeah. So thanks. I'm going to enjoy my Halloween party with the boys and get horrendously drunk and forget about what a nightmare this year has been so far. So thank you, and I'll see you next year, probably, maybe. Hopefully I'll make some other videos in between then. I don't know. This year's been terrible. I've only made like 2 videos. This is me making up for not doing anything. Here's 31 videos in 1 month. Fuck you. But yeah, hopefully I'll make some other stuff in between then. But if not, see you next year. Yeah! Yeah!
Hey, you made it to the end of the video. Congratulations. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was going to be 7 hours. I thought at tops this would be like 2. Once everything was put together, it being 7 hours was kind of crazy. But I just wanted to say thank you for... That's my little child jumping. You'll have to ignore him. But I wanted to say thank you for watching, and thank you for enjoying this series while, like, I don't know, numerically not my most successful thing ever. I don't really give a shit about that. I'm just happy that people enjoyed it and watched it, because I had a lot of fun making it, and this was a good time. Oh, thank you. Okay, so but anyway, I don't know when my next video will be. I don't even know what it's gonna really be on. I have some ideas, but you can't really. Okay, you can't really plan. Well, you can if you're better than me. I can't really plan things out ahead, so I don't know when it's going to happen, or what it's going to be about necessarily. I have, like I said, a couple things, but who knows? But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you again for watching and enjoying. And if you made it to the end of this marathon, I'm very sorry. Or maybe you just fell asleep watching it, which I don't know how you fell asleep to this grating, horrible voice, but hey, more power to you. And if that's the case, but yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you when I see you next. And yeah, bye.